Sí. De hecho, si vas a hablar ahora.
¿Cómo?
Si vas a hablar ahora, no sé.
Los que presentan ahora.
So good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to Ditela. And let me start by thanking Andy Neumeyer for organizing this conference and the rest of the scientific committee, Cristina Arellano, Laura Castillo Martinez, Alejandro Izquierdo, Stephanie Schmidt-Grohe, and Guillermo Buletin. By the way, my name is Juan Cruces, and I'm the rector of Ditela. And also all of my colleagues at the economics department. This is actually the 25th workshop, so it's been a long time since Andy and friends have been organizing this. Let me also thank the sponsors for their generous financial support, LACEA, the World Bank, Latin America and Caribbean Chief Economist's Office, the Becker-Friedman Institute at the University of Chicago, ADEBA, the Argentine Banking Association, and the Inter-American Development Bank's Research Department. And let me also thank our staff, led by Cecilia Lafuente here, for appointing all the details to make this actually happen and occur on time and take care of all the logistics. So on behalf of the university, it's really a great honor to have all of you here. I see many former students of us, members of our faculty, and that gives us great pleasure. I've been a participant like yourselves at one of these conferences in the past, and I know they're very enjoyable. So I hope you have some great days of work over here. So thank you very much, and let the show start.
So, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Alejandro Izquierdo from the ADB. We've been partners for a long time now. I was looking up at our records, and it looks like 2005 was the first year we started the partnership. Andy, a pleasure to be here and to be here with all of you. I won't say much more. Thank you.
Start earlier, which for Argentinian standards, this is a complete novelty. So I'm Fernando Alvarez. I'm at the University of Chicago, and I'm also here at Ditela. And I think we meaning the Becker-Friedman Institute, are part of the organizers. And this is a conference that the summer camp has a long history. I think Juanpa and Guillermo Calvo were the organizers of the very first one. And one of the topics was dollarization, if I remember correctly. So anyway, yes. So I was also being tasked to give like important information, like the restrooms are in the middle of this aisle. And then I think I'm going to leave this into Constantino, that is going to be the chair of the first session.
Okay, so the first paper will be, we have two papers now, Dimitri and then Andy. It's going to be 15 minutes. 15 minutes for the comments, discussion, and 10 minutes for the questions and general questions.
Okay, so let me maybe start meanwhile. So thank you very much for organizers and to Andy in particular for inviting me to present this paper. So this is my very first time in Argentina. Super happy to be here. This is a joint work with Oleg Hockey, and as the title of the paper suggests, it's about sanctions and the exchange rate. And expectedly, right, the motivation comes from this figure. This shows the ruble-dollar exchange rate. Right? There's several remarkable things if you look at this. So the first one, I mean, if you look before the war started, right, this is February 24th, 2022, right, you see that the exchange rate was pretty stable.
Sorry, for those. You need to say which one.
Yes, so this is okay. So this is the
rubles
rubles in terms of $1. So when it goes up, it is depreciation. Right? So this is I think very helpful, right? So what happened when the war started and sanctions were imposed? You see that the ruble lost about half of its value. Right? The exchange rate went up, and so that was probably not very surprising. So okay, so $1 is worth 120 rubles. What is surprising? What is quite remarkable is that you can see. This okay, thank you. Okay, so what you can see that after the ruble depreciated, it started appreciating, right? And so it appreciated pretty fast. So about 1 month after the war started, the ruble went back to its original level, and then didn't stop there. It actually kept appreciating further, right? And so at the peaks, a few months after the war started, you see that it was about 20-30% stronger than before the war. Okay, so and that was the big puzzle back then. So people discussed that very there were a lot of comments about that. So then exchange rate stayed pretty flat for a few months, and then it started depreciating again, right? And so if anything, in the last few months, we see that the depreciation accelerated again. And so it's actually quite interesting. So when we discussed with Andy whether I should present this paper, I was a little bit skeptical. I thought, okay, so I mean, the interesting stuff happens somewhere here. It was 1 year ago. We sorted this out. Why should we be interested in this now? But actually, in the last few months, things have changed a lot again, right? And so in particular, ruble has crossed this psychological threshold of 100 rubles per dollar. And again, this was all over the news, right? Financial Times, New York Times, of course, in all Russian outlets, you could see a lot of news, a lot of discussions. What happens? Why is it that ruble depreciates so fast in this period? So it seems like it's a hot topic once again. So, but let me go back to this period, right? So when these things just started, so what were why did people spend so much attention, pay so much attention to the exchange rate? So in some sense, it's quite amazing. And I mean, even for me as an international economist, it's quite surprising. No, you have a war, you have thousands of people dying every week. You have major structural transformation of the economy. There are many things which are much more important, but for some reason, people pay a lot of attention to the exchange rate, right? And again, if you go back to this period, we had a military rebellion in Russia, we had many other important things, and still people discussing mostly the exchange rate. So why is that? And I guess the simplest answer, the most convincing answer is that when you have sanctions, when you have other events, it's very hard to see the effects, right? There are lags. It's hard to get all information. Russia stopped publishing a lot of statistics after the war started. And so it's pretty hard to see whether sanctions are working or not. And the easiest way to do it, in a sense, is just to look at the exchange rate, right? So this is a freely available information. You can observe the exchange rate on a daily or even hourly basis. So you can see how it responds to different policy measures. And so I guess that's one of the reasons why people pay so much attention to the exchange rate. And so when the ruble started appreciating after the sanctions were imposed, right? So there were different reactions. So some people argue that the sanctions are not working. And again, I mean, this can have different policy implications. So people in Europe, they said sanctions are not working, so we need to impose even more sanctions, right? Russian propaganda was saying the sanctions are not working, we're even more strong than we were before the war, right? So all these things only make us stronger. And then there were some people, I remember Sergei Guriev, for example, was arguing that I mean, we have so much of capital control, so many distortions, so many different ways of government interventions that exchange rates just don't mean anything. Exchange rate is not allocative, so we shouldn't pay any attention to this. This is just some number, but it has no effects for the real economy. And so let's just move on and forget about exchange rate. So those were the different reactions. And so that's one of the things that motivated us to write this paper, because we wanted to sort things out to understand whether this behavior is consistent with the shocks facing the economy or not. So that's how our work started. But then, in some sense, more interesting part is about policy implications, right? And this, I think, is what is more important right now. So, what the government can do to respond to these sanctions, how that affects the exchange rate, and perhaps the most important thing right now is the fiscal implications, right? So, in particular, is weak ruble good or a bad thing for the government, for the government revenues? So how do I address these questions? Well, we built on our previous work with Oleg. So we had a couple of papers about more about the exchange rates under more normal circumstances, under free floating exchange rate, under conventional peg. And so it turns out that with a small twist, you can use the same framework to understand what happened during this period in Russia. So the key property of the model that we use is that the exchange rate plays a dual role, right? So it simultaneously clears two markets. There is a good market, right? There are exports and imports. That creates supply and demand for currency, right? But at the same time, the exchange rate plays also an important role in financial markets, right? There's demand for foreign currency assets, and there are foreign reserves supplied by the government. And so, in a sense, you have supply of currency coming from exports, supply of currency coming from foreign reserves, and you have demand for currency coming from imports and private savings. And so the exchange rate just aggregates all these forces together, right, and clears the markets. So I should say that, right, Ivan, it's not here, but Ivan with Guido, they have a contemporaneous paper which focuses mostly on the goods markets. So we also bring in the important role of the financial markets here. Yeah, so what we like about this model is that on the one hand, it's super simple. I will show you. So it's really a model that you can solve with pen and paper. It's I will show you it in one slide, just 3 equations which can easily be solved. But at the same time, it's a pretty rich model. So you can think about 6 types of sanctions. You can think about 4 different policy instruments. So it really allows to think through all these issues simultaneously. And one thing that we added a little bit later, we also did some quantitative analysis. So in some sense, this will be, a very good example of out of sample forecasting. I will show you the quantitative analysis that we did a year ago. It was actually last September. We had to make some assumptions what would happen to oil prices and other stuff, and then we kind of forecasted the exchange rate. And of course, the fit is not perfect, but I would say that for 1 year horizon with so much uncertainty, it's not so bad. And I guess the interesting thing to do in the future is to do kind of in-sample forecasting. Right now, once we observe all these shocks, we can again recalibrate the model and see what are the predictions for the exchange rates. Okay, so let me jump straight to the model. So here's the whole model in one slide. So think of a small open economy with free goods. Okay, so there's local non-tradable goods, which is produced locally and consumed locally. Then there is locally produced good, which is exported, and in the Russian case, it's mostly commodities. Okay, and then there is foreign good, which is imported for consumption. Okay? So households maximize utility, right? So this is consumption of domestic goods, consumption of foreign goods, subject to the budget constraints, right? So households get labor income, they supply labor inelastically, get labor income WT. They decide how to allocate these resources between domestic goods and foreign goods. And so just in terms of notation, PT stays for the price index for domestic goods. PT star is the price of foreign goods in foreign currency. And we need to convert that into domestic currency by multiplying by the exchange rate. And then households also decide how much to save and how to allocate their savings in terms of portfolio choice, right? So they can either open local currency deposits or they can open foreign currency deposits. Okay, and I mean, you can interpret this obviously in different ways, but this is kind of our preferred interpretation. So this will be, I'm going to talk about that later on, but this is the key assumption of the model, that the asset markets are strongly segmented, right? So households, they don't really have access to foreign assets because of sanctions, because of local capital controls. So the only thing that they can do, they can either borrow or save using local banks. Okay? But they still can open these accounts or take loans in different currency, either in domestic currency or in foreign currency. So one maybe less conventional piece of the model here is that we also allow for foreign bonds in the utility. Yeah, so this is, again, we could also allow for domestic bonds in the utility. That's not really crucial for our results. So the necessary ingredient for us is that foreign bonds are present in the utility. And this generates a downward sloping demand for foreign currency deposits, right? So again, there are different ways of modeling this. One can allow for overlapping generations. One can use precautionary demand as an Aigari model. This is just a shortcut to have this downward sloping demand for foreign currency deposits. Okay. And then there's this psi-T shock, which stands for this demand shock for foreign currency. Right? So in particular, if you have very turbulent times, or maybe there's less other assets available for savings, then demand for foreign currency deposits increases. Okay, so this is just the functional forms that I'm going to use. It's not really crucial for the results, but this, to make equations simpler. So CES demand for home and foreign goods. So think of theta as the elasticity of substitution between these two goods. And then I'm going to use quadratic utility for bonds. Okay, so those are households, right? So then there are also producing firms, banks, and the government in the economy, and we're going to aggregate them into a consolidated sector. Okay, so I mean, we do it partially for tractability reasons, but also we think this provides a good description of the Russian economy, right? In a way, the government can either directly control many firms and banks, or it can control them through oligarchs. So effectively, there's kind of one entity which makes all these decisions. Okay, so this is the budget constraint of this consolidated sector. So this is the flows. Okay? So this is the income from exports. So think of Y star is the amount of euros and dollars that the Russian economy gets from exporting commodities. Okay, and multiplied by the exchange rate to convert into rubles. So this is the income coming from domestic sales, and then this aggregate sector needs also to pay wages to workers. Okay, so this is the net income of this kind of extended government together with firms and banks. So on the left-hand side is the change in the gross positions of the balance sheet. Okay, so there are three assets here. So let me start from here. So this is the foreign reserves. Okay, so F star. So think about this like this. So there's Gazprom, right? Gazprom exports, let's say, gas to Germany, right? And in return, it gets euros. And so F star is how many euros the Gazprom bank holds in Deutsche Bank, let's say. Okay, so this is how many euros or dollars are on the foreign account of the Russian government. Okay. So this is the foreign position. And then there are two liabilities of this sector, of this consolidated sector. So as I said before, the government issues deposits in local currency and also deposits in foreign currency to local households. Okay, so in that sense, these are the assets, and those are the liabilities of the government. And this is the change in the net position of the government. So let me just mention one thing here. So this is what I meant when I said that the asset markets, the currency market is strongly segmented, right? Households cannot directly trade foreign currency. They can't just go to Deutsche Bank and buy or sell foreign currency there. Similarly, foreign investors cannot also participate in this market, right? Again, because of sanctions, because of capital controls, Bank of America can't go to the Russian currency market and sell dollars there. So as a result, the government, or the Russian banks, this consolidated sector, is the only intermediary between the global currency markets and the local currency. Of the household, yes.
So that's only in nominal terms.
This is all in nominal terms. This is in rubles. This B star is in dollars, but then you multiply it by the exchange rate and convert it.
So they could actually swap.
Exactly.
I mean, since it's written this way, it sounds like they could swap.
Exactly, but they will not swap it, at the Deutsche Bank. Instead, they will swap it at the Gazprom Bank in domestic.
On the ground of the household, it's not clear.
Exactly. For them, it's
not here, not there.
yes. For households, it doesn't matter. But there's one thing where it does matter. So if they could do it at the international currency market, then they would get R star, right? Either borrow or say at this interest rate. Because they don't have access to the global currency market. They can only do it locally, and the local interest rate on foreign currency deposits can be different. So that will be one of the policy instruments set by the government, right? So even if households see that the interest on dollar deposits is very low relative to the global one, there is nothing they can do about it. They can't go to Bank of America and
so you're going to explain what prevents your return.
So here it's just an assumption that they don't have access to the foreign market, right? So think of that as partially coming from capital controls imposed by Russia.
No, but one of them is an equilibrium.
So this will be the policy instrument set by the government. And and this one will be exogenous because this is a global interest rate, which there's from the well, I mean, again, from the government point of view, it's not exogenous. From the household point of view, it is exogenous, right? So this will be the government just decides that if you put dollars in, let's say, Sberbank, Russian bank, this is how the interest that you get. Exactly. That's how I mean. So R star T is the global interest rate, right? R star H, this is the interest rate that you have that you earn on local deposits in foreign currency. You bring $1 to the Russian bank, and this is how much dollars you get in the next period. Exactly.
It's equivalent to saying this economy is equivalent to saying I also fix the exchange rate and fix the nominal rate, and then that would bring down the domestic dollar rate.
Well, you will see in a second. So it's let me talk about the kind of instruments in a second, but it will be more than that, right? You have many things here. So okay, you have the domestic interest rate on the domestic deposits. You have the interest rate on foreign currency deposits. You have also you can do FX interventions effectively. You can change the supply of the two currencies, and you can also change.
One instrument.
Exactly.
Touch the nominal domestic rate or the segmented markets.
Right.
Do both.
That's right. No, that's right. But what I'm exactly. But what I'm trying to say that it's not one instrument, but it's not even two instruments. It's actually three instruments in a sense. You have FX, you have monetary policy, the interest rate, right? You have FX interventions. But then on top of that, you also have financial repression. And that's what, again, so in our previous models, which had some segmentation, we didn't have. And here it's because of this very, very strong segmentation where only the government can do intermediation. You have this additional policy instrument. Okay. That will be part of the policy instruments, right? So it's like a transfer effectively here. It's it's a net transfer. So it's transfer that you give to households. Is exogenous. Yes, exactly. So actually, that's what I want to say, right? So this is because we're talking about large shocks. We prefer the model with kind of flexible wages, flexible prices. In principle, we could also introduce, for example, downward wage rigidity. And in this case, I would say that it doesn't come so much from nominal rigidities. It might be some implicit commitment, right? Maybe it's very painful for the government to lower the salaries that it pays to soldiers or the benefits that they give to people who vote for them. So there might be some additional restrictions on WT, but within these restrictions, the government can still choose these transfers. Okay, and so then there's of course the market clearing condition, as we just discussed with Juan, right? So this is indeed an endowment economy, so consumption of domestic goods is just equal to the supply of these goods, and this is the country's budget constraint, right? So once we combine household and consolidated sector budget constraints, we get that. So this is the exports of the economy in dollars. Those are the imports in dollars. So this is the net exports, and this is the change in the net foreign asset position of the country. Yes. Okay. Let me now. So this is exactly the next slide. So let's make it clear. So what are the exogenous things in this model? And so I would argue that this is where the richness of the model comes from. So we have 6 types of shocks, exogenous shocks, which can be interpreted as 6 different types of sanctions. So the first one is the export sanctions, right? So how many dollars the country gets from its exports. And again, it kind of summarizes both the restrictions on quantities and also restrictions on prices, right? So maybe European countries don't want to buy Russian gas, or maybe they just buy it at the lower price. So this is all summarized by this Y star. So then there are also what we call import sanctions, right? So the price at which the country can buy foreign goods. And again, this is think of this as an ideal price index, right? So it can, again, it includes both the quantity restrictions, but also it includes the prices. So this one, this is the flow in dollars. This is the flow in dollars. No. So the total output, so this is domestic goods, output of domestic goods, and this is the exports. The net exports, yes.
But then we start to export it and import it.
those are two different goods, right? One is non-tradable good.
But where are the CA and CF? Sorry.
Okay, so this is the non-tradable good. This is the endowment of non-tradable good, and this is CH.
What about the other one?
The other one is here, right? So this is the exports of the company. You export commodities. You don't consume commodities. You export them, but then you use the revenues to buy foreign consumption goods. CFT, and this is what enters the utility function. So there are three goods, as I said, right? Non-tradables, one export goods and one import good. There is no production. You have endowment of two goods, and then the third one that you buy from foreign economies. Sorry, what is the confusion? Sorry? Okay. So this is okay. So those are the export sanctions and import sanctions, right? So then there's endowment of domestic goods, and this in particular includes, sanctions of some multinationals exiting the domestic market, and so the output in domestic economy can go down because of that. So then the rest is about financial markets, right? So these are kind of goods market sanctions, and these are the sanctions in the financial markets. The simplest one is, of course, the freeze of foreign assets, so that the initial foreign position of the country, of the government, goes down, right? So then there can be exclusion from financial markets. In which case, for example, so this is a special case, but an interesting one, right? So when the country cannot borrow, it can only save, and also when it saves, it can only save holding cash. It can't really invest in any other assets, and so its returns stays at one. So that's one special form of exclusion from financial markets. And then finally, the last one, which I will spend time talking more later, is when there's limited access to other safe assets, right? So households, they see that the local stock market goes down. They think that local currency deposits become very risky because potentially high inflation. They don't have access to any foreign assets, so the only relatively safe asset which is left for them are the deposits in foreign currency, right? And that increases demand for foreign currency deposits.
How can I interpret it as sanction?
So that's the effect of the sanctions, right? So that's the effect of sanctions. So you exclude Russian households from holding foreign assets, and as a result, there are less choice for them left, so they increase their demand for foreign currency deposits. That's the story. Okay, so this is.
And it got a massive windfall from the increase in oil prices.
That's right.
So it's right that Y star might have gone down, but it went up.
That's fair. That's fair, right? So
totally, that offsets the initial shock. So are you going to account for this?
That's fair. So again, we will take this as exogenous, right? And you can think of sanctions decreasing these things, but maybe in the short run that increases the oil prices, so actually that increases the revenues in dollars. So we don't have anything to say about this in the model, right? So we will take this as a primitive, and then we will see what are the effects on the welfare, exchange rate, and other stuff. But right, so it's not even a policy choice. It's just the flow of foreign currency that the country takes as given.
But you discipline this with the data on Y star, so you get the actual flow of dollars.
Yes. That's at least the idea. It's got the current account surplus, right? It was a saver. No, they were. No, starting from 2014, right after the annexation of Crimea, actually the banks stopped borrowing in the international financial market. So it was mostly the government which held this foreign reserves. Okay, so now what about the policy instruments, right? Again, I mean, from the point of view of the competitive market, they're exogenous, but this is what the government can choose. So there's a standard fiscal policy, right? The government can choose between transfers to households and issuing more debt. There's conventional monetary policy, just the change in the interest rate path, which pins down the level of the prices in this economy. So then there are FX interventions, right? So how much, there are different ways to write this, but this is kind of the net position of the government in terms of foreign currency, right? So how much foreign currency deposits it issues in the markets, how much dollars and euros it supplies to local households. And then finally, as I said before, right, there's the fourth instrument, which we usually don't have even in the models with some segmentation, but here, because of this very strong form of segmentation, we also have financial repression. In principle, the government can choose any interest rate that is based on the domestic deposits.
How many independent ones do you have? It appears to me that you can manipulate that, the big W or the big P, and that
So
would be
1,
equivalent.
2, 3, right? Well, yeah, 3 and 4.
So, but the big W or the big P, aren't they
Yeah,
the same
exactly.
thing?
Exactly. This is just you just pick one, and the other one is determined by the country's budget constraint.
So that's what the question is, how many independent policy instruments do you have?
Four. That's why I put them like this.
I'm confused about that
Okay,
because
let's figure this out.
F star, once you aggregate both budget constraints, F star is just the change in the capital account. It's just net
Fine.
export,
Yes,
changing net
yes.
exports.
But B star is not, right?
Okay, but that one pins down the exchange rate.
Well,
When
there will be equilibrium system, right?
sure, okay, but let's say you want to do it this way. B star, the choice of B star pins down the exchange rate. Then that has to be
I can't agree with that because you still need to know, for example, this variable to pin down the level of the exchange rate. They both have independent effects on the exchange rate. So let me show you the equations. Maybe then it will be easier. Okay, so that's just the next slide. So this is my claim, right? So there are 3 equilibrium conditions in this model. And given these shocks and policy tools, there will be 3 endogenous variables which are determined from this system of equations. Okay? And so, I mean, maybe it helps to start from here, right? So so what are the endogenous variables? Well, you have the imports, the exchange rate, and the currency holdings. Okay, and so what are the 3 equations? This is indeed the country's budget constraint, right? This is the equilibrium condition in the goods markets. Effectively, this is right the relative demand of households for foreign goods versus domestic goods, which depends on the relative price of these 2 goods. Okay, and then there's one equilibrium condition in the financial markets, which is the demand for foreign currency deposits by households, right? So and this is, it's a little bit more complicated than usual usually because of this bonds in the utility term here. But for example, looking at this equation, you can already see, right, that okay, so exchange rate appears here, right? So it depends on the, let's say, imports, and imports, they depend both on the supply on the FX interventions, but they also depend on the financial repression, right? On the interest rate set on the foreign currency deposits by the government. Okay? So that's in that sense there are, as I said, four independent policy tools in this setup. P or yes, so this is okay. The background, there's also Euler equation, right? Standard one, where you have interest rates, local nominal interest rate, which pins down the level, the price level. Exactly. Okay. So any other questions? Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I'm going kind of to do it step by step. Okay, I'm going to talk about. Yeah, sure. Please. Sure. Okay. That's the form. No, this is it doesn't matter. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's, I guess, the way to formalize what the role of different policy tools. Exactly. Okay, so let me now do it step by step. Okay, so maybe this was a bit confusing because there are indeed so many instruments, so many shocks. So how do? Yes. So let's now look at different types of shocks, different types of sanctions and policy responses. Okay, so let's start with the goods markets, with the trade sanctions. So and this is kind of goes back to what explains this initial depreciation and appreciation of the exchange rate. So let's think of 2 simple policies. Okay, so either foreign countries impose export sanctions, okay, or import sanctions. So let me be more precise. So by import sanctions, I mean that the countries permanently increase the price at which the country can buy foreign goods, right? And this is the price in dollars, in foreign currency. By export sanctions, I mean, first of all, you decrease export revenues of the economy, and also you impose a partial freeze on the foreign assets, right? So this is kind of, it's as if you sanction the previous exports, the past exports of the economy. Okay, and so perhaps not very surprisingly, you can show that these 2 policies, they have exactly the same effect in terms of allocations and welfare. Okay, and the intuition is pretty straightforward, right? So what matters is the real income of the economy, and the real income is just nominal income in dollars divided by the price that you pay for foreign goods, right? It doesn't really matter whether you give Russia less dollars or you give the same amount of dollars, but ask them to pay more for each foreign good that they buy in terms of dollars. Right? And so the only thing that matters is kind of the ratio of the two. And this, you can think of this as a kind of terms of trade for this economy. So this terms of trade is the sufficient statistic for welfare. And the two policies are completely equivalent. Now, what is, I should say that this is kind of the implication of the Lerner symmetry, right? So this is just another manifestation of the standard result. So what is maybe less clear, more surprising, is that at the same time, these two policies have the opposite effects on the exchange rate. Okay, so the exchange rate actually depreciates in response to export sanctions, and it appreciates in response to import sanctions. And again, the intuition is pretty clear, right? So if you impose export sanctions so that there are less dollars coming to the Russian currency market, right? So supply of dollars decreases, their price increases. So the ruble depreciates in this case. On the other hand, if you impose import sanctions, then foreign goods become more expensive. So demand for them goes down, right? Which means that households' demand for foreign currency decreases, and as a result, there will be depreciation of the dollar or appreciation of the ruble. Okay, so the effects on the nominal exchange rate and actually also real exchange rate will be the opposite in two cases, despite exactly the same effects in terms of allocations and welfare, right? And you can see that this kind of answers both the positive question and the normative question that I mentioned at the beginning, right? So the fact that we had this strong appreciation of the ruble, it largely has to do with the fact that most of sanctions that were imposed after the war started were the sanctions on imports, not on exports, right? It took a while for European countries and other countries to impose sanctions on exports. Most of the original sanctions, they were on Russian imports. So this is permanent shocks. For now, it's just permanent. So it's one time you impose these sanctions and they stay there forever.
And the same thing for the internet.
Yeah, no other shocks, no, yeah, exactly. Yes. Relative to the originals. Right, and so, but in terms of normative analysis, this also shows that there's just no one-to-one mapping between the welfare and the exchange rate, right? So if I only tell you what happened to the ruble exchange rate and give you no other information, you can't really say whether the sanctions are working or not, right? Because in some sense, if you know whether the import sanctions or export sanctions were imposed, then you can judge, right? And in some sense, if you believe that it were mostly import sanctions imposed on the Russian economy, and you see the ruble appreciating, that's actually a sign that the sanctions do work in that period. So there's an interesting corollary of this result, which wasn't immediately obvious to us, but on the reflection, it's probably obvious. So it turns out that the Lerner symmetry, it extends not just to welfare and allocation, but it also extends to government revenues. So it turns out that export sanctions and import sanctions have the same effects not only on countries' imports and welfare, but they also have exactly the same effect on the government revenue. And that's a little bit surprising because, okay, so with export sanctions, it's maybe not surprising, right? So if the exports of the economy go down, then clearly consolidated sector gets less revenues, and so the government revenues will go down. So the import sanctions have no direct effect on government revenues, right? There are no taxes, no import tariffs here. There's no income that the government collects directly from imported goods. But there's general equilibrium effect, right? Once you have import sanctions, as I said before, that leads to the appreciation of the ruble, and then the total value of exports in terms of rubles goes down, right? And so, in fact, right, here you have the dampening effect, the dampening general equilibrium effect. Here you have the negative general equilibrium effect, and once you combine the two, it turns out that you get exactly the same effects, right? So again, if you have a 10% increase in import prices or 10% decrease in export in terms of dollars, you get exactly the same implications, the same effects on the government revenues. Okay. And then, of course, this extends not only to government revenues, but in particular to inflation, CPI inflation in this economy. So let me maybe, so I think that's what kind of Saki alluded to. So there's an interesting thing what happens if you impose this sanction not permanently, but there's some intertemporal dimension. So we have a papers and proceedings with Oleg about that. So it's kind of interesting. And again, this goes back to our discussion of whether Russian economy started as a net saver or a net borrower. So there the effects will be different, right? So whether you want to have front-loaded sanctions or backward loaded, that depends on whether the country is a borrower or a saver, right? So the sanctions on exports, they have larger effects for countries which have a positive current account. There's a question, oh, sorry.
No, it's just so your corollary. So is there another corollary that says exactly the same thing, except it says identical effects on the present value of government revenues, as well as something else?
So if you have the same path of sanctions, but not permanent sanctions, but some arbitrary path of sanctions, then whether that has the same effect on the net present value, or because here, if you have permanent sanctions, then it's true it's true state by state, right? In any state of the world, the effects of the two types of sanctions on the government revenues are the same, and so for the present value of the government revenues, it's also true.
Yeah.
Whether it's true, whether if we deviate
So
from
I'm kind of picking up on Fernando's question about he's pointing you in the direction of kind of Modigliani-Miller theorems. This thing has flavor of Modigliani-Miller theorem. So then, you know what I mean?
Or learner symmetry, I would say, right? So here it's Modigliani-Miller will be important.
I just mean a manifold of policies that affect that support equivalent somethings. You know, so he told you what the somethings was. I maybe add. So
okay.
So then this seems to be a selection from a huge manifold of those things. So now the question is, you know, another strategy is say, show me the whole manifold and let me do the selection.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so this was a result with the passive government, right? Government is not doing anything, but I see what you're saying, that once the government starts changing the portfolio, changing other policy instruments, whether this is, how that affects the present, right? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We need to check that. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I will show you something related to that. Strong result. Right. Okay. We need to double check that. So I will show you at the end one result, which I think speaks to that, but I think what you want is kind of stronger results. So I don't have it right now. Okay. So since I don't have much time left, let me talk now about the effects of financial sanctions, right? And so in particular, this shock that I mentioned before. So suppose that there's scarcity of other state assets. And so the household demand for foreign currency deposits, it goes up. Okay? And so here, the effect of that shock on the economy depends very much on the policy response. So let me start with the case of kind of laissez-faire, right? Suppose the government doesn't respond in any way, doesn't do any FX interventions, it doesn't change the interest rates, right? So kind of passive government case. So then what happens, right? Households, they want foreign currency deposits. How can they, so they want dollars, right? But there's not enough dollars in the economy. As we said, the experts are just fixed, they don't change in response. So the only way for the households to accumulate dollars is to cut consumption of imported goods, right? So effectively what happens is households demand dollars, dollar appreciates, imports become much more expensive, right? So that decreases in equilibrium the spendings on foreign goods and allows the economy to accumulate enough dollars to satisfy this demand, right? So this is the picture for the permanent shock. So you can see that this is just normalization. We start from zero holdings of foreign currency deposits, and then it converges to the new level. And you can see that the exchange rate, the ruble depreciates on impact, right? And then it gradually appreciates back to the original level, right? And so that's what we think is kind of the story behind the initial depreciation of the ruble, right? So there was, yes.
So you have this three equation. Which of those three equations is driving that depreciation of the ruble afterwards? I think I know which one, but just make sure.
Okay. Right, so the shock happens here, right? So
Yeah.
this is a shock, right? So this once you want dollar deposits in equilibrium, you need to cut down your consumption, right? And this is kind of the interaction with the budget constraint. But once you have the fall in imports, that affects the equilibrium exchange rate, right? So exchange rate, I mean, at least the way this system is written, exchange rate only appears in this goods market equilibrium condition, right? So the country, you need to cut your imports, and that, to support the decrease in imports, the exchange rate needs to depreciate to increase the price of foreign goods, and then the opposite happens. So that's not the answer that you expect.
So the opposite happens, then the
Once
opposite
they-
happens because of what? Because it's reminding me of something.
Yeah, no, okay. So there is the country's budget constraint, right? So that in the end, right, this is just an intertemporal effect, and of course the intertemporal budget constraint tells you that the exports hasn't changed, so the imports shouldn't change either. So this is only a temporary effect.
You would think it reminds you of Dornbush.
Overshooting. That's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, but exactly. I mean, again, so this is not right. That's exactly what we also had in our previous papers was worrying that this financial shock, it looks very much like overshooting thing, right? It's not a monetary shock, it's a real shock. And that's an important difference for many other things. But yes, once you look at the impulse response functions, it's very much like Dornbush shock. But again, right, in Dornbush, if I remember correctly, it doesn't come from the country's budget constraint. There, the discipline comes from PPP. The long-run value of exchange rate is down by PPP, not by the intertemporal budget constraint. But yeah, the impulse response looks very similar. Okay, so that's the case when the government is passive. Now, there are two things that the government can do, right? So suppose the government wants to stabilize the exchange rate. One thing that the government can do is to do FX interventions, right? So they have euros and dollars on their accounts in Deutsche Bank, Bank of America. Suppose that they still have access to these dollars, they can start selling them in the local currency market. Okay, and in that case, of course, if you have enough reserves, you can actually sustain the same level of imports and the same level of exchange rate as original path, right? So that despite this increase for demand, you just satisfy this demand and nothing really changes in the economy. So interestingly, in principle, you don't even need the reserves to do that, right? So we talked with Carlos today about this. So in principle, you can do something like a synthetic foreign currency deposit. So the government, even if it doesn't have any foreign reserves, it can issue deposits in foreign currency and do the opposite with the local currency deposits, right? It can change the supply of the two currencies, but of course, in that case, it absorbs a lot of risk, right? It takes there's a currency mismatch on this on the bank's balance sheet, and so potentially that can have can lead to bank run. So it's understandable why governments usually don't like to do that. And then finally, so suppose you don't have reserves, suppose you don't want to have currency mismatch, so the government cannot do FX interventions. Then there's the last thing that the government can still do is the financial repression, right? And that's in a sense the simplest thing to do. Again, we can discuss what are maybe cons of this policy in practice, but to discourage households from buying foreign currency, you can just lower the returns on this currency, right? So and this is the result, right? So no matter what is the path of these financial shocks, you can always restore the initial equilibrium by offsetting these financial shocks by financial repression, by lowering the interest rates. And again, so interestingly, the government did that. So at the beginning of the war, when exchange rate was depreciating very fast, they imposed a tax of 12% on buying foreign currency, right? And you can see in the data that has effects on the exchange rate. So that's kind of the policy that they also used. But then I think 1 month later, they already abandoned this.
Policy, that's not what we want to look at.
Exactly.
Basically, permanent income, and they have an asset.
Exactly. So that's the next slide. Exactly. So that's we were wondering exactly about that. So first best thing to do, of course, is to do FX interventions. If you have reserves, just give these reserves to people who want them, who get utility from them, and you don't distort imports. So that's the first best thing to do. Now, suppose you can't do FX interventions, and you have to choose whether to do financial repression or not to do financial repression. Then your intuition is exactly right. In the simplest version of the model that I showed you so far, you don't want to do that because there is some trade-off between cutting imports today to accumulate this safe asset, and households do that in an optimal way, right? Small open economy. So what is interesting is that you can look at the simple extension of the model with two types of agents. And again, we just think this is kind of a realistic view of the world. You have some hand-to-mouth agents, and you have some Ricardian agents, right? And so rich people who have access to financial markets and who maybe want to immigrate or at least buy safe asset. And there are most of the people who don't really make any, don't participate actively in the currency market. In this case, of course, the financial repression will have some redistributive effect, right? The original depreciation of the exchange rate, it has negative effects on people, on hand-to-mouth agents, right? And if the government, for some reason, cares more about these people, right, then it might want to use financial repression to insulate these poor people who don't buy, who don't hold foreign currency, to insulate them from movements in the exchange rate, right? So in this kind of richer model, there might be a rationale for using the financial repression. Okay, so since I only have 5 minutes left, let me very quickly show you the quantitative results that we have. Okay? So this is the simple calibration. So we still work with the same model, it's still free equation model. So how did we calibrate? And again, right, we used only some data that was available a year ago. So we, okay, so there are some shocks which are very easy to calibrate. For example, the freeze of foreign assets that we just take from the data. There is, so to calibrate this financial shock, that's much more tricky, but we looked at the capital outflow, how much, it's not really capital outflow, I should say. This is how much of foreign currency deposits changed in Russian economy when the war started. So then we looked at the flows of imports and exports to calibrate these two types of shocks. So in particular for exports, we thought that there will be a permanent negative effect on exports because Russia will be excluded from gas and oil markets, but at the same time, because there was a temporary increase in commodity prices in the spring, we also allow for positive temporary shock. Okay, so it dominates in the short run, but in the long run, only this shock dominates. Okay, and then finally we calibrated domestic recession to 5%. And I should say that, of course, I mean, another thing that we need to calibrate is the persistence. We look at the series of exports and imports, but this is of course very tricky, and this is the numbers that we can now update once we have series for the last year. Okay, so this is what the model gave us, right? So, and by the way, notice that we didn't target any exchange rate movements, right? So we targeted only exports, imports, we targeted changes in the composition of deposits, but we didn't really target the exchange rate. And still the model performs pretty well both in sample and out of sample, right? So we did our calibration somewhere here in September 2022. So the model could, rationalize this initial depreciation and the following appreciation. And this is kind of out of sample forecasting, right? Again, it's not perfect, obviously, but it captures this trend for depreciation of the ruble, right? So what we can do, and that's, I think, the most interesting part here, is that we can decompose this dynamics into different driving forces, right? We can actually see which of the shocks plays important role.
Calibrated to get to the digital jar.
No, we looked again, right? We looked at the how much households change their holdings of foreign currency. Psi. This is Psi. We don't have Psi. That's, there are different ways to calibrate Psi. We debated it for a long time, but this seems like a reasonable way to do it, right? So that, yes. So this is again, right? This is B over P star minus Psi. So this is how much more dollar deposits households want to hold. And we see that they increase their holdings by about the value of equivalent to 1.5 monthly exports of the economy. So that's. Well, okay. Okay, don't give us too much maybe credit for that. I understand. Yeah, well, okay. So this part you're less surprised about. Okay, for us it was more interesting that you can also generate this appreciation, but yeah.
This is a great graph. Do you have a accompanying graph where, like, so when you break this, how to sample? Like you said a lot of more things than you have in the graph. So one thing is, do you have a graph that, like another panel below, that has the accompanying you have these shock variables that you put in, and you did various things to ignite this, but do you have the shock variables and then how those actually played out?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
you know
So
what I mean?
no, we should do that. That's exactly, and yeah, that's exactly what we haven't done yet, but we
Okay.
should do, right? So we had some projections for the shocks and what
Yeah,
what
because
actually
those are
happened.
mattering.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. That's the, I think that, okay. So I need to speed up. So what happened here, right? So as Bob already alluded to, of course, the fact that we can match the initial exchange rate depreciation comes from this financial shock. And again, I don't want you to give us too much credit for that. I think it's, again, maybe we were just lucky. I'm much more interested in this non-monotonic dynamics. And so you can see that both the fall in imports and also the fact that exports did increase because higher commodity prices, they both put a pressure on the exchange rate to appreciate, right? And then slowly the imports recover, and that's, I think we see in the data again, I can't give you the numbers, but we know that imports recovered slowly while exports went down, right? And that's why we see the exchange rate depreciating. For exports or imports. I mean, we haven't done that, but you can imagine, right? I guess.
You told us already what happened because of that.
Yes.
So this is a complete.
Exactly.
Repeating sort of, but it's helpful because we told us
Yeah.
before what happened.
Yes.
And I think it's different.
That was just a benchmark, but yes.
And then the other one.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, we should do that. Yeah, thank you. Okay. We have a proposition, but I think what you want to see is just the on the figure.
Once you block the Russians from dollar banks outside, and I want to import Russian oil, and I can no longer pay in dollars, wouldn't that generate also a demand from foreigners for the ruble?
Well, okay, that's a long conversation. I would say that's a long conversation. I mean, we talked so much with different people about this. I think in the end, all this, there was a moment when Putin said that you can pay only rubles for
Yes, that's where I'm
I
coming
think
from.
this is just so overblown. It has no effect, I would say, on the exchange rate. Yeah. Okay. Let me finish. So we have also results for fiscal revenues. One last thing that I want to mention here is that you can use FX interventions to depreciate the exchange rate to stimulate government revenues or to increase government revenues, right? And that's, I think, speaks to some of the questions that we discussed. So, and I think this is what's really important now. I mean, I don't know, but my guess would be that the government allowed the ruble to depreciate so much, partially because it now faces much more stringent constraints on the budget side. And so they really need the exchange rate to depreciate. But at the same time, there is no magic trick here, right? FX interventions, they can temporarily increase government revenues, but you can't permanently increase government revenue. So the present value doesn't really change in response to this policy. Okay, so let me conclude. So just going quickly back to the original questions, right? So I think from policy perspective, it's pretty clear what happened, why we saw this non-monotonic dynamics. We saw financial shocks, then we saw mostly import sanctions, and then eventually export sanctions. We see that there is no one-to-one mapping between welfare and exchange rate, right? So one needs to be more careful when making any welfare statements. I think it's also wrong to claim that sanctions don't work, but also that exchange rate is irrelevant. Exchange rate is very relevant. It can redistribute between the government and households. It can redistribute between hand-to-mouth agents and regarding agents. So it's quite allocative, right? It's just that it depends on many different forces, different shocks, and different policies. Okay, let me stop here. Thank you.
Okay. Well, first, thank you, Andy, and the organizers for inviting me to discuss the paper by Dimitri. I like the paper. It's like a nice applied theory. It's like you have a data you want to explain, you look at the data through the lens of a model, and I really like those type of exercises. So again, the basic
idea of the paper is to try to understand this evolution of the Russian exchange rate after the beginning of the war. And there are two basically main questions: whether different type of sanctions can be used to explain this behavior of the nominal exchange rate, both the initial depreciation and the appreciation afterwards. And the second question is whether this exchange rate is at all informative about the welfare effect of sanctions. So the model approach is actually too simple, and I will like to split the model. He presented it in two parts, because one part is just a simple intertemporal tradable, non-tradable models of a small and open economy with endowments and incomplete financial markets. Okay, and then there is the other part, which is like this utility of holding dollar-denominated government bonds. This is not just the typical closing device that is used in small open economy, because this opens the room for breaking recurrent equivalence and therefore using all this type of intervention, foreign exchange interventions or financial repression policies. And of course, then as he mentioned, so the main results are that restrictions on exports and asset freezes tend to depreciate the domestic currency, whereas restrictions on imports tend to appreciate the currency. Plus, if you think about non-tradables or restrictions that have an effect through non-tradables, they tend to appreciate the currency as well. But the thing is that all of these are welfare reducing. So looking at the exchange rate says nothing about like the damage that the restrictions can be inflicted in the receiving economy. Okay, so what I want to do in my comments is to argue that to understand the effect of the sanctions, the second part of the model, the departure for required equivalence, I don't think that's completely relevant. The channels, in my mind, is all real channels, and you have an effect on the relative price of non-tradables. And after that, well, tell me what monetary policy is, and then I'm going to tell you what's the effect on the exchange rate. So I want to emphasize that. And then I want to mention some comments that if we want to apply this beyond the Russian case and thought and thinking about this as like a more general way of thinking sanctions, well, maybe Russia is kind of special in many dimensions. And I want to highlight issues that have to do probably for other countries on the fiscal impact of sanctions, okay? So they're basically like, if you take the model and strip from this utility of bonds, then you just have three equations here that are relevant. I'm going to use two changes in notation from the paper. One that, and this is related to Andres' question. So this Y star, which is like the dollar endowment of tradable, I think for expositional purposes, it's better to split it between quantities and prices, because we think about sanctions on quantities, but prices, and particularly the price of energy, increase a lot. When you read the paper, you have this in the back of your mind. So this is crazy. Why is the sanction increasing Y star? Because the oil price is increasing. Then you go to the calibration and you realize that you actually take that into account. But through 80% of the paper, that's problematic in my mind going around. So maybe that's a simple change. And then the other notation I'm going to introduce is like the relative price of non-tradables, which here in the context of the model is P divided by the nominal exchange rate and P star. So that's a really simple model, and it has just three equations. One is like the lifetime countrywide budget constraint that says the initial value of financial assets plus the net present value of exports divided by the international price of imports should be equal to the net present value of imports. Then you have your Euler equation with R star, and then you have like the relative price of non-tradable, which is like an increasing function of the ratio between the consumption of imported goods and non-traded goods, but non-traded goods are equal to endowment of non-traded goods. Okay, so the first two equations just fully characterize the contingent plan for imports, given all the exogenous variables that are initial assets, the path for quantities exported and prices of exports, prices of imports, and the interest rate. And once you have that, then you just plug in whatever the income for non-tradables are, and you get the relative price of non-tradables. So all the sanctions that Dimitri was explaining actually have an impact on the relative price of non-tradables. And that's the main channel I think we need to understand. And for that, there is no reason to introduce all these other type of financial frictions. Once you add those, okay, you have the availability of exploring some policy tools, but all the action is real, okay? So here, if you have like an export ban, that is a negative wealth effect, so you're going to decrease the path of consumption for imports. Also, if you have like an asset freeze, you have a negative wealth effect. With the import ban and the increase of the prices of imports, it's a bit more complicated because, well, you have a negative wealth effect as long as there is no compensation by the price of export. So if you have like a negative terms of trade shock, okay, and that's like the Lerner symmetry he was mentioning before. You also have the initial effect on the fact that the initial financial assets that you have, if those are positive, now they're worth less. And depending on the path, if the shock is transitory, you can also have like intertemporal substitution effect. But all of them tend to decrease, at least initially, the consumption of imports. And finally, of course, if you have this interpretation that exit of multinationals are drops in the endowment of non-tradables, that's going to decrease the consumption of the non-tradables. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's no policy here. Like this is a real model, exactly.
But there's no way then with the policy that the path of CF beyond the restrictions from this. This is a question.
If there is no other, if this is just endowment, no. I mean, what he gets the effect by assuming bonds in the utility and breaking recurrent equivalence. So there you have an effect. But otherwise, this is a real model and it's an endowment. So not even like Smith-Grohe, Uribe, downward waste rigidity or anything like that.
But CF is it's the consumption that you're choosing in everything.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So
but there's no tools that they have to
in this version, no. So, but my point is that most of the effect come from this channel. The other one, of course, it can give you a tool to deal with that, but not in a way they cloud your ability to understand where the effect is coming from. That's basically my point. Okay. All of them reduce consumption of either type, so they're all welfare reducing. So sanctions work in this sense. Okay. So basically sanctions on tradables, they tend to induce like a real depreciation, while those related to non-tradables tend to induce a real appreciation. So not even the relative price of non-tradable is a sufficient statistic. And then what about the nominal exchange rate? Well, if we use just the definition, okay, so the effect is going to depend on what? Well, monetary policy, okay? And here this is quite specific from the assumption. So basically what they are assuming all the way is, okay, in the background, there is some money demand, there is some Taylor rule or whatever, but we can pin down the price of non-tradables, like strict inflation, non-traded inflation target, okay? So and then when you have that, this is kind of straightforward. If you induce a real depreciation, then the nominal exchange rate will depreciate. The only difference is happen with P star because, okay, an increase in P star lowers the relative price of non-tradables, but then at the same time, it's relevant there. And there, the key parameter is theta, which is the elasticity of substitution. And one thing that I have to mention is that, okay, to get this appreciation under this setup, they assume this theta is bigger than 1. And I have like a problem with that because all the papers I read with tradables and non-tradables usually use a smaller than 1 there, and there is a list of papers. I know there are other papers that use values bigger than 1, but in those, like domestic goods are tradables. So I would like to see like robustness here. But other type of monetary policy can change things qualitatively. So here, if you simply have like CPI target instead of non-traded prices, then you're going to slow down the quantitative effects on the nominal exchange rate. And actually, you get more bite, more appreciation for the increase in the prices of imported goods for the same parameter value. So monetary policy matters a lot to the result, okay? And then you can also, I think, this simple model without the bonds in the utility, you can use it to understand the other shocks as well, because here if you have like, you can interpret like the word as an increase in volatility for tradables, and that through precautionary savings should also reduce the consumption contemporaneously, at least of imported goods. And also that's is going to generate a real depreciation, okay? You can also think that if you are a foreign borrower, there might be an increase in the world interest rate, so more country premium, and that's also going to induce a depreciation. And also you can consider the fact that if the price of oil, say, is increasing, that's putting appreciation pressures to the currency. So the point is that overall, like the contribution of adding this utility function is useful only to the extent that then you can explore these other tools like repressions and sterilized intervention. But the channel is, I think, it's all over the place without that addition. So that's, I think, the main point. And in a way, I think probably that was the source of some of the confusion in the presentation. So maybe it's good to mention that. Okay, and finally, what I want to say is, okay, clearly the model is tailored to the Russian case, and I okay with that. Now, suppose we want to study this type of sanction for another type of economy. So I think there are some additional considerations that might be useful to consider. And for me, they have to do with the effect of sanctions on the fiscal deficit and fiscal finances and the impact that might have in the economy. So for instance, the model assumes that government expenditures are fixed in nominal terms. So that means that whenever you have then a depreciation, then the real financing needs are reduced. And in a way, this alleviates a bit the burden from the tax reduction that is induced by the sanctions. But if instead expenditures are fixed in real terms, then you do have like the full real problem because you have the reduction on revenues. So that's one part that I think might be relevant more generally. And in that context, I could think of many countries actually resorting to monetary finances to finance all the expenditures on the war. And there, this simple trick of saying, okay, let's say monetary policy is just fixing P is not necessarily going to work because you have seigniorage income, you could add, like, you need to add the money demand, and then you add like seigniorage income, and you're going to have all the type of dynamics with prices and the exchange rate that are related with fiscal needs and fiscal dominance and unpleasant arithmetics, or even like Calvo servicing the public debt. So I don't think this will be, they may not be as relevant for Russia, but I can imagine many other countries that face the situation. Also, it seems that the assumption of initial foreign reserves being large are really relevant here, because otherwise you can trigger easily like Krugman style balance of payment crisis. And so I don't think this, if you have a small country that have been imposed sanctions, you are going to have these benign effects of the exchange of the FX interventions. Also, for instance, if sanctions translate into borrowing constraint and the country is a net foreign borrower, it is not obvious that it's optimal to make the exchange rate jump. Probably if you have issues like in Otonelo's paper of liability dollarization. At the same time, so countries with foreign debt in dollars, they get a bit of an improvement from the increase in the international prices of your imports, right? Because the real value is like you are diluting part of the real value of your debt. And actually, Federico Stusenegger has a paper recently where he shows that in the recent spike of world inflation in dollars, there's a significant gain for many countries that were holding debt in dollars in real terms, because there is more inflation in dollars around the world. So this is another channel that might be interesting. And then finally, you have all this discussion about financial repression, but I think it's pretty reduced form. And in particular, depending on how you model this, financial repression can also not only alter intertemporal decisions, but also be a source of fiscal revenue, right? And for instance, here in Argentina, we have FX controls and trade controls, and Andy is going to present a paper next in which actually, so you can gain from financial repression some, in terms of some fiscal resources. So that's overall relevant for the fiscal picture. So my main message is if we want to extend this more generally, I see many forces that potentially are going to dilute the ability of the model to generate an appreciation of sanctions. And it's much more likely to have depreciation in my mind because of all these other considerations. Maybe not for Russia, but more general. Okay, I'm done.
Should I respond or should I? Okay, let me just very quickly respond to some comments. Thanks so much, Javier. Thanks for reading the paper very carefully. Just very, I mean, that's a great point, right? I probably should have emphasized that more, that when I talk about trade sanctions and these effects, that in some sense I keep policy completely passive, and in this sense, the segmentation doesn't play an important role, right? So the reason we introduced this because we also wanted to think about other shocks, about policy instruments. So we thought it's good to have still a relatively simple model, but with all these realistic features, and then kind of study them case by case. But it's absolutely true that there is no interaction in the first part of the paper. I mean, about elasticity of substitution, it's a good point. It's exactly true that we need the elasticity of substitution greater than 1 between home goods and imported goods. Whether we should label them as tradables, non-tradables, or home versus foreign, I'm not sure. Maybe that was our mistake. Maybe we should just call them home and foreign goods, and then maybe it will be easier to persuade you that this elasticity is greater than 1. I don't know.
In the model, they are not tradables.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you have commodities which you export, and then you have just domestic goods. Yeah, I think it's open to the interpretation. Whether this elasticity, what is the value of this elasticity? I think the jury is still out, right? That's still a big question in international economics. In terms of assumptions on the monetary side, right? It's effectively a real model. So indeed, we kind of abstract from conventional monetary policy, which just changes the price level because all things would just scale up and down with the monetary policy. You can have CPI targeting instead of PPI targeting. I don't think results will change much quantitatively in terms of real versus nominal exchange rate. So one thing that I think you mentioned very interesting, and I think this will be probably the big question that people have already debated it a lot, and I'm sure they will debate for many, many years. So was it the case that Russian central bank did a really good job avoiding bank crisis at the beginning of the war when there were a lot of sanctions imposed? So, I mean, some people give a lot of credit to Elvira Nabiullina and her team, or maybe they were just lucky, right? So if the prices of oil didn't go up, if there were no positive current account surplus at the beginning, would they be able to avoid the bank crisis? Because I mean, that's what we have in the model. They did a lot of things. They had financial repression. They raised the interest rate. They imposed additional capital. So they did many things. But maybe in the end, that would be still not enough to prevent a bank run, right? The tightening of some borrowing constraints, banks not being able to repay back the liabilities that they had if there were no this large flow of dollars in the first 2 months after the sanctions were imposed. And so that's, I think, of course, we can do some quantitative analysis in our model, but I think it's kind of a very provocative, a very important question that we're thinking more about. Yes.
Thanks. So very interesting. Historically, one thing that is important in wars is that the probability of winning changes a lot through time. Is there a way to introduce that into analysis to see its interaction with the sanctions on the effect on exchange rates?
The effects on winning the conflict, the war. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, what we don't have in the model is the government spendings, right? So I guess to think about this issue, maybe you can parameterize in a sense this probability of winning by the government spendings, and then you can do analysis like that. But yeah, it's an interesting thing.
I mean, the probability that the persistence of the sanctions. Some of them may become more persistent, some others less. Also, to be some sort of news.
Right, sure. Yeah, that's interesting.
So yeah, very interesting, very nice discussion too. There's much controversy on one particular sanction, which is the price cap of oil that you didn't mention at all. I'm going to speculate that the historical decomposition that you have might be picking this, because the shock to exports that you get is the one that flips signs. Maybe you could do a counterfactual with the machinery that you have if that price cap had not been implemented, and see if that shock doesn't flip signs. And then just another suggestion, it's another litmus test of the model would be to try to see if it replicates the massive current account surpluses that that Russia had. Thank you.
So in the model, your enters is dollars accounts are exporting oil. Nowadays, the Russians don't consume oil, and it's exogenous. So in some sense,
It's completely
it doesn't
exogenous.
matter whether I'm asking,
Yeah.
just confused, mostly.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it comes price.
Exactly. I was trying to say that it's a sufficient statistic for our analysis, right? You just look at this flow of dollars, you can take it from the data, it can come from different sources, from interactions of, but it's just the dollar amount, exactly.
But using the decomposition that Javier showed, you could do that, right?
Well, we could, but again, if you're interested in the exchange rates, if you're interested in the welfare, you don't really care about where it comes from. You care. This is in that sense, this is a sufficient statistic. And again, I think so. We have now many papers about effects of sanctions. I think it's a useful thing to kind of do it in 2 steps, right? You can have very involved trade model with a lot of trade elasticities, how Russia can substitute between Europe and Asia, how it can substitute with maybe also intertemporary in terms of supplying these commodities. It's an interesting question. We don't do anything like that. For us, it's already all in this Y star, which is the export revenues, and in P star, which of course, again, it's an ideal price index. So it's also aggregates all these effects. And then we just look at the dynamic effects on the exchange rate and other stuff, right? But of course, you should either look in the data to estimate these things, or you need a very much larger structural model to do counterfactual for these things.
F0 relative to Y star?
That's a good question. So originally, yeah, it's a stock. It's a stock. So Russia had almost 2-year exports in reserves, and it lost half of that. That's the kind of stylized fact. So half of that was frozen. And so I didn't have time to show that, but the effects of asset freeze on the exchange rate is actually very small relative to other sanctions, precisely because in terms of permanent income, even though it sounds like a huge number, right? $300 billion, but in terms of permanent income, it's almost nothing. It's like 3-4%. And so that's why it has small effects. So by the way, it might have a very large indirect effect, right? Because it prevented the government to do FX interventions in the first 2 weeks, right? And so that's why we maybe see the huge depreciation, but it's not direct effect.
Have you thought about the recent depreciation of the ruble? Like it's more than
that's a good question.
The initial depreciation, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, again, right? So the model does say that the exchange rate should depreciate, but it misses the speed with which we see the depreciation over the last 2 months. I mean, there are many stories. I don't know, of course, I don't have any insider information, but my guess would be that for some reason they decided to bring less dollars from their foreign accounts that exporters got to the domestic market. And so, I mean, once they had this emergency meeting of Putin with the financial bloc and they decided to intervene, they did exactly that. They didn't impose any capital controls. They increased the interest rate, but that actually had very small effects. And I think the same was true when they increased interest rates at the beginning of the war. So I think the main thing that they do these FX interventions. And my guess would be that just because they now have problems with the budget, they're actually willing to have more depreciated exchange rate. This would be my explanation.
Can you explain again when you were thinking about other sanctions? I had in mind what you were thinking about that. I remember reading from Tom's on Germany in the interwar period that he has to send some gold to France. and they had a lot of inflation in between. Sort of like, anyway, so I was thinking on that, maybe that's one of your examples. But can you explain again how is that the fiscal part? Because they needed to send gold to France, but somehow this interacts with the fiscal part. It's just explain again.
What I have in mind is just basic monetary financing of the fiscal deficit, because here in the model, the assumption is that fiscal policy is passive, monetary policy controls the price level, and that's it. So there might be some general equilibrium effect because you are affecting the B star, and that enters through the marginal utility. But what I was thinking is more plain. What happens that if you're in a war, it seems to me that in many cases, the monetary policy independence can be lost, and then we are back in the typical.
So your point is that it's hard to control price.
Yeah, and in general, it will be to maintain independence if you suddenly have these huge fiscal needs for the war, and in addition, you're receiving a lot of sanctions that are reducing your revenue. So I think that part needs to kick in probably for other cases that did not have this huge amount of reserves to begin with.
I would just very briefly push back in case of Russia, right? It's interesting that each country is different. So for some reason, people in Russia are obsessed with inflation because of bad experience in 1990s. And it's clear that, Putin and the central bank, they think of that as a top priority. So in some sense, it's interesting that, the fiscal deficit is of course a problem, but they're not willing to sacrifice inflation, at least so far.
Really quick one. Did you think of quotas? So like, say, for example, we put quotas on how much we export to Russia. Because here the assumption is like the international price is an international price in dollars, and then I can manipulate the local repression to affect the exchange rate, and then I somehow control the amount of imports.
Again, right? I would say that for us, it's part of the sufficient statistic of the revenues and the government.
I don't think so, because then in that, if you put quotas, P star becomes endogenous, and there's a wedge between the domestic dollar price for the import and the international price for the same good. No, for the imports, not for the exports.
I don't see that, but let's talk maybe later, because I feel like it. Thank you.
So this is a paper that owes a lot to this paper. So I don't know if you know this, Tom, but there was this conference in February in honor of Calvo at Columbia. And when he closed the conference, he said that in order to talk about credibility and expectations and so on, people were caged in the world of adaptive expectations, and they could never think about the future. And the flipping of these differential equations here flipped the profession. And today I'm going to use these all over. So we owe you. So my personal motivation for the paper is that I've been working for a couple of years for the government of Ethiopia, and I live in Argentina, and I was always trying to understand how this exchange rate controls last. So typically what you get is there is a country that is printing money to finance deficit, but they don't like inflation. So they fix the exchange rate. And then
the rate of growth of domestic credit is bigger than the rate of devaluation, and you should have a balance of payments crisis. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So, and governments do all sorts of things to avoid these speculative attacks. So the paper is about studying like techniques to delay the collapse of a fixed exchange rate regime. So we can impose capital controls with free trade. I think that this might have to do with Bretton Woods, but I'm not sure. And you can add to the capital controls import restrictions, and then you can make this thing last forever, but not for free. The main results. When you put capital controls, these are papers could have been written in the 1970s or 80s, okay? So you put capital controls, and you're in this world of the monetary approach to the balance of payments, where the current account balance with capital controls is equal to the change of reserves, because you can that's a restriction. So then if you print money to finance the deficit and the money demand doesn't change, the reserves have to go through the current account. So in some way you cannot do Krugman's speculative attack. You cannot buy, the people cannot buy the FX, but this excess supply of money is going to go through a current account. That's an insight of the monetary approach to the balance of payments. And you could delay how much reserves last by doing this. But then when you run out of reserves, you're going to have a devaluation. That thing is going to be very painful, but for a while, you're going to have that the rate of inflation is a rate of devaluation that is low. Consumption is going to be above the steady state, because that's a way of having the current account deficit and clear the excess supply of money. There is a shadow exchange rate that is going to anticipate the devaluation. That's where the 73 paper comes in. And this exchange rate is like a parallel market exchange rate, which is a ratio of a Lucas tree inside and outside the country. I want to talk more about that. Then the real interest rates onshore and offshore are different, which is something that we're just talking about. And I'm going to do something that Frenkel and Racine did in studying capital controls, that is to try to see what is the equilibrium wedge between the domestic and the foreign rate that is consistent with the allocations imposed by the capital controls. And then another technique that you could use here is Sargent and Wallace, stop printing the money now, printing, and then having a rate of growth of money to finance the deficit plus the interest on the debt later. And that works to have more inflation, the low inflation for a longer time, but then inflation is higher later. So it's pleasant and unpleasant. It depends when. Now, when you're about to devalue, consumption will plummet. You're going to have a capital levy on nominal assets, and so people are going to get mad. So you would like to make this thing last forever. And if you put import restrictions, you can put the import restrictions so that the current account balance is always zero, and then the regime lasts forever. But then, because you have the import quota, the domestic price is not pinned down by the exchange rate. And that wedge between the official exchange rate at which exporters have to settle and the domestic price is going to be an implicit tax. It's going to discourage exports. So then we introduce traded and non-traded then we introduce production to try to capture this distortion. And what we show is that if you keep printing money, the price level will go faster than you devalue the exchange rate. The price level will keep going up. The nominal exchange rate will go slower. This wedge is going to become bigger. The production of export is going to fall in the limit because this lasts forever. Exports will go to zero. So you're going to end up in financial and trade autarky. So it's not so good. So I learned this from Hugo. You do the literature with pictures. Hugo was talking about the wealth of nations. He had Adam Smith. He was talking about the natural selection of firms, and he had Darwin. So I'm talking about balance of payments. So we have Krugman, Calvo that did that with micro foundations and the temporary policies. We're doing the forward-looking equations for money and the unpleasant monetary arithmetic, the monetary approach to the balance of payments, these two. I'm trying to make it consistent with the intertemporal approach to the current account. So I have to find the real interest rate that is consistent with the monetary approach to the balance of payments. And that's Racine and Frenkel, and I'm using the Lucas trees. So this is a prevalence of dual exchange rates, a lot in the 50s, some in the 70s. Now we have 26 countries with this type of regime. You're living in one. Yeah, you're now here in one. Now, no, it's not dual. No, but it's dual or multiple. So these are some examples from a paper by Reinhardt and Rogoff. So this is Indonesia. I don't know if you can see, but this is 46 to 66, 20 years. This is in logs, and this is, you cannot see, but this is like 4, so it's e to the 4, this jump. So these wedges are big, and these things last for a long time. The log of local currency per US dollar, this exchange rate. So it's like the black market exchange rate and the official exchange rate. And this is this one going up, and these are like devaluations. But they last for a long time, but then they jump a lot. I'm not going to, it's just motivation, okay? Okay, then, you were asking. Then, countries with a unified exchange rate have, during this period, an average 20% inflation, multiple 162, so inflation seems to be something that is important. And the growth rate is, instead of 2, 1, which means that maybe, I'm going to have a model that is consistent with this. I'm going to tell you how I model these controls and the dual exchange rates, characterize and sustainable policies, and solve the model with these 2 regimes. So the current account is equal to the accumulation of net foreign assets. By the government, we call it reserve. By the private sector, we call it the accumulation of net foreign assets. The capital controls typically say that all the current account transactions are compulsory. It is compulsory to settle them at an official exchange rate with the central bank, so that the current account is equal to the change of reserves. All exporters have to sell at the official rate to the central bank, and importers buy from the central bank at the official rate. So the fact that this is equal to this implies that in the aggregate, this has to be zero. There could be, I could trade with Fernando, I could send him money, he will send me money, and changing our net foreign asset positions, but and this we could trade the foreign assets at a price that is not the official rate, but they have to aggregate to zero. So one has to find the prices at which they aggregate to zero. So what? No, this? No, it's a consequence of this. It's accounting. This is the policy.
So you're saying if you are the assumption that imports and exports settle on the official exchange.
Exactly, that's a policy.
That reserves are equal to, is that
Exactly. This is in Pablo Guidotti's thesis, I think Stockman. I have to trace the origin of doing this. So I need to have a Lucas tree with a dividend that is equal to the international interest rate. So when you value that Lucas tree in the international markets, the price of the Lucas tree is going to be 1. The onshore price in domestic currency of that Lucas tree is going to be Q, and the ratio of the domestic currency price of that Lucas tree and the foreign currency price in the foreign currency, which is 1, is what I want to call the shadow exchange rate. The tree is going to pay in the local perishable good, which means that if it pays a unit, you value at the official exchange rate that is at the local price level. The parallel market premium is going to be the parallel divided by the official, and you could think at the local currency price of the tree in terms of the fruit. The tree, you can have you can send it back and forth. Click here, Maya, click here. Allow. See?
It doesn't matter.
It's cute. So Apple is a tree, 13.8 thousand pesos. And this is our Argentine depository receipts for this. You multiply, and this is the price in dollars. If you multiply, you divide this, but times 10 times this, you get these numbers that are the black market rate in Argentina, computed as a ratio of the 2 Lucas trees. So that's the way I think about this number. The tree is located it's the same tree that you can trade it back and forth. You could have, no, you could, the tree could be located here. You could call it Mercado Libre or YPF that is traded here and there, and the price is going to be different. Bankers find these things.
No, I understand you are trying to model it. I want to have a complete vision in my mind of the economy. Maybe it's not important.
I don't think it's important. Huh.
I thought it was abroad, but he says no, it should be anywhere.
Yeah.
Can we just keep it abroad then? Yes.
Yeah. You can keep it wherever you want, but in the aggregate, somebody has to. Okay. So there is an arbitrage equation between the price of the tree and the nominal interest rate. If I have Q pesos, I can have them in a local bond. Or if I get the tree, I'm going to get the R units of the tree valued at T plus the capital gain. If I subtract inflation at the rate of depreciation, Q or Q minus inflation is going to be the rate of growth of this.
So you just said one more time.
This is nominal interest rate, local. This is exchange rate.
Which one is that?
What? The official exchange. This is the price level, which is the official exchange rate. The tree pays the fruit in local goods. Okay? No, you're. And this is the price of the tree in local currency. This is a real interest rate that has this no arbitrage equation. It's just this subtracting inflation. And then if we have a devaluation at some point in the future, then when you solve these differential equations, you are going to get that the price of the tree is going to be the price of the tree at time t, which when you devalue, you have one market, they have to be the same because the interest rates are the same too. So this is a discounted value of this plus the present value of the coupons. Okay, so this is going to be the rate of growth of a domestic credit in the central bank. The central bank has two assets, reserves that are going to be F and domestic credit. The rate of growth of domestic credit is theta, and the rate of devaluation is epsilon, and it's constant. When they get when reserves are zero, the fixed exchange rate regime collapses and you have floating rate. Now, the consumer's budget constraints are standard. You have to accumulate nominal assets, you accumulate, this is a notation for the tree for which you pay, this is in real terms, so this is a real price. So the tree is located abroad. Income minus consumption minus lump sum taxes plus interest on the tree plus the interest on the bonds in real terms. Then I'm going to say that there's only one T. At time T, there is a portfolio reallocation, so the budget constraint is different. There is no arbitrage, so when you change the portfolio, this has to be zero, okay? If you have free capital mobility and free trade, these two things are the same. And what Krugman says is that at the time of the attack, the people get rid of some money that they don't want to purchase this bond. When you have the capital control, in the aggregate, this cannot change. So that means that essentially you're stuck with whatever nominal wealth you have. And the nominal wealth is going to be equal to this plus this that you cannot get rid of times this. Okay. R times to this, you get it. No, when you have the Argentine depositor receipt for Apple, when they pay dividends, they put it in your dollar account here.
In the back of our mind, we should think about a money demand that depends on the local interest rate.
That's coming. But it's important to get the budget constraints right. So when you write the budget constraint in real terms, real asset accumulation is that real rate that is a construct derived from the Q and the I. Then the assets are Q are this divided by the price level. This is saving, and you have to pay this nominal interest rate times the demand for money. So there is, when I put the household optimization problem, this is going to depend on this. And then when I do the household optimization, there's going to be a demand for money where M will depend on the nominal interest rate. That was in answer to Fernando. And then at time T, if you have no capital controls with no anticipated jumps in the exchange rate, this is zero, this doesn't matter. When you have the capital controls, there might be a jump on this, you're going to lose money, and the change in wealth is going to be equal to your nominal wealth. This is going to be less than 1 because it's the exchange rate after and before the devaluation minus 1. This is a capital loss, okay?
So just to go slowly, so the improvement or in algo, these E's are the same, right?
Exactly.
So what is different is that with the capital control, just say it one more time. So how do you
when you have the capital control, when you run out of reserves, you're going to let it float. And at that time, there is going to be a fall in the money demand, which is not going to be that you buy the reserves because you cannot. So there has to be a jump in the price level. And the challenge is that this is anticipated. I thought that was I was really clever and I was the king when we solved the model with anticipated evaluation to later find out that Park and succeeded 30 years ago. But I'll show you how later. But it's yeah. Do you want me to explain it again?
No, you said, I'm just saying, like when you, I just tell you what I'm doing right there. When you're doing this, I'm writing down the table of place. To the side, we chose us.
Yeah.
And this last one, I'm waiting for. So what I heard you say was, no, it's not worth it.
I think it's because some people are watching it on video and they want to listen to you. The mic.
It's like Krugman's going to tell you there's going to be this run there.
Yeah.
I want to know when the decision theory.
Okay, they're coming.
Yeah, but here I should be waiting.
You should be waiting.
The jump is for the official exchange rate. The other one.
And for the price level, the other one is not going to jump. It's Sergeant Wallace 73. Okay, so this is the decision problem. People are going to choose C and M. The present value of utility of CNM subject to the standard budget constraint, the capital loss here, and this, okay? So with free capital mobility, this disappears and is the standard consumer optimization problem. Now, with the capital controls, the path of the C and the M is going to determine how much how many assets you have here. And then after this, you're going to start a problem with a free capital mobility that is going to be the standard one. Okay?
And then just remind us, Rob, sorry, I know that you introduced, but just tell us one more time, Rob,
What is? This is the real interest rate. This is a rate of inflation. This is a real interest rate. The real interest rate is a nominal interest rate minus a rate of inflation. That, if you want, is R over little q times the capital gain on the little q. But
the capital gains on the little q are given already happening.
they are an endogenous object. Yeah, which is.
Little q is what we, just one more time. Little q is the, it's like the it's a gap.
So in terms of the no arbitrage, if this is a question, rho is the real interest rate. And if you want to back out the asset prices from this, you have to solve the differential equation for Q.
I and epsilon are parameters. Epsilon we're considering like a, let's say,
The only parameter is epsilon. I is an equilibrium object. So, yeah, I'm going to solve for that real model. I'm going to get a rho that is the endogenous real interest rate that is going to be different from the R1. So then if you want to decentralize it with taxes, there's going to be a wedge between the rho and the R. And then once I have the rho and I have the E's, I'm going to back out the Q's as the model solver. The consumer is going to see this and this, do the construct of this thing and solve that problem.
So here's what I heard you say. I want to do this like Minnesota style with a timeline. I have a zero, I have a real line.
Yeah.
For now it's R1.
Yeah.
have a 0 to cap T.
Yeah.
And then I have a continuation from cap T to infinity.
Yeah.
Which is boring. And you said in one sentence what was going on in there.
Yeah.
So there's not going to be, it's not going to be, this is a transient state. This is transient
Yes.
here. Then what happens after cap T? You just said it. Yeah.
After cap T,
Yeah.
there is a floating exchange rate.
Yeah.
With the domestic rate equal the international rate.
Great.
An endowment economy.
Beautiful.
Okay. And consumption is constant.
Okay, that's a
and it's equal to R times the assets plus the endowment of the good. And inflation. And inflation that is going to be equal to the rate of growth of the money supply, which is going to be equal to the rate of growth of domestic credit because reserves are 0.
Okay, fine. And who picks cap T? Do you
It's endogenous.
Aha.
So the differential equations are complicated.
No. But okay, wait a second.
And the people with perfect foresight will anticipate the cap T.
So
yeah, I want to define the equilibrium.
So there's a Walrasian auctioneer or somebody, Deus Ex Machina, who's going to choose cap T.
Yes.
Something that is equivalent to the no jump condition in Krug 179, right? That pins down the T. And that it must be something like
I'm going to show you in a bit, but it's when reserves are 0.
Okay, but at that point, you are going to float at the black market exchange rate or something like that.
You're going to float at whatever exchange rate the market, the Walrasian auctioneer picks the instant after T.
So you're going to have a jump in the official exchange rate by
I'm going to write the equilibrium. I'm going to define the equilibrium. So I'm going to answer to all these questions in one slide that defines equilibrium. What? Oh,
Now you really like to have it two slides with the stuff.
okay. So the solution to the consumer's problem is the money demand, the marginal rate of substitution between M and C is equal to I, the standard Euler equation. And this is the Euler equation at T. This is a capital loss on the nominal wealth. And this is the marginal rate of substitution between consumption right before and after that instant. Okay. So after the cap T in equilibrium, this is going to be equal to this. This is constant. The stock of domestic credit.
So add cap T, whatever new cap T, stock of domestic credit, and money will be domestic credit, and then we could find out the nominal exchange rate at cap T.
Yeah. So how much time do we have?
17 minutes.
Okay, so no more questions. So capital controls means that the quantity of the foreign trade that I have is constant. Then I want to start in a Krugman economy and I want to impose the capital controls like an MIT shock. So I want the foreign reserves at zero, the private holding of the foreign trade, and the money demand to be consistent with a Krugman equilibrium, where in the Krugman equilibrium, this and these are endogenous. And then the Krugman equilibrium with capital controls is a switch time T that is endogenous. The allocation C, M, B star in equilibrium has to be equal to that. The foreign reserves and the taxes, the shadow exchange rate, the floating exchange rate after T, such that given the initial conditions of domestic credit and the initial fixed exchange rate and the initial assets, foreign interest rates, government expenditures and endowments, the nominal interest rate satisfies the no arbitrage condition I showed before. Household optimized given their wealth at zero once the price of the tree is at the equilibrium with the capital controls, and they face this sequence and they observe these prices. T is the time at which the reserves are zero, and the guaranteed temporal budget constraint is satisfied. So here there is the government is financing the deficits, but monetary policy is this exogenous growth of a domestic credit, and the tau is fixed to satisfy this. So, yeah. Okay, so the equilibrium after T is consumption is equal to the interest on the trees, the reserves are zero, and the endowment. The money demand is the money demand that comes from this and the nominal interest rate that is R plus the rate of inflation, that is the rate of growth of the money supply. That means that this Euler equation you can write as the ratio of the money demands. This is the money demand, the real quantity of money before the switch is reserves are zero, that it's a real value of domestic credit at T. And this is the money demand from here. This is going to give you the rate of evaluation. So in some way, when you solve this, this is going to be growing with T. This is fixed because it's this. So if this goes up, this whole thing, the evaluation, this is going to be a smaller number. this has to be a smaller number, consumption here has to be big. Okay, so this endogenous T is going to give you the jump in consumption. We know from here that this is smaller than 1. The consumption here is going to be much bigger than the consumption there. And that is what's going to generate the monetary approach to the balance of payments, in which consumption it's the reserves. So we have to solve for this using this. So then the monetary approach to the balance of payments is that the change in reserves is equal to the change in the money demand minus the growth of domestic credit, and is equal to the current account. When you put that and you combine it with, you get rid of the F's because of the balance sheet of the central bank, you're going to get this equation in M that is a monetary approach to the balance of payments. Then the Euler equation before the attack, this is the nominal interest rate minus inflation, the real, minus R is equal to this. The sigma, because I already used the utility, this intertemporal elasticity. So this is summarizing all the first order conditions. And then this is a system in M and C that is independent. And it's going to, and from this you get the C. The C is going to give you the evolution of reserves given an F0. And when this reaches 0, you stop. And you have to do a shooting algorithm.
When they announce what is divided this, QC.
No, I'm going to find the allocations, and then I'm going to infer the QC, the raw from, you see, when I find these allocations, I'm going to get this. And then from this, I'm going to build the equilibrium price. From this, I'm going to build the equilibrium prices with the differential equations of the no arbitrage. The current budget is balanced because of the lump sum transfers, but no questions. So so you have 3 differential equations and the T. You need the boundary conditions for each equation plus a condition for the T. So this is the initial M that is consistent with a Krugman equilibrium. No, this is the initial M that is exogenous. This is has to be equal to the money demand at the time. This is the initial reserves consistent with the Krugman equilibrium. Okay. The initial M has to be consistent with the money demand. The initial reserve with the money demand and the domestic credit. This is the Euler condition at T. This is the CT plus and the devaluation. This is going to be the terminal, give you a terminal condition for this. And this fourth equation is going to tell you when is T. Because once you solve for M and for C, given this, you're going to get this. And then you're into a shooting algorithm. You have to find the C0 and the T such that all these things work. So you start with a C0, you're going to get the F of C0 when the reserves run out. That's going to give you T as a function of C0. And then you will have to find the T such that the C0 at T starting with this C0 is equal to the terminal condition that comes from the other part of the problem. And then, constant, ¿cuánto? I'm going to eat from the coffee break.
There's no coffee break. There's no coffee break.
There is lunch. Okay, I'm going to eat from lunch. So this is the equilibrium allocations. Domestic credit grows exogenously, okay? Reserves fall until they reach zero. Consumption that was starting here jumps, does this, and then falls. The money demand that was a constant in Krugman, now it's falling, and then there is the capital loss here. And the money demand is falling because in order to implement the solution for C that is growing, interest rates have to be growing over time. So the nominal interest rate is going to grow because the valuation is exogenous, and the money demand falls. So reserves are falling faster than in Krugman, but you don't have the collapse at the end. And then
So the gap is wide. The gap is wide.
what gap?
The Fisher versus,
Yeah, I'm going to show you that in a sec. This is the exchange rate, that is 1. I'm doing an example with a fixed devaluation, and a utility function that is C to the 1 minus sigma over 1 minus sigma plus a number times M to the 1 minus sigma, 1 minus sigma. And the sigma, now this is beautiful because Prescott said sigma is equal to 2 for the elasticity of temporal substitution. And Juan Pambon said sigma is equal to 2 for the elasticity of the money demand with respect to the interest rate. So the two numbers have a lucky coincidence. Then, so this is the official exchange rate. This is the evaluation, and then it grows at the rate theta. You read it here. The black market exchange rate jumps to here and then goes up, and it has a smooth pacing here. Sargent Wallace 73. And then the nominal interest rate, it starts at 4% per year. That's the international one. It jumps a bit because when consumption starts to go up, it has to jump. Then it goes here, and then it has to jump even more when inflation jumps at the end to be consistent with the fall in the demand. So everything kind of fits. And then it takes more time, okay? Now, 5 minutes I have, Constant? 5 minutes. So delayed monetization out the window. If you do the delayed monetization, it's going to last more. This is inflation. Inflation is going to be higher. So the delayed monetization buys you more time, but the inflation could actually double. This is the gold pool, but I'm not going to do the gold pool. Black market for gold, official market, balance sheet of the Fed, domestic credit reserves fall. The same for the UK, the Swiss, and the Germans have the constant money supply. Okay. Then people talk about an adjustment. Okay, so now I want to make it last forever in 5 minutes, okay? So I'm going to put import restrictions. I'm going to put a cap on the consumption of traded goods. Then I'm going to have traded and home goods so that reserves are constant, okay? So the current account dynamics are these. I'm going to,
So you mean you want to drive cap T to infinity?
yes, I want to drive cap T to infinity, but and use the exchange rate as a nominal anchor, but now the prices are not going to be anchored by the exchange rate, but still. Because import restriction is like a trade quota, so textbook, the domestic price is not the import parity price. So I'm going to make some assumptions. I'm going to have two goods, H and T. I'm going to put a lot of linearity.
Very bad,
The linearity?
bad notation. T.
Yes, very bad notation. Because it's tradable. But yeah, T and T even worse. Yeah. Yeah. This has to be some other tau. Something. Okay. Okay. Then these two are perfect substitutes. So a lot of linearity to make it easy to solve, but then, okay. Then I'm to make labor that you can allocate to produce the T good or the home good. I'm going to assume that the marginal product of labor, when you allocate everything to a traded good, is 1. And linear in home goods, the marginal product is 1. So when you have a free trade thing, you're going to have that this is equal to the marginal product of this. All the labor is allocated to the traded good, and you're in the other model. Labor market clearing. So the important thing here is that in efficient allocation, the H good doesn't exist. If you start to shrink the size of this good, because this is a concave, the marginal product of here is going to be going up. This is constant, and you're going to have an inefficiency that could become very big. So now the budget constraints are, now I'm going to make the following assumption. The guys that produce a traded good, like in Dima's paper, have to sell everything to the government at the price E, that in real terms is E over P, and they consume at the price P. Okay? And then I want to assume that the government is purchasing all these exports at the price E over P, and they sell all the goods that they buy to the consumer back at 1, and they make this profit. In Argentina, the government sells the price, the imported good at somebody at the price E, and that somebody chosen by the government sells it to the public at P and makes a profit, which would be like a lump sum transfer and a government expenditure that is going to, this is going to undo this, but I'm just going to model it like this. I want to understand the allocation. Okay, so the guys are going to solve this problem. It's a pretty standard problem, except for this. And the challenge is to find the equilibrium prices that for which this constraint holds. And so this is an equilibrium condition that says that when the consumer is making these choices, they want to allocate labor to here or to produce a home good. So they are going to have this first order condition. When E over P, this is this, falls, the labor in T has to fall for this thing to hold. You put the tax on the exporters, they are going to demand less labor. The consumption, if you get rid of the assets, you put them to 0, is the consumption of the tradable plus the consumption of the non-tradable, where you already use market clearing. And as this goes from 1 to 0, all the labor is going to go from here to here. So this is consumption. This is when you have no tax. This is when you have the tax. The consumption is going to go to here as a function of E, and you're going to go to autarky. Okay? So now you're in financial and trade autarky. And now we have to find the equilibrium E over P. So that's our friend, the money market. E over P is E that is exogenous, and P is the money supply divided by the money demand. Now, C is a function of E. This has to be consistent with the Euler equation that has a C dot over C that is going to be an E dot over E. So you have a differential equation for the E, transversality condition, because you can show that this limit, if you're printing a lot of money and this doesn't go to infinity, because this is exponential in the T, this is going to go to 0. You solve the differential equation and you get equilibrium -2. So I'm going to show you this. So you have massive reallocation because of all the linearity. The labor in the T sector goes from 1 to 13. Consumption, that's what the graph I showed you before did, because the E over P, the real exchange rate, the price level jumps 50% and then it goes to 0. What's interesting to me is that the real interest rate is very low, and the real interest rate is low because consumption is falling. And we haven't done this yet, but that makes it an interesting exercise for the unpleasant monetary arithmetic, because now you have the low interest rate. And also, that means that when you open up, the nominal interest rate is going to jump to the international one. And if you have a lot of debt that is domestically placed, then you have to service that debt. So the liberalization, when you have a lot of debt, might have that problem. Okay, I'm going to skip that. The conclusions are that the capital controls can delay the day of reckoning of unsustainable policies, that you have a boom-bust cycle for consumption and a capital loss for consumers when you have a free trade. I think that the model might apply to Bretton Woods, but I'm not sure. And when you have the import controls, you can make this last a very long time. You're going to have inflation. You're going to have a shadow exchange rate that is growing. And when you liberalize everything, there are some challenges because the price level might jump if you don't do a fiscal reform, and because the service on the debt can become very expensive.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be back to Ditela, to this very nice workshop. So can you make it big? Okay. Control L.
On your key slides to be
Yeah, I can work with. Can we still la puedes igual pasar así? ¿Por qué está ahí? There you go. Okay, thank you. Now it's not. No, it's not moving. Okay. There's a, okay. So before I say any more words, given the topic, given my affiliation and where we are, this is only my views, has nothing to do with any policy recommendation. Please take this seriously unless you'll get me in trouble. So this is a very, very nice paper. It's a paper that deals with what are the type of consequences that you get from trying to delay a typical canonical Krugman type of speculative attack by running unsustainable fiscal and monetary policies. If you try to impose capital controls and on top of that, you add trade restrictions. Let me give you what I think are the three key messages that perhaps Andy couldn't stress at the end. Obviously, these are my views, no? But I would say three. First, perhaps not too surprisingly, given the work that Jeffrey Sachs did some time ago, you can only buy so much time if you only use capital controls, right? So he didn't get to show the plot, but it buys, according to their calibration, it buys you what, like 6 months, maybe a year, if you only use capital controls. This is not too novel again. It might be a lot of time for some policymakers or some politicians, for sure, but it doesn't give you much. The second policy implication or key message is that if you add on top of that trade restrictions, that is going to give you a lot of time, right? There's no free lunch because you're going to incur in massive cost via misallocation. So there's no free lunch. And this is what I like the most of the paper. I'm going to talk a lot more about that. In fact, I'm going to give you more evidence of that. You can give them a hard time because of the linearity assumptions that exaggerates the misallocation cost. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to fully endorse that. And I'm going to buy this even more after looking at more data. There's a third key takeaway that Andy mentioned at the very end. They still haven't done worked out the math of that, at least not in the version that I read, which is it's another type of unpleasant monetarist arithmetic, which is if you give policy recommendations such as remove trade and capital controls altogether, you're gonna incur in possibly massive losses, given that you have an economy that is depressed. It has a low domestic interest rate, and all of a sudden that interest rate is gonna jump. You're gonna have to service that debt. So there's an important implication there. If you need any motivation for these key takeaways, in particular the second one, this picture will do the trick, I guess. This is also courtesy of Andy. Since capital controls were put in place, normalizing that to 100 in, I believe, October 2011, GDP per capita has fallen by 15%. So my discussion is going to... The blue is GDP, and real GDP, and red is GDP per capita, real GDP per capita. So I'm going to frame my discussion through an observation and a couple of questions. The observation is going to be drawn from looking at data of capital controls, drawing from some of my early work. And what the observation says is that capital controls are quite ubiquitous. Andy talked about Argentina and Ethiopia, but it's much more than that. This is data that you cut it in many ways. It's going to show you that they're quite pervasive. This is data that why it's not pointing. Oh yeah, so these are indexes of capital controls through time, averaging across countries. And if anything, they've made a comeback, capital controls, especially capital controls on outflows, which is going to be my focus of attention here. If you cut it by income group, you have the Ethiopia's here, but you have also a bunch of middle income countries that also use capital controls on outflows, even some high income economies as well. So they're quite ubiquitous and quite pervasive. And it's not only on non-residents that you impose these capital controls on outflows. You impose them also on residents in the spirit of Andy's model. So the question that I want to start with is, why do countries resort so much to capital controls on outflows? Are all these instances where they resort to these controls instances where, through the lens of this model, they're all villains in the sense that you want to basically make some unsustainable policies last?
Are those export, you know what I mean?
If you mess around with the capital account, yes. Yes. But so Biden policy would not be that, because you're. Oh no, then it would show up. It would show up. Yes. It's actually some of these cases we've had to deal at the fund recently. Yeah, and it's not easy to handle this. Okay, so then. Yeah, many more than what you think. Okay, so I want to say a word on the literature, talk about the policy implications, get dirty with more data, and draw some lessons from theory. So that's the plan. So a couple of words on the literature. So one thing that is striking to me is that we've had many people doing very cool work over the past, say, 10, 15 years on theories that are quite sharp in telling us how we should use capital controls on inflows. But that stands in contrast with the poor theories that we have for capital controls on outflows, the very scant theories, right? This is one of the startling or puzzling facts from the literature. We need to go all the way back to perhaps Bartolini and Andreessen's AR 1997 that talks about bad policies. Ghosh et al. Talk about stigmas in using these policy tools. But even those papers are quite simplistic in terms of the theories behind. So which are these bad policies? Why are they bad policies? How do they impact the economy? And I think here the paper by Andy and co-authors it fills an important gap. It also fills a gap in my way of thinking about this, in connecting these theories with dual exchange rates, which modern theories do not account for. There's some recent work by Martin and Stephanie, but more thinking about dual exchange rate as a fiscal instrument. But here, these guys are connecting capital controls with this, and I think it's quite novel. So I wanted to highlight this. Policy. There are two policy takeaways, if you ask me. One is that capital controls on outflows alone won't do the trick. I think this is not really too controversial at all, right? And if you take a look at the manuals from policy institutions like the IMF's institutional view on capital management, management of capital flows, this is all over the place. So if you want to think about capital controls, this should be part of a broader policy package that deals structurally with the problems that these countries have. So this is not really new. What is new, and I want to stress this, is the trade policy angle. This is quite novel in the literature. You should keep a close eyes on what countries are doing in terms of trade policy, because they can reveal the true extent of how policies are unsustainable. The model that Andy showed at the end with import restrictions is quite puzzling, because you can have an economy that forever is unsustainable in a sense that you are generating massive misallocation, but you don't see reserves falling. You don't see the exchange rate changing. And so you might, if you don't look at trade policy, you might conclude that everything is going somewhat okay. Yes, it's true. You have an economy that is slowly getting more and more depressed, but that could be hard to pin down. So this warrants a close analysis and to take it seriously. And this is what I try to do, taking it as seriously as possible by looking at more data. So what I do here is I essentially take the most comprehensive data available on capital controls on outflows, which essentially covers all countries in the world for the past 70 years. And I look at the episodes where we see a strong tightening of these outflow controls. So you get a little over 1,000 observations. And from those 1,000 observations, I pick those that are the strongest from one year to the next. So I get 91 episodes over 63 countries since 1952, where controls on outflows have tightened quite a bit from one year to the next. And I want to understand what the data tells me from these episodes. What can we learn from these? And does it align with the theory that Andy and co-authors are arguing for? So essentially, what you have here is an index of these capital controls. 0 is very little restrictions. 1 is full restrictions on the capital account. So this big jump on this index is by construction. When I identify these episodes, the strong persistence is a result. So I'm going to ask what happens in the neighborhood of -5 to 5 years around these episodes. What do we learn from this? The first thing that I'm curious about is the trade angle, which I think is the most novel one. So what I do is I go and look at what happened to the trade tariffs of these in these episodes. From the 91 episodes, I have data on 61 of those episodes on trade tariffs. And to my surprise, you get a lot of action here. And that's only looking at the intensive margin. So countries are tightening quite a bit the import restrictions.
So this is conforming to that first book, some thoughtful, thoughtless.
Could be. Let me show you what comes next, and then we'll see if it gets really worse. Because so far. No. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is the intensive margin. But what I meant to say earlier is there's a lot more can be happening on the extensive margin that I'm not picking up here, for sure.
It doesn't jump with the same.
No, and take a look at this. Many more things are happening. And this is where I need to stop and say, maybe we need more elements in the theory. Because the other thing that happens is that if you pick up some of the indicators of financial crisis, and here I'm using Levena and Valencia, for which I have 65 episodes that match, these things flare up. So these are episodes that are characterized by financial crisis. Moreover, there's output collapses relative to mean growth by 2%. And there's massive current account reversals, right? So Alejo, you might be smelling here sudden stops. This is what is happening here. So this calls for more ingredients in a what could be called an expanded theory. The earlier graph told you that in these episodes,
the zero is when those things come on.
yes.
And now the next graph,
The next graph tells you that.
the zero line means the same thing.
Yes, exactly. On
So
those,
even after financial crisis.
yeah. Yeah. This is a response to a financial crisis. You keep trying to get me in trouble, Tom. So this calls for more ingredients. It calls, so drawing from some ongoing research that I'm having with Roberto Chang and Humberto Martinez. So we build a theory that has the same flavor in the sense that it has cost associated with these policies, distortion. But there might be also benefits because these capital controls might actually, if you have investors that are panicking and running away from your country because of the financial crisis, these might actually serve as a coordinating device. If they cannot coordinate into staying in this economy, but everyone is trying to run out the door at the same time, this might be a way to coordinate. So after all, they might not be so villains, at least not all the time. But you need more ingredients. You need not only opportunistic governments, as in the paper by Andy, but you could have benevolent governments that use them in times of crisis to coordinate investors. And you would want to have investors learning from the type of governance that they have in front of them. So what you get when you mix these elements, you get, as I mentioned, that capital controls might not be all villains, after all, but they need to be used with extreme caution. Why? Because the distortions induce, the distortions that they might induce might prevent countries from using them in every financial crisis. And this you have, and this work. But reputation becomes crucial in understanding the use of these. Moreover, what we show is that these tools, these capital controls on outflow, can actually be time inconsistent. So you don't need to resort to bad governments implementing these because they want to keep unsustainable policies alive. But you might have governments that in a true benevolent way tell investors to come into their countries, and then the next period, once capital has entered, they re-optimize, and it might be beneficial for them to impose these controls. So you don't need to resort to bad governments or bad policies. Can you click on this just to wrap up? So you need these elements. So you need these elements to discuss policy packages. And here I want to leave you with this quote by Stiglitz and Ostri bashing the IMF for not thinking about capital outflow controls more, and in particular in the program with Argentina. in any way am I endorsing this quote. The reason why I'm putting it up in the screen is because you need, if you're gonna challenge this quote, you need the type of ingredients in theories that we've been discussing. You need reputation building, and you need to think about these tools as possibly time inconsistent. Can you go back, please, the return? So this is my last slide, sorry. Just summing up, there you go. So summing up, this is a must read. It's a paper that fills at least 2 gaps in the literature. Why and how these capital controls might be bad policies, and they give rise to dual exchange rate. On the policy front, they explain why they might not do the trick alone, and certainly why they might not be orthogonal to trade policy. The data partially validates this. Countries do mess around a lot with trade policy and imports in particular, but the data is also calling for more elements to include in the theory, in particular, financial crisis and output collapses. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll have lunch now. The room is going to be locked, so you can leave your stuff here. Lunch is room address downstairs. You can follow us.
Okay, thank you very much. So the name of this project is Nonlinear Inflation Dynamics in Menu Cost Economics. This is showing work with Corina, Virgilio, and Callum. So yesterday at 11 p.m., Andy called me, could you present tomorrow, now, instead of the next day? And I say, of course, I can do it. But please, if there is something not clear during the presentation, please ask, okay? I didn't practice enough. So macroeconomics often involve menu cost as a micro foundation for price rigidity. In menu cost economies, firms are more likely to respond to large shocks than small shocks. Therefore, potentially, Phillips scores are non-linear. Nevertheless, since the original work of Kolosov and Lucas, most economists focuses in inflation dynamics following small monetary shocks. When you see recent events, there have been inflation surges across the world that suggest that we need to understand the response to large shocks. So our research question is, how important are nonlinearities in menu cost economies? And the idea is we want to answer this question in a model that is able to match micropricing behavior of firms. So this presentation is literally how we discover the answer. So how did we start? First, we parameterize an off-the-shelf menu cost model to match microprice behavior. And here we learn 3 shortcomings. And again, we didn't invent this model, we just took it. Number 1, when this model is able to match microprice behavior, it predicts large menu costs, impossible losses from misallocation due to price dispersion, and no commitment between inflation and the frequency of price change. And you are going to see part of this depends that we have strategic complementarities. So what are we going to do? We're going to take the standard model that is going to be a multi-product firm, and we're going to add 2 things. We're going to change preference and technology. First, we're going to add a strategic complementarity at firm, but not product level. So if I'm a firm and I'm selling a lot of products, I'm going to have a strategic complementarity with another firm. Second, we're going to have a low elasticity of substitution at the product level. What are going to be the implications of this modification? That the model implies less within firm misallocation coming from price dispersion within the firm. Therefore, as a result of an optimization problem of the firm, we're going to see that the firm is going to tolerate large price dispersion within the firm before price change. So we're able to match the size and the dispersion of price changes with a small menu cost and TSP loss. On the top of that, we're going to generate the commitment between inflation and the frequency of price change that we obtain from the data. After we match these facts, after we generate these properties, we're going to use the model as a laboratory to explore how important are nonlinearities following monetary shocks on output. What do we found is now in our model there is a strong response in the frequency of price adjustment, and this is something that Virgilio loves. You're going to see that we match the frequency and the courtesy of price changes, and nevertheless that the output response is going to be different. Yes, Martin.
So what type of firm do you have in mind? What type of firm do you have in mind? Like it looks like this is like a bakery where you have like I go buy a croissant and a coffee, and those are kind of like complements. Yes. And then there's like the expensive bakery and the cheap bakery, and those are competing maybe with each other.
The best example, we have two examples in our mind. Most probably there are counter examples. First, Apple. Apple.
Yeah.
And the second one, Starbucks.
But why like Apple seems like a bad example. Like I'm buying a computer and I'm buying, a Lenovo or an Apple, and I'm comparing those prices. I don't care if I go to the Lenovo shop or the Apple shop.
No, the key is there has to be certain complementarities between the Mac and the watch.
Yeah.
So a low elasticity substitution.
Right. No, I'm talking about the first one.
The first one.
The firms are competing. That the strategic complementarities are between the firms and not product by product.
Let me go to the model and then we can see an example. Please ask questions, okay? So let me give you the motivating facts. So here we're going to use UK micro price data that is used to construct the CPI index. So we're going to take January 98 until 2022. And we're going to use product level price quotes at individual outlet. We're going to have 71 6-digit COICOP. Think about beer, meat, so on and so forth. And this is what we're going to call a sector. We're going to focus on regular price change. We're going to exclude all sales. And the main reason, because as the theory predicts, sales that come back to the previous price do not affect inflation dynamics. And this is controversial. I see Fernando's face, but so, in your mind, yes. It's in a different mode. Yeah. So in the data, this is inflation. We're going to focus in regular price changes. Yes, please.
Well, large changes were different from small changes, but this is not what we, or it is what you're going to look at.
Give me 1 second and I'm going to, yes.
Okay, cool.
So here, this graph just shows that when we focus in CPI, taking out sales, we have the same behavior of inflation as in the data. Okay, remember previous results. So Clino and Christoph and Nakamura and Steinson, they do this decomposition of the extensive and intensive margin. Extensive is how much of inflation comes from frequency. Intensive, how much comes from the size of price change. They focus on aggregate inflation, and they conclude that the majority of inflation dynamics is given by intensive margin. Remember, aggregate inflation during the great moderation moves little. We're going to do the same, but at sectoral level. Why? Because we know that sectoral inflation moves much more than aggregate inflation. So here, inflation by definition is equal to the size of price change, condition of a price adjustment, times the frequency of price changes. What we're going to do is we're going to isolate the role of the intensive margin by keeping the frequency constant at the sectoral level. And we want to see how much these correlate with aggregate inflation. So let me explain this figure. Here in the x-axis, we have sectoral inflation, deviation with respect to the mean. 0 will be here, there is a month where the sectoral inflation in that level is equal to the average. Here we have the counterfactual sectoral inflation where we keep the frequency constant. And remember, this point will be the annualized inflation, suppose here 5. This will be the annualized monthly inflation of 5% above the mean. What do you see? When you go to -3 and +3%, the extensive margin has 0 role. Almost all inflation dynamics is explained by the intensive component. Why? Because it's on the 45-degree line. Nevertheless, when you go to levels of inflation at annualized level above 5%, you start seeing that the intensive component is lower. Is it clear, this picture? what this is saying? The stencing component of price adjustment is always important whenever you deviate from the mean for about 5%. Yes. Yeah. This will be like the average. Yes. So here you're going to have a distribution and here you have the mean. Is there any other question, please? Remember that this is going to be our metric of success that the model can generate non-linearities. We want to match this, okay? So notice, yes, please.
So from those points, how, if we think about the last 2 years that you have in December, which is the large inflation.
Yeah.
So there are all the points up to bigger than 5% here, or do you have like historically some sectors have large inflation?
No, this is sectoral because to compute this point, we put a time fixed effect. This is literally exploiting sectoral variation. Across a sector, yeah. Yes, please.
So there's a clear asymmetry, right, on above average inflation and below average inflation. Are you going to have some, you're going to, yes. So the extensive margin doesn't seem to matter.
No, what happened is we don't have data where inflation is below whatever, minus 10%.
Oh, so it's, yeah, the axes are,
yeah.
And you don't know from other sources if that's.
No.
But even in the 5, right? Even if you compare, there's still a bit of an asymmetry.
Let me say, we don't have data to make any claim here.
Okay.
It's just, I cannot say anything. I don't know. Most probably, we need to find a country that have or many sectors going down, something like this. Not in the UK, at least. Okay, notice this. So we have a fact that takes into account like sectoral inflation. The first step is going to take Golosov and Lucas and try to change preference and technology to replicate in our model some idea of that graph. For that is we're going to take Golosov and Lucas that, I don't know, I like that model. Why? Because you go from monetary policy to nominal wages and from nominal wages to inflation. Now we're going to do the same, but instead of monetary policy are going to be sectoral shocks. But it's going to be as tractable as Golosov and Lucas because the state of any firm is going to be the marginal cost in your sector, not the sector next to you or the aggregate market. Okay? So let me give you an overview of the model. We're going to have a continuum of ex-ante identical sectors subject to sectoral productivity shocks and idiosyncratic quality shocks. And remember, this is the off-the-shelf model that we try to take from the literature. The thing that we're adding is the sectoral decomposition, the sectoral part. There is going to be a strategic complementarity given that the firms are going to produce with decreasing rate of the scale, there is only labor, and we're going to have random menu costs to match the distribution of small and large price changes. And if you see this model is literally Golosov and Lucas with similar assumption over preference, and the whole idea of how we design the model is we want that the sufficient statistic for a firm is only the real marginal cost in your sector. Okay, these are preference. Data denotes the discount factor. We're using log utility, this is important. And also linearity over labor, was linear preference, this is also important. So this is the budget constraint. Here you have nominal expenditure. This is money. This is nominal savings. This is labor income, firm profit. This is the consumption previous period. So Virgilio hates money utility function. This trick is going to give you, at the end of the day, in the way we brought the budget constraint, that nominal wages are equal to money supply. This is similar to Golosov and Lucas, but it's just preference. Not this preference. What? Virgilio preference. He just cannot tolerate money utility function. For him, sí. For me, it's the same. Because when I learned Golosova and Lucas, I learned the published version, but he learned from the unpublished version. So, I don't know. Okay, this is nominal expenditure is equal to money supply. When you take the equilibrium condition, nominal wage is equal to nominal expenditure is equal to money supply. Here you can see that in Golosova and Lucas, money supply determines nominal wages, and this is how they use to study inflation dynamics. And here is when we're going to add all the sectoral heterogeneity. So we're going to have Kodaira's aggregator across sectors. So, and what this is going to do is the nominal expenditure in that sector is going to be equal to the nominal expenditure in the economy that is equal to the money supply. We're going to have a CS aggregator within a sector across firms where U is going to denote the quality shocks that is going to affect firm marginal cost and also firm demand. Sigma denote the elasticity substitution across firms. And we're going to have firm producing with labor with decreasing rate to scale. Here you have sectoral shocks, and here you have firm level shocks. So firm level shocks are going to follow a martingale. These are the innovations, and the volatility of the innovations are sigma u. Random menu costs are going to be stochastic. With priority 1 minus lambda, you're going to have a free price adjustment. This is what people call Calvo plus. And with other priority lambda, you're going to receive a random draw uniform between 0 and G bar. Remember that what we're trying to generate is when you see the data, there are a lot of small price changes, a small menu cost, and also large price changes, large menu cost. Okay. So the first problem is to maximize the present discounted value of revenue minus cost, minus the cost of pricing of change prices. And notice the following. Here, all these are going to be exogenous. Wages and discount factor, nominal discount factor. For that reason, when I go and define the, yes, please. No, S is a sector, and F, sorry about that. S is a sector, is an index for sector, and F is for firm. And for now, remember, we're not in the multi-product firms.
Oh,
every firm produces one product. And remember, first, again, we're presenting the same way we learn. We're going to start with the model that we started, and then how we modify that model to match something. So here, so the firm price gap is going to be like marginal cost. Here you have wages, sectoral productivity, firm level productivity, prices, and this is the sectoral price gap. The model was designed for this to be the state of the firm, okay? And here you can see, at the end of the day, the flow profits of the firm depend only on firm price gap and sector price gap. And this is sufficient statistic to take any decision. Now, notice the following. This model is going to have strategic complementarities across firms. Now, let me explain why. Notice here, here is the sectoral price gap. What is the intuition why you have a strategic complementarity? Assume that the aggregate price level, so the sectoral price level goes up. If the sectoral price level goes up, because the firm relative price is going down, firm is going to sell more. How much? Something that depends on sigma. Now, because we have decreasing relative to scale, and the firm is selling more, the marginal cost is going to be higher, and this is going to incentivize the firm to charge a higher price. And this is why we're going to generate strategic complementarities. This will be equivalent, or this will be similar to our Kimball aggregator. Okay, this is the firm state variable that is going to be his own price gap. This is the law of motion in sectoral cost, idiosyncratic cost, and nominal wages. If the firm adjusts, he's going to set up X star. If it doesn't adjust, he follows this rule. And the hazard rate of price adjustment is this constant plus something that depends on the value of adjusting. Larger the value of adjusting, larger the probability of adjusting. when you go and you construct, and this is important then to add the multi-sector, the multi-product firm level, sectoral production function depend on sectoral labor, sectoral productivity, and something that capture the dispersion in relative prices within that sector. Bigger the dispersion of relative prices, larger the misallocation of labor in that sector, therefore lower TFP. And please, if it is not clear, let me know. Okay. Okay, let me parameterize the model. So we're going to take a period 1 month, elasticity distribution equal to 6. I believe this is a little large. Eta 2/3, here we took for Ariel, discount factor standard, and both idiosyncratic firm level shocks and the distribution of menu costs we're going to use to match the frequency and the distribution of non-zero regular prices. As you can see, this model can match the distribution of relative prices really well. It can generate the big size of price changes and the big dispersion of price changes. So now let me tell you the result. Notice, the first result is almost 91% of price changes are going to be free. This says this model is close to Vicalvo, and how you can generate this and the frequency, you have really large menu costs. Remember, this is the support of the distribution of menu costs. What matters for us and what enters in feasibility is the menu cost conditional for price adjustment. When you do this calculation, you have that menu costs are almost 9% of total sales. This is a big number. It's not that we have an estimate that we totally believe, but we think 1% should be a reasonable number. Because of this Calvo ferry.
Most of the time you change prices because of the Calvo ferry, so you don't pay any cost.
Yeah.
But sometimes you do.
You do, and it's really large. Yeah.
And then, yeah. And then, but where do you get the frequency of the Calvo ferry?
So
that seems to be important.
No, this is we did SMM.
If I think about like accounting data, for instance, of a firm or something.
Tell me.
If I think about like the total amount spent in a year in this, it's going to be a very small number because a lot of the price changes are free, right?
No. Wait. This is.
That's the part I understand. Yeah.
No. This is literally the denominator is total sales in a month. The numerator is expected menu cost paid.
So then it's much larger when it happens. I see.
Yeah, yes. Conditional that pay. Again, I'm not going to say 43 because it's
the upper bound.
It's the upper bound, but it has to be something between 8 and 4.
I see.
Notice, it is not surprising. The firm is choosing between misallocation of prices and paying the menu cost. So if you have large menu costs, you also have large productivity losses due to price dispersion. Okay. So, yeah, please.
So is this, so you hardwired that random walk, that martingale? If you made that,
Mean reversion?
Yeah, we would change that number, right, or not?
Give me one
Just
second.
a question, I'm trying to think through why that number is so big.
It's over large. This is the thing.
Huge amount of misallocation you're living with.
Suppose that so here I did this with Isaac, so I didn't do it in this model with this data. Suppose that you add mean reversion, you will need to add a moment to capture, to discipline the mean reversion. The moment that calibrate that is the autocorrelation of price changes. Like you change the price today, you change the price tomorrow, if there is mean reversion, it should be negatively correlated. When you go to the data, that autocorrelation is small. So
No, I don't care about the data. I don't care about the data. I just want to see how the model works.
Yes, I don't have it here. My own guess, if I put autocorrelation, I will need to calibrate with a high level. Now, my own guess is it's going to decrease these numbers. Now, how much, I don't know. We need to solve it. Yes, please.
So I care about the data. So you said you do SMM, do you calibrate the
Yes.
variance of the quality shock and the menu cost simultaneously?
Yes.
So it could be that those things are not separately?
Not
So
necessarily.
maybe like the variance is appearing too small and then you're getting,
No. Here is when the martingale assumption is useful. It give me, if I match the size and the frequency, that give me the variance of the shocks. And then the distribution of menu cost is pinned down by the dispersion of prices.
okay, you did that in the other paper you said. So
No,
you know that,
in
okay.
this paper. But
It is.
let me tell you is the variance of shocks is perfectly identified by the size of the price changes times the frequency. Why? More variance, or you adjust by more, or you change the price more frequent. So it's perfectly identified. If I match this guy and this guy, I generate the variance of idiosyncratic shocks. Okay, let me give you the intuition of why we have this big misallocation and menu cost. Yes. F is the index for firms, H is the hazard rate. No, this is a bad. Sorry about this. Here we're using to denote the distribution of price changes. Forget about this. Give me 1 second. Let me explain this. Here, I'm plotting the distribution of price changes. And this is the data, but I put the model in the same. Here, I have the distribution of price gaps. And this is the hazard rate that we get from the model after we plug in the value functions into the hazard rate. And notice what do we see? In the data, we see big price changes, 40%. What this is implying is the hazard rate around here must be flat and needs to start going up around here. Why? Because if you see a 40% price change, 1 second before or 1 month before the price change, there should be a price gap of 40%. So the key idea when you see this big dispersion in price changes, this implies the need of a relative flat hazard rate. Is it clear?
The scale in the y-axis has one is it's just as the same, no? The scale should be in the same order of magnitude, right?
The scale.
The one is the one.
Yeah, most probably they are different. No. Yes. No, please, you should not. Never say sorry for it. Okay, notice here, literally we're estimating the model in the steady state. Now we want to add sectoral shocks. And of course, what we're going to start doing is adding sectoral shocks and doing Crusoe-Smith at sectoral level, okay? So we're going to put sectoral shocks to be a random walk. And the main reason we can always solve it because we have Cobb-Douglas everywhere. This is the variance of sectoral shocks. We're going to pick this to match the volatility of sectoral inflation, the average. We're going to do Crusoe-Smith because the model says that there should be nonlinearity. We assume a nonlinear rule. And again, there is a good forecasting in the Crusoe-Smith rule. So here I'm replicating the previous graph in the data and in the model. The red squares are going to be the data. The blue circles are going to be the model. As you can see, is the model that reproduces micropricing behavior cannot reproduce the extensive margin that we see in the data at high inflation rate. Why? Because you have really high menu cost. Okay? Both, because the frequency is the same. So if give me
basically I have a model that's kind of calm.
80% is calvo, yes.
And then when it's a cost, it's very large.
It's a really large cost.
And you ask the question, when there are shocks, will you really change?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have a band because of all distribution, but you need to have fees.
Pretty
Shocks,
the super, yeah.
you have it.
So now what we're going to do is to change preference and technology to be able to match this. And remember, the whole idea is you want the firm to absorb large price misallocation within the firm before a price change. Okay, this is what we learned from the standard model. Now let me tell you how we're going to modify. Here. So we're going to depart from Virgilio show market paper and Fair and Lippi multi-product firms. So let me remind me what is this model. So in both papers, they have 2 or n products. Here we're going to have a continuum of products. So now we're going to have a quality shock at product level in addition to a firm level shock. And now we're going to have a fixed cost that is fixed, 7. It's a number, it's not a random variable. And we're going to add 2 ingredients. First, we're going to add a specific factor we call managerial input that is mobile across products. So for a firm is fixed, let's say 1, but you can send across different products whenever you want. And we're going to add a low elasticity substitution between products of a given firm. Think about Cobb Douglas. So let me tell you how this modified preference and technology. This is the CES aggregator at firm level across products. Here you have the quality shock for products. This is so I denote the variety, the product, F the firm, and this is the sector. So this is the production function for each product, sectoral shock, firm level shock, product level shock, and this is the managerial factor that I said before, and this is labor. So forget about this. This is the constraint that we're going to have. Now the firm have a measure 1 of manager, and when the cost of a product is going up by a lot, you can go and send the troop of manager in such a way to decrease cost at the product level. If instead of taking this restriction, you go and you put this economy, the strategic complementarity collapse to the previous one. And we're going to continue with Gaussian shocks for product level shocks. Yes, yes. Yes, this is. Yes. Tell me. Yes, the key. I don't believe it's needed, but yeah. So this is going to be the product price gap. That the only difference now we have the product level shock. Now, notice this. Basically, the firm price gap is going to be this. Notice that here you are taking out each product level shock. And this is the firm production function when you aggregate across product. And notice this. Now this depends on the dispersion across price gap across products, but notice that eta has not affected. And the only thing that affects this is the elasticity substitution across products. If you go and you take managerial, here you will see an eta and then here an eta, okay? And these are going to be the losses from misallocation inside the firm. So this is the flow profit. Notice that now the state variables is going to be sectoral price gap, the average price gap within the firm, and then you are going to also have price duration, the time elapsed since the last adjustment. Why? Because larger is the time, larger is going to be the idiosyncratic shocks accumulated at product level. So this is going to be your state duration. Yes. All, yes, yes. There is no decision to change X amount of products. All. No, because remember there are firm level shocks, so that this is stochastic.
I see, but because of the load, when you change them,
You change it all to 7, yes.
And then after that, it starts to
Diffuse, the variance start going up.
knowing D,
Yes, because remember, we don't need to keep the distribution. We just need to take everything is normal. So when you go here, what is this is a moment generating function for normal. So you just need to keep track the variance of relative prices within the firm, and that is given by D. sorry. Here. So condition of price changes, the distribution of price change is going to be affected by the average price within the firm, and the dispersion is going to be how much product level shocks you accumulate. No, I have a lot of time, don't worry. So this slice, I took it from Minneapolis. Every time I go to Minneapolis, I'm so afraid of not finishing because, so that I always put like 10 slides. What? Yeah, but come on, I have figures. Yes, please.
So the data that you have on price on individual price changes. The data that you have on the individual price changes, you have them within firm?
No. Remember, we have CPI data, and we cannot see like the product firm identifier. I believe
an important test for the theory is that you have firms that have price changes all throughout the those tails. Because if in the data you were to find that there's a firm that is changing all of its prices and all of the prices are tiny, then the theory doesn't help.
No. I totally agree about that. We're still in model development. We didn't go to the data, but I believe for sure having data of firms, not consumer firms, prices, that is the best way to test the theory and see how much. And most probably it's not 0 and it's not 1. It's not like they have perfect coordination or no coordination. It has to be something in the middle. The best paper that I can think is the one of Christoph. So Christoph went to supermarket in Israel. I was going to say Israel. And what is in Spanish? Sorry about that. And basically, they compute this, how much correlated is the probability of you change one price, condition that you're changing another. And again, they got it's not 1, it's not 0, it's something in the middle. Most probably your model is saying 1. A standard model will say whatever, it's 0. And again, it will be the next step to generalize. I didn't know that. You should send me your paper, Julian. For which? This country, the most amazing country. Okay, we're going to assign the same parameter as before, and now we're going to add a low elasticity, basically Cobb-Douglas, with the across product and the same elasticity across firms. And also, again, we're taking a multi-product model. So we want to take the standard multi-product model with the same elasticity across products and across firms. And basically this model is rich enough that if the data perfectly identify your model, that is a big if, basically we can go and identify how much product you have at product level, how much shocks you have at product level or a firm level. And basically the main idea in this model, given an assumption of the not stochastic menu cost, if all the shocks are at firm level, we're going to have a single product model like Kolosova and Lucas. If you go to the other extreme where the firm level shocks are small, you are going to go to a Taylor model. And this is what Fernando did in previous work. This model is identified. I'm not going to explain here, but okay. Here in this column, we have the data. Here in this column, we have our model. Here we have the standard multi-product model. And notice our model showing the same kurtosis as the one with random menu cost. And basically, we are able to generate all the same moments. Okay, what are the estimated parameters that we have? These are product level shocks. These are firm level shocks. You need both shocks to match the data. And now conditional, the upper bound, sorry, this is the only menu cost that you have is 0.2, like 20% of sales. Now, after you go and you put the average frequency of price change, you have that the total menu cost paid by the firm is 2%. This will be this if you go to a standard multi-product model, that is like 25%. And price gap dispersion generates 2% of TSP losses. Again, I'm not going to say this is close to the data, but this is much more lower than the initial model that we depart. So, and now we're going to repeat the same exercise where we feed sectoral shocks. Yes. This? Yes.
No, sorry, the other line, 1.97. Okay, but
this.
So the whole idea is like, if you didn't have menu costs,
that will be zero.
Then that will be zero. So you compare the dispersion that happens
Yeah.
because of that. That's the type of number. That's the idea.
Yes, the implied productivity losses due to price dispersion. And this take into account both within firm dispersion and between firm dispersion. Yes? So let me tell you, there are 3 papers that try to get number for this. Again, it's always complicated. No, there is not the. So there is a paper of the log measure markups is. I'm not going to enter in that fitness, but they have 20% of productivity losses due to markup dispersion. We think this has to be a small part. I always remember Chari saying, "Look, Andres, of course, menu cost needs to generate a small price dispersion. I don't know how much, but I don't have a number to say, look, if I match this, I success." If you tell me how I would do it, is remember, the firm is optimizing between price dispersion and how many times paying the fixed cost. If I have an empirical estimate for this, the model implies a close relationship to this. So if I have data over this, I can do indirect inference with this guy.
I don't think there are imagine that you have data and cost, then you will do it out of the data and cost. And some people take whatever data they have from cost. That's why you are refraining to talk about it, because this data highly processed, whatever. But imagine you have like very nice data on cost, then you will use that, thinking that that will be the price dispersion, let's say with a constant markup.
Yeah.
Just hedging because it's data. I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so here the square red dot is the data, blue solid line is the model. Notice that this model can generate the kick of the frequency of price change whenever you have large sectoral shocks. And part of inflation dynamics will come from the extensive component of inflation. Yes. Yes, because we match a low trend inflation. There is some asymmetry because remember the profit function of the guys is like this. So when you have biggest spans, there starts to be asymmetry. But with the smallest spans, there is little asymmetry. This is the typical monopolistic competition profit. Okay, questions before I go to the end. I have 2 slides and I finish. Okay, now I design the model so we design the model to start thinking about the effect of monetary shocks. Now I want to see their effects, okay? So we're going to go and compute the input response in output gap to one time an anticipated monetary shock. This is like an MIT shock with no offense. And basically we're going to do a small and big monetary shocks. So what I'm going to show now is always output gap and inflation impact. In the paper, we have the complete profile of the input response, okay? So here in the x-axis, I have the money shock on impact. Here in the y-axis, I have the output gap. This red line is the one with single product that we use to match microprice statistics. And this blue line is our model. Notice that in our model, for small shocks, again, you don't see this in the graph, but these two lines are a little different. But when you start going with large shocks or more, we say much more of the money shock will go to inflation and less to output gap. And again, this is also like the fact that this is linear is the fact that we put the money shock between minus 50% and plus 50%. If you go to whatever, 200%, here it started to going down, okay? So remember the Phillips score is a relationship between output gap and inflation. So here we're changing the, yes.
Right place. You can see from,
yeah,
you can see that from this figure or even from the previous one. It's like right, 5 is the threshold, right? 5
Yes.
minus 5. What feature of the calibration is delivering that? Because you're not targeting that necessarily, or because
No,
of
I'm
the
not targeting
quotas?
that.
And what is it? What was driving it? What's driving it?
The size of the menu cost. Most probably, it's going to be a combination between the average size of price change and the dispersion, but mainly about the average size of price change.
How would you change it? Somewhere high, somewhere low.
Yeah.
So when you look at a statistic, it looks like there's a lot of, so in the first model, you just have everywhere it's kind of alike. And then let's say the extreme case will be just have 2 bands. That was But then in this other one, it's more like, you change every 4 months. But within the firm, then there's a variance accumulated of 4 months of shocks. So some will be very small, some will be very large. And before there was, in the previous model, there was kind of hard to get a lot of very small, a lot of very large. So I would just say that is part of the menu, part of
the size of the
thesis.
menu goals. Yeah.
But it's part of Virgilio's thesis. I mean, it's a taken to infinity, but
Yeah.
It's from Virgilius.
The model is changing how you map. Yes. What the model is changing how you read microprice statistics to the size of the menu cost. But literally, at the end of the day, is that statistic in the data plus the structure of the model. So and here basically remember the Phillips curve. So this is not the Phillips curve because in general you have here inflation and here the present discounted value of output gap. But here you have the impact. So as you can see, we have the non-linearity where at the beginning for a small money shock, mostly we go to output gap, but whenever you start going to a higher monetary shock, mostly going to go to inflation. So let me conclude. So basically with the part, thinking about this question, with the standard menu cost model with the strategic complementarity. And we learned that when we take the model serious and we take to the data, we have large menu cost, large misallocation, and a small action in the frequency whenever you have large shocks. So what we did is to set up changing preference and technology in such a way the firm find optimal to accumulate big product level shocks. And whenever she changes prices, she's going to have a big size and dispersion. So we have now less misallocation coming from market dispersion inside the firm. The model can reproduce well like microprice statistics with a small menu cost. And basically we have much more non-linearities in output gap. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Right. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. It's been a real pleasure. I'm gonna go on this one. Everyone goes there, so let me try to balance a bit. I am Ernesto Pastel from the Bank of Chile. It's been a pleasure, so I thank the organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper, and also to Andres, Corina, McCallum, and Virgilio for write it down. It's a beautiful paper. Something great about it is that it's very insightful. It's a paper that moves definitely one step forward in this literature of menu cost. And it's written in a way that is exactly the way that it seems to me that is exactly the way that they thought about the problem, which make it very nice and very interesting to see how these four guys get together and think about a paper. So let me start. So if I have to give you the one-liner of the paper, this will be the multi-product menu cost model boils down to the Golosov and Lucas. Golosov and Lucas is a relatively early model of menu cost that basically has single product and tells you that menu costs almost generate no monetary neutrality. So what does that imply? That comes from the monetary neutrality slim in this model because it is strong selection. Since firms have to pay a menu cost to change prices, they all those price changes that are going to be triggered by a monetary policy shocks are going to be those worthwhile to pay for the menu cost, which therefore they're going to be relatively large price changes at the micro level. That means a lot of price flexibility at the aggregate level. Therefore, monetary neutrality in these models are slim. The second thing that's going to happen is that frequency should correlate. There is not much about that in that paper, but frequency should correlate with inflation. Why? Because the model at the micro level is basically a nonlinear model. Therefore, the Phillips curve should be highly nonlinear. So what this paper is adding, so wait a second. We thought from Virgilius' Jomake paper that we have to think out of the box of Golosov and Lucas. Why? Because Golosov and Lucas doesn't match micro prices. And this is why actually we go to Calvo Plus, which is basically a menu cost model coupled with free opportunities to change prices a la Calvo. Well, the authors don't like the Calvo Plus model, and next slide I'm going to tell you why. Second, their model is better than the Calvo Plus in several dimensions that they document. And third, it matches price microdata as well as Calvo Plus, yet the aggregate predictions about monetary neutrality are as in Golosov and Lucas. So what I'm going to do for you now, I'm going to walk you through the paper once again, although Andres did a fantastic job and spoke much slower than I do. And then I'm going to give you some few comments at the very end. So why the authors don't like Golosov and Lucas? And it's basically for, why they don't like Calvo Plus. Golosov and Lucas predicts a bimodal distribution of price changes. Why? Because the only reason why prices can change is because they gotta pay the menu cost. And I already told you that a price change has to be large enough in order to make it worthwhile to pay the menu cost. So that model predicts that price changes are gonna be large. There are gonna be no small price changes, and the distribution of price changes is gonna look bimodal, either very large or very small, or very positive large price changes or very negative large price changes. In the data, the distribution of price changes is rather a bell-shaped. So the standard Calvo Plus model, what it does is augment the Golosov and Lucas with some Calvoness, some Poisson probability of getting free opportunities to change prices, and that in principle should account for small price changes in the data, and the large price changes should be due to the menu cost, and we should be all fine. However, the authors document that actually for the Calvo Plus model to match the distribution of price changes in the data, there has to be too much Calvoness in it. About 80% of all price changes in the model, predicted by the model, are due to Calvo, not to menu cost. So this means since the data give you some benchmark, give you some target moment, which is the frequency of price changes, is a lot of price changes come from the Calvoness, then very few of them have to come for the menu cost. What is the way that the model can generate that? With very large menu cost. So it requires too large menu costs in the sense that firms are going to make too large losses to believe that it is true. Related to that, it predicts too much misallocation. From my point of view, that comes from the Calvoness. From the Calvo, we know that as the probability of change price changes is Poisson, then it generates too large price spells in a way that some firms can make too large losses, and that implies that prices are going to deviate too much from the desired price, and that means too much price dispersion, therefore a lot of misallocation. And also, this model is not going to be able to reproduce the empirical correlation between frequency and inflation. Why? Because it's basically a Calvo model. So it's a log linear model. It's not going to give much non-linearity on the extremes, as Andres showed with this beautiful scatter plot. So they propose an alternative multi-product menu cost model. What this model is going to be? Firms have infinite goods, then they're going to pay the menu cost once, and then going to change all their prices at the same time. So the menu cost is going to be defined at the firm level, not at the product level. This allows just much small price changes in the data without the Calvoness. Thank you. Why? Because if you pay the menu cost once, suppose that you have this one good where your price is very much deviated from where you want to be, that allows you to pay for the menu cost, and then you're going to change all your prices at the same time. So you're also going to change those prices that the price gap is going to be relatively small. So that's going to generate a lot of small price changes without the need of this Calvoness patching the menu cost model. As both models target the same moments, menu cost now have to be much smaller. Why? Because they need to reproduce the frequency of price changes that we observe in the data. Now there is no Calvoness, so menu cost has to do the whole business. So what they do, they add a fixed input at the firm level, and also which is free movable across goods within the firm, which they interpret as some managerial skills at the firm level. And so now, mechanically, firms are going to have 1 degree of freedom that they can reallocate across sectors in a way to decrease the profit losses coming from the price friction. So that's going to allow the model to get closer to what to fix one of the features that they find. And also, they add, since there is no Calvoness, now there are not these very long price spells. There is not this super large deviation of prices relative to the optimal reset price. Therefore, price dispersion is going to be much smaller. And another ingredient that helps about that is the impressive stability across firms, across goods within firms. So right now, with less susceptibility, a given price dispersion means less misallocation. So that's also going to help on that dimension. So why this model boils down to Golodson van Lucas? Like in Fernando's work, the key object here is not the price gap for each good, it's the price gap for the whole firm, which here has an infinite number of goods. So the distribution of price changes is going to look very much bell-shaped because the model has this multi-product feature that allows to match large price changes and small price changes at the same time. And but the distribution of the aggregation of prices at the firm level is going to look very much by model. So this is closely related to something that Fernando said during the presentation. My way of seeing it is basically the Gabès granular story. So there are infinite goods within firms. All small price changes can be positive or negative. They're going to cancel out each other, except for those price changes that are going to be very large, which are very few. Therefore, the distribution of price changes predicted by the model is going to look very much by model, very much like in Golodson van Lucas. Therefore, they're going to be strong selection. Therefore, monetary neutrality is going to be slim.
So then there's not going to be here. There's not going to be the law of large numbers at the firm level, which is something that
it's going to be the low large number at the firm level is going to work for the small price changes, but not for the very big ones.
No, yeah. Okay.
So in Calvo Plus, most price changes are due to Calvo. As I said, the frequency does not respond much to the shocks, and the inflation output trade-off is very much kind of linear because that is a good approximation for that model. Here, the size of shocks is going to matter a big deal. They're going to be a flat Phillips curve for low inflation, but very steep for high inflation or high deflation. Thank you. Why? Because they're going to be strong state dependency, because the menu cost is the non-linearity coming from the menu cost is the one that justify all price changes in the model. So comment, one comment is that I didn't get in the version of the paper that I saw, why the plain vanilla menu cost model, whether that generate or not the same macro implication regarding the nonlinearity. I do know that the multi-product model standard doesn't give you the very small losses coming from the price friction and the kind of mitigated misallocation due to the action at the firm level. But about the macro implication, I don't know how different going to be relative to the ones that we see in the full model. The model has decreasing return to scale. If assuming constant, Calvo Plus is less bad on French profit. This is something that they show, at least in the version that I saw. So it seems that there are some ingredients in the model that are very important for the predictions. And so far, I don't see why they need to assume this decrease in return to scale they need a way to validate that. So this is something coming later too. In the full model, that's better than reducing firm losses, but as Andres was very transparent, it still is not getting there. It's not getting to something that is going to be valuable for anyone working in this type of literature. And my main comment is that the key ingredients of the model are not going to be empirically validated, in the sense that, for instance, the model assumes that the menu cost is at the firm level, therefore they're going to be, the model predicts perfect synchronization of price changes at the firm level. We know from some work that this is not true. This model is supposed to be meant for supermarket, retailers, all of that. Thinking about a large number, maybe not infinite, but a large number of goods is a sensible assumption. In the US, the average number of goods that are given outlet price at the same time is about 38,000 goods. So that is not true, as in Michigan's market paper. It's not infinite, but I buy much more the part that is close to infinite. But still, even in those stores, the price changes are not perfectly synchronized within firms. And the same thing is going to happen for the paper doesn't provide any evidence nor leverage on some other papers, either in decreased return to scale, fixed factors, lower suitability among goods within firms. There is something that to me is a little bit difficult to buy. It's difficult to buy to me that thinking of a supermarket, that there's going to be lower suitability between two different types of brands of milk, or even between milk and coffee, than between milk and medical services, or between milk and tires. It's a little bit, so there could be some sort of evidence coming from that. And for instance, Fernando has a very beautiful empirical paper. I have a similar paper too, that basically exploit the cross-sectional dispersion in the responsiveness of prices to identify shocks, and then relate that to some observables to use this cross-sectional richness to learn about what are the observables that are going to be more related or less related to the responsiveness of prices to well-identified monetary policy shocks. That is one, to be honest, it's a little bit difficult. Thank you. It's a little bit difficult to me to think about decreasing return to scale or some other stuff, but synchronization, number of products, there are so many dimensions that are observable that probably you could use to try to provide some validation to the model. The last thing I want to say that, in spite of these comments, I think that in the paper there is much to celebrate. And the main reason for that is that this is my feeling, I work in menu cost, and my feeling is that we've been stuck for too long thinking about the impulse response function of prices to a monetary policy shock. This model this paper is taking us one step further, and is try to make us think about the aggregate dynamics that this type of models imply, and then different variations of the model, whether in some of them are going to get some nonlinearity that are very important for current policy discussions, given the surge of inflation in the US and across the world. So thank you very much.
We need to use the microphone because of the Zoom. We have some complaints from the Zoom audience
Hi. It's your fault, Fernando, Saki, Tom, Juanpa. So there were many comments. Let me be honest about this. We do not provide empirical evidence of the lower substitution across products or even about perfect synchronization. We have some idea how to do it, but most probably it's going to be the next project. Now, let's separate like this problem in 2 dimensions. The first dimension is about multi-product and product level shocks, elasticity of substitution. For me, and this is an idea, it's not like we were looking, it's just you know, when you are walking and you stumble. What I think, and also like this paper is beautiful, I don't know how to say it, is that we were able to add strategic complementarities in sticky price models and things do not blow up. In the following sense, how strategic complementarities in the way we added decreasing relative to scale with this fixed factor now does not generate. Suppose that I go to a standard one product level, one product firm. You start adding strategic complementarities and everything blows up. And let me translate blow up in English. Menu costs start to becoming really large. Misallocation is really large. Of course, you have more flatter Philly core and less non-linearities. We were able to take a model. So people in trade use strategic complementarities. People in IO use strategic complementarities. People in the central bank, and by the way, I'm in the central bank, we also use strategic complementarities without blowing up misallocation, the size of the menu cost, and like non-linearities. And again, this was more an accident. It's not something that we were thinking how to add strategic complementarities without like increasing misallocation, but I don't know, I think it's a nice result. I don't want to show evidence about strategic complementarities. Given that everybody uses it to match macro and micro data, I want to tell you how to put it in a model. And yes, that. Boss. Perfect. Thank you for including the paper into the program. It's amazing to come back here. And I have one, so Callum was in the IMF when it was the Macri program. So he was the person that come here to talk with the union representatives. So there is many Argentinians in this paper.
Which one? I'm not understanding the thing. No te olvides que sí.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
So thank you very much for putting me here. So I wanted this paper to be part of my thesis. I was never brave enough to show the idea to Tom. So only now I'll figure out what he thinks in a bit. The paper is actually motivated by my personal story growing up in Peru. As a teenager, I had to participate in family business. And this is near year 1998, where we had the Russian crisis. So a lot of banks in Peru suffered a withdrawal of dollars from abroad.
So lines of credits to companies were cut back. And I remember at the time, it was one of my first experiences as an adult, that the company was going bankrupt. And the main problem was that this company was not being paid by its clients, and it couldn't pay its providers. One of the clients was the Peruvian government, and it had bought products from the company. It was not paying in time, and everything was delayed. And the workers would come to the company, they would just sit for a bit, and then they would be laid off slowly. And so it seemed that there was some notion of a sequence of payments that was delayed. And then, with time, I've searched into very classic literature. Irving Fisher, for example, talks about a similar phenomenon, and you may read something of this flavor in Paul Krugman's famous babysitting cop example. So what I want to do in this paper is try to formalize mathematically the idea of payment chain crisis, the idea that there may be delays in payments, this notion that firms may be waiting to be paid in order to pay, and as a result, economic activity slow down. Notice that this is not a feature that is present in macro finance models, because in macro finance models, if you're a firm that is constrained, you're constrained and you forego an investment opportunity, or you don't hire a worker. There is a little bit of a precedent in a beautiful paper by Kiyotaki and Moore called Credit Chains. But what I want to do is, take that idea, generalize it a little bit, and put it in a macro model. And the connection with reality and financial crisis is that many financial crises in Latin America show up in declines in factor utilization and TFP, not necessarily the labor wedge. And that's puzzling. That's very hard to generate, as many models have shown. And these models are going to generate declines in measured TFP that are associated with these slowdown in payments. Okay. Now the theory is going to be extremely stylized, much more stylized than what I would have wanted, but that just reflects my inability to sort certain technical details of the environment. I would love to generalize it in different ways. Okay, so I'm going to present the model in the following way. I'm going to present an autonomous block of production where I'm going to be explicit about the set of transactions, and the set of transactions in this economy is going to play a key role, and it's going to determine production. And then I'm going to take that block and embed it into a dynamic model with consumer saving and borrowing and dynamics. And this particular block, this payment chain block, you can take it as a model or a feature to other models and other environments. Well, I'm going to present it in two layers. So the payment chain block is where production is going to be carried out. And the way production takes place in this model is by having agents placing production orders. So I'm going to go to Juanpa and say, Juanpa, I want to hire you. I want you to produce something for me. And different from other models, I can pay Juanpa in two ways, or contract with Juanpa in two ways. So one way I can pay Juanpa is coming up with funds and paying him immediately for the goods. How do I obtain funds in that case? Well, I may be either wealthy and have cash, or may have a credit card, or I will also consider Juanpa's own credit to me if he wants to produce immediately for me as part of credit. And that's an immediate, I will consider Juanpa's straight credit as an immediate payment, as a spot payment. I'm paying you with the credit that you yourself are giving me. But there are other transactions which are called chain transactions, in which I will tell Juanpa, you know what, I'll pay you, but I'll pay you when I'm paid. And so you won't deliver the goods. It'll be an order that I place to you, but it will be an unfulfilled order until I am paid. So the notion of chain payments is the notion of unfulfilled orders.
But, so the good check for an IOU. So they give you the good and you give an IOU and then you give the cash, or the good is contingent on you getting the cash?
Since I'm only at the introduction, may I delay the question so that until
Sure.
I show the environment? Yeah. Okay, so then a key feature of the environment is that the ratio of chained orders, mu, to total orders of production is going to play a key role, and it will determine TFP. Okay. I will show you that this ratio, mu, will determine what I call the payment chains in the economy. So in every period, there will be an entire distribution of payment chains, a sequence, a collection of sequences where, I pay Juanpa, I promise to pay Juanpa, and Juanpa doesn't have funds, and he promises Tom to pay him later, and so forth. And these chains will be created randomly in the period. And that will determine TFP in production. Okay. Yeah. So a key feature in the environment is the longer the chains, lower TFP, and there's longer delays. And then I'm going to take this feature of production, this special form of production, and embed it in the closest way as possible to a dynamic RBC model. But where the key feature is how people decide to pay will matter. And so the expenditure choice will matter, unlike a standard model. There's a payment network, payment chain network every period. And I will study how debt dynamics, the dynamics of savings, will determine the choice of how people decide to pay. That will determine the payment chain network, and that will determine production. So that's how things will work. And I'll take the environment, and there I will showcase that the environment features an externality. The form of the externality is that people won't internalize that when they make a choice of making a chain payment, they internalize that there's a cost in private, but they don't internalize the delay on the second guy and the third guy because the prices don't adjust correctly. And that's an assumption that I'll make, and I'll tell you where it enters. And I'll show you that there's some novel positive implications and some novel normative implications. Novel in the sense that I hadn't seen them before in the literature. Okay, so let me just say that I'm trying to connect with the literature on financial crisis, on trade credit, on endogenous network formation, and on aggregate demand externalities, because we have this lack of internalization of how your payment choice affects other people's output and TFP. Okay. So the way I'm going to structure the presentation is give you the general environment first. So I'm going to give you the details of the general environment. After that, I'm going to zoom into the payment chain network production. I'm going to be explicit about what is traded. And then I'm going to talk about the business cycle. One of the things I'll do within my presentation that you will find in other presentations is that I'm going to be explicit about tracking the flows of payments. We never do that in macro models because not in the sequence of payments. We track income, but I'm going to give you the geometry of how $1 flows, which never emerges in macro. Okay, so timing is as follows. So there's going to be a discrete infinite horizon number of periods, and then production is going to be carried out within each discrete period. So there's going to be a continuum, like a continuous time within the discrete time. Why do I need continuous time? Because within that continuous time period, that's where all these little transactions take place. At the end of those, that continuous interval, we all go home with our goods, we all consume what we want, and we the next day decide how much debt to take and how to pay for things. Okay, and because the model needs some form of financial frictions, I need at least two agents. So I have two agents, and one has a financial constraint. So how is production going to take place in this model? It's not going to happen in a centralized market where I produce things and I go to a single market. Rather, what I need to specify is a bilateral assignment of who buys from who. So who produces for who, or otherwise, who buys from who. So there's going to be a bilateral assignment of production units and expenditure choices. Okay, so what's going to happen is I'm going to anticipate things. I'm going to decide to spend, because I know how many goods I'm going to buy, say $100. I know goods are going to be in fixed price, and the price for each good is going to be the same, or sorry, the price per transaction, this is important, not the price per each good. The price per transaction is going to be for the same amount. So I'm going to go and contract with Juanpa and say, I'm going to pay you, Juanpa, $1 for this contract, and contract with you, Tom, for $1. So overall, I'll have $100 of expenditures, meaning that I'm placing 100 orders of production. So the bilateral assignment is I take that number, 100 of expenditures, divided by the price, gives me 100 transactions. And I'm going to bilaterally assign those transactions, those purchase decisions, to the guy that's going to produce them for me. I'll be clear again. I'm going to come back again to this once I tell you this is the total choice of expenditures. Let's divide this by the price, and let's define the number, the finite number of transactions, the integer number of transactions. And once I know the integer number of transactions and I know the integer number of production units, I'm going to bilaterally assign them. But this should be clear in a okay. So expenditure decisions. So people are going to come and say, okay, I'm going to be able or desire to make some amount of spot expenditures, which I'm going to denote by ES. So that's my total number of spot expenditures that I can pay for immediately. Because the price is fixed, I'm going to fix the price per unit of transaction to a fixed number. Then that maps one-to-one into a number of transactions that I'm carrying out. How do I finance those spot transactions? I need to have funds. Other transactions, I can say, well, I don't have funds. I can decide a total amount of those expenditures that I make with funds that I will obtain by selling something to somebody else. So those are my total chain transactions or expenditures. And the number of these are just N. Okay. What's key is that to make a chained expenditure, I need to have made or received an order to produce something. And I will pay when I am paid for that specific transaction.
So just to clarify, so you don't have what people think about as trade credit, which is I'll pay you later, but in a fixed time, no matter what happens. You don't have this possibility, because I thought you did from the intro.
What I can say, I have something of that flavor. What I can say is, say, Hugo, you know, we're colleagues at UCLA. We're in Argentina. Please, sell something to me. I'll pay you tomorrow, and that counts as a spot transaction because Hugo is giving me credit. I don't have the funds, but Hugo's providing me credit. But I can tell you, Andres, look, I want to buy something from you, and what has that other flavor is you say yes, but I'm going to sell to you only when you come up with the funds. But we maintain the relationship. You're not going anywhere. You're stuck with me in this relationship, and you'll give me the good, or you'll produce something for me only when I show up with the funds.
Like a future contract.
It's like a future contract. I place an order that you don't deliver to me until I pay, or you don't finish it until you settle at the end, or within the continuum period. The goal is the ultimate goal is to map expenditures, or the expenditure ratio, this mu, to TFP. Yes.
It's not a futures contract because it's contingent on you being paid.
So when I meet you, it's at the beginning of the time interval. I say, Juanpa, I'm going to pay you when.
Yeah.
That's the sense in which it's future, because I'm going to come.
Yeah,
but we don't know when I'll come with the funds, but
you may not.
But
you may not.
Here
come
you
with the
always will. But you may come later or later, and that's worse because we're running out of time for production.
And sorry, and what's the benefit of the chain transaction?
The benefit of the chain transaction is that I may be in the period and I don't have funds. So suppose you have an INARA condition, that's the only opportunity, the only thing you got.
But you're not getting the good, no?
You're getting the good. You're going to get something because you're also producing something for somebody else.
Mhm.
So, you know,
You're ensuring your supply.
you're buying
future
goods,
use, or-
you're buying goods that you would have otherwise not been able to buy because you didn't have the funds.
You can wait when you get the funds and pay spot.
When you get, as soon as you get the funds, you know, you will release the funds and the, you know.
No, I
the-
understand, but instead of, what's the advantage of having this
There's a
previous
delay of time.
contract?
There's a delay of time. If you come later, if you know, I need time to get the money for my production.
No,
and
I
pay.
understand, but
the-
instead of, let's say at time zero,
Yeah.
I say to Fernando, I'm going to purchase from you when
Yes.
I get the money, right?
Yeah.
And then at date delta, I get the money.
Yes.
Now, instead of having made that promise to Fernando at date zero, at date delta, when I get the money, I can just purchase spot.
You could do that, and it's equivalent to making a chain payment. The key is that if you pay a delta, time has elapsed. And so some amount of time was wasted and production couldn't take place and you get a worse product. But it's equivalent to what your transaction is equivalent to doing the chain.
Do you have notation for this?
For what?
For all these things that you're
Yes,
talking?
it's coming.
Let's go for it.
Yes, okay.
May I ask something very quick before?
Yes.
Are there inventories?
No.
Because inventories may help on
Yes.
this delta, no?
Yes, but there are no inventories. There are no inventories. I'm gonna release the notation after I show you the picture. But let me start the other way around. Okay. So they're gonna be n divisible labor units. Okay, so n pampas. Each pampa has an entire unit interval of time to produce. He doesn't have to start producing from time zero. So when he receives the payment will matter for how much time he devotes to production. There's n of those pampas. So I'm gonna think of labor as a numeraire, and the price per pampa, the amount of payment is just one, you know, payment to pampa. The total expenditure in equilibrium has to add up to the total endowment of labor, which I normalize to 1. Now, there's a total amount of expenditures that is the sum of spot expenditures and chained expenditures. So given the amount of total expenditures, I can count the transactions. So if I use this floor function, I can tell you, because the price is normalized to 1, if there's say, 0.5, units of spot expenditures, and I count the integer number of pampas, it would be 100, then that gives me 50 transactions, 50 hirings of pampas that were paid immediately, and the other 50 were paid with a delay. So the ones that were paid with a delay, will receive funds later. Why does that matter? That will matter because once I go from expenditures to labor units, to import units, I can create a one-to-one map from each chained expenditure to the source of income that funds that chained expenditure. So what you're seeing in this picture is just I'm enumerating labor units, and I'm enumerating expenditure units. And what you see in this picture is that there's green dots in which a labor unit is associated with an expenditure unit. So what that means is that, say, for example, income unit 2, which I'm denoting by W2, so think of it as worker 2, will be the source of funds for expenditure unit 2. Other expenditures are unrelated to the income source. And so that's why you don't see a link. But the first link is that income expenditure relation. The second relationship that you have in this economy is that you have a link of who's buying from who. So that's the production of time. So in this example, say expenditure unit 6 at the bottom right is buying from 2. So 6 will pay number 2. And in this example, if you follow the purple line, then expenditure in unit 2 will buy from 3. If you combine the income expenditure relation with the production relation, you can track funds. So you can see that in this picture, there's 3 original sources of funds corresponding to 3 spot transactions. Transaction 7, transaction 3, and transaction 1 start a sequence of payments. So track 1, for example. So payment 1 pays 5. That's a source of income for 5, and then it goes to 7, and then 7 goes to 4, and that's the end of a chain. If you collapse expenditures and income, then what you find here in this picture is that there's 3 chains of transactions. So from 7, you go to 4, 4 to 6, 6 to 2, and then it ends at 3. So there's a chain where 3 or 4 payments are carried out in sequence. And there's 2 others that are immediate payments. Okay. So all of this is to say that each labor unit can be indexed by a number. You can find an index, and each expenditure unit is associated with a number. And if you can enumerate them, you can link them through bilateral relations. If you define an expenditure and an income relation, and then you can construct a network of payments, and you can define it for me. And this is done in the paper. So here's the first result. So give me the ratio of chained expenditures, mu. Then because the network is formed randomly, so the income expenditure relation is entirely random, I can tell you what is the distribution for any mu of payment chains. Random means that if I enumerate things and I say this is labor unit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I enumerate expenditure units, it's a random assignment with equal probability with each other node. So here's the first result. The first result is give me mu. Tell me what is the ratio of chained expenditures to total expenditures, mu. I can tell you that there's an entire distribution of chains for a network as you take n to infinity. So I'm taking n to infinity. The distribution of payment chains is geometrically distributed. So you have take mu of 1/2. If you take mu of 1/2, if you take mu of 1/2.
I'm getting lost. So here, so there are no prices here. So this is just an equilibrium here is what? And who's deciding what?
So far, the only thing I said is the price is fixed to a numerator of 1. I haven't spoken about equilibrium yet. I'm just tracking funds, where the money goes. Okay. And what I'm trying to say is, give me the ratio that is chained, whatever it is, however it's decided, fix the price. I can, with a random assignment, I can guarantee that if you take n to infinity, the distribution is geometric. The distribution of payment chain size is geometric. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I also don't understand the environment. Like, can I think of this as like the restrictions on consumption sets or technology, or like Townsend has a turnpike model and I understand exactly what he means. I can consume from you and I can't consume from that guy. Is that what this is or what? I just don't understand.
It's very much related to the turnpike model in that there's a 1-to-1 assignment for one guy that is producing that will be related to me, and there's going to be one transaction between you and I, and then you, Ivan, between the other agent in the economy. So it's very much like the turnpike.
So it's a feasibility consumption set, or kind of, I like to think, you haven't told us equilibrium, so it's like even a planner would be subject to, I can scratch your back and you can scratch Fernando's, but I can't scratch Hugo's.
So far, the only thing I've said is I need this. I need this to get to where you want, which is I need to tell you there's going to be a total amount of expenditures that have to add up to the amount of endowment of labor that we have times the numeraire. That's all I've said. And then what I want to do is divide the set of transactions into and enumerate them and randomly associate them. And the next thing I want to do is just track, how the funds flow in this economy. And what I've done so far is just tell you what is the distribution of distances of how these funds flow. And I'm doing this because now is where production is going to come in. And I'm going to tell you how much is produced in each point in that sequence of payments. Yes. 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 So all we have is a geometric distribution of, there's a chain of length 10, another one of length 3, and it moves with mu.
I wasn't getting that part. Like, you see, I immediately started with this. There's a notion of time. I didn't get what Fernando was asking. Like, there's a notion of time in the way that you describe it. Like, there's a chain, and it takes some time. Like, I contract in the future, but then there's kind of like a network. It's like,
so I'm
static.
I'm going there.
Okay.
All I wanted to do is, without telling you time, when the funds are transferred, just tell you where the money is flowing and what's the distribution of those lengths. That's all. Now I'm getting there.
But it changes, it's an oriented graph, so it has
Yes.
a sense. So if we want to expose, we could say this is a meaning.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
And that's what we are doing.
Yes. Yes. And I'm counting the distribution of those chains. And there's a formalism for all of this. But here's production. So production is going to be carried out within that continuous period that happens within the integer days. And production can be carried out only when the customer comes and says, I have these funds. Only when he has proof of funds. If you're making spot payments, you have the funds. So the production can start immediately. Okay. But if you are a chain transaction, you don't know when you're going to be paid. In particular, agents, depending on whether they have spot funds or a chain transaction, will get payments at different points in time. On the production can only start when the customer shows the funds. When the customer shows the funds is a random variable tau within 0 and 1 that depends on where you are on the network. The reason being that there's delays on the network. So why does this matter? It matters because, say, if the customer shows funds at time 1/2, production cannot start before that time, so it'll only have 1/2 amount of its time endowment to produce. So the later the funds come in, the lower the production. Okay? So that's one feature. There are micro foundations for why these things happen, but let's take it mechanically as saying if payments are done at time 1/2, I have only 1/2 of the time to produce. The second thing is that once the production starts, so once the customer shows that it has funds, production starts, but he doesn't release the funds immediately to the producer. He has to see a little bit of the production. And the reason why you need a little bit of a delay is because if there was no delays in when the funds are released, then the first guy would pay the second guy immediately, and the second guy would pay the third guy immediately, and everything would kickstart at tau 0. But here, production is being delayed because funds are coming late, and then after the funds come, I cannot use them until my customer has inspected my product, and that creates a further delay. And there are no defaults, so you always have to pay wherever you committed at time 0, which was the size of the transaction. Yes, Andy, you have a question.
Yeah, so it's like having a technology for how much time does it take for the payment to go from A to B, something like that.
Yes. So you have this table in particular. Exactly. Exactly. So exactly. Everything will work geometric as Fernando's anticipated. So this example will help. So consider a sequence in the chain where you have one spot guy. The first guy is always a spot transaction, a spot payment. And then there's n sequence of chain payments. Let's go through this table really quickly. The first guy is, let's call it position 0. So he's going to the producer at that point in the chain, he's going to be paid or shown the funds immediately. So he has an entire interval of time of 1 to produce. So the entire production will be 1. The client making the spot payment will inspect the product in the fraction 1 minus delta, leaving only delta amount of time by the time that the guy that produced the first unit can make the second, the second payment. So he comes at delta, and now he has to inspect the product for the amount 1 minus delta of the delta amount that was left. And so the second amount of time left, in the third transaction is delta squared, and so forth. And so now you have this geometric distribution or geometric production, where the first unit had the full amount of time, which is 1. The second guy had delta, the third guy delta squared, delta cubed, da, da, da. So notice what we've done. So this relates to what you asked, Ivan. So you asked me, what are the resources? The resources are these entire amounts of labor that you have available. But labor is wasted, is not utilized because payments don't come in, and that's a restriction. So these guys could have produced something, but they won't. And we've tracked these transactions, and now we know how much amount each guy is producing, okay, and along that chain. So here's the next result. So what's TFP in this economy for, yes? Yes?
This is a change of size N.
Yes.
And N is distributed, and N is distributed G.
N is distributed G, yes. And G is a function of mu, and mu is going to be an endogenous object.
Mu is a choice variable.
It's a choice variable. And so okay, so now you know the vector of production for each chain of length N, and as Fernando is anticipating, G is the distribution, which is geometric. I can integrate that, and I can tell you what total production is. So the fraction 1 minus mu that is not chained is spot. All of that is paid immediately. So full production. Anything that is delayed is mu. And the average production amount, or the average output generated among chain transactions is A of mu. Is the average, let's call it measured TFP among any unit, labor unit associated with a chain transaction. And it has this form, this closed form, because it's just the integral of a geometric distribution times geometric decay vector. And it has this nice form that kind of has the flavor of a entropy, but I have no interpretation for this.
So
but that's TFP.
Mu is exogenous, right?
At this slide is exogenous. So let's take an arbitrary mu coming from this arbitrary piece, which is spot expenditures and chained expenditures. And now let me just tell you that maps into an amount of TFP. And then let me now put everything in an RBC model so that chained expenditures and spot expenditures are endogenous.
But there are very strong incentives to have mu equal to 0.
Of course. But what's okay, so great question. So what's my incentive to put a chained expenditure? If I don't have funds, say if I'm constrained financially, there's nothing I can do. I cannot pay immediately. The only thing I have is my labor. It sucks to make a chain payment because I'm getting less production. I'm paying the same amount. The numeraire is the same, so I'm getting the same amount, $1. But now I'm paying later, so I'm getting less production. But if I make that choice, it must be an internal choice.
This is that's original 2009 definition of a real bill. Self-regulated commercial. Chain.
Okay.
You're going to get paid.
I see.
And that was something that commercial banks were supposed to be
discounting.
The Fed could discount it, and it was legitimate for banks to do that. That was supposed to be doing.
I see.
But it was this that had this aspect.
Yes, I'm kind of after that. Perhaps with some, too excessively crude shortcuts, but this is what I could do. So just let me give you an example. So this will be a distribution given a, the distribution of chain length given a mu. So for high mu, the distribution shifts to the right, and TFP declines in mu. Measured TFP, observed TFP declines in mu. Now, to embed it into an RBC model. To embed it into an RBC model, I'm gonna do a couple of things, but I want you to just remember the following observation. If ES is the total amount of spot expenditures, remember that the price is normalized to 1. S is the number of goods that I will obtain. Okay, so if I make this amount of spot expenditures, that's exactly 1-to-1 for the amount of goods that I obtain. But if I make chained expenditures, and I make a large number of chained expenditures, I don't know when each chained expenditure will be, materialized into production. If I make many of them, the average output that I will get per chained expenditure is 8 times mu. This is the total number of chained expenditures. This is the total amount or the average TFP. And this is the amount of goods that I would obtain if I make many chained expenditures attached to other, many sources of income. If you just divide A and move it to the left-hand side, this starts looking like a price. So these are chained expenditures. These are goods, chained goods, and Q is like an endogenous price, where this is the average TFP, and the inverse is that price. How many chained expenditures give me how many goods? This is important so I can embed it into an RBC model. Okay, so now let me jump to the RBC model. So you can take the network, and I think you can take it to different environments. But here I'm going to focus on the simplest environment where you have borrowing and lending, which is the case of 2 workers, a saver and a worker. And the key goal is to highlight an externality. Okay. So let me just describe the environment, and then I'm going to guide you through the results. There's some positive and normative results that I think are new. So let's focus on the saver. I'm going to do this in the simplest way possible and say this is a log consumption saver. And then he has funds DT. He says his total savings. These are denoted in units of the numeraire. And then he makes a choice of expenditures. He can choose to make spot expenditures or chained expenditures. And here I'm embedding this, quote unquote price. It's not really a price. It's just how many goods I would obtain by putting these contracts, if I have many of these contracts. And notice that Q will depend on what other people are doing. And then he can make a choice between, or hold more savings for tomorrow. Because he's choosing these 2 goods, these 2 goods enter linearly. They're perfect substitutes. They enter linearly into the utility function. Okay. So if this is a wealthy guy, a guy that is a saver, then he has nothing to gain from making chained expenditures. The price is less than 1, and he's linear among the 2 goods. So why would he ever make spot expenditures? There's no reason for him. Since this guy is a log guy, we know how much he consumes in spot expenditures, and we know how much he saves. So this guy is trivial. The second guy is the guy that, is going to be tempted to make these chained expenditures. So let's think of a worker that is a large family. Like, I don't know, like Lucas, for example. So this large family has N labor units with a total, which have a total worth of 1. And we're going to work with the limit as there's, an infinite amount of these workers in each family. And this guy is going to make an infinite amount of production orders that can be spot or chained. Okay. So the problem for this guy is exactly the same as the problem for the saver, with a few differences. Because the guy has an external source of income, which is his labor, he's going to be the natural borrower in this economy. The other guy has no source of income, so he has to always have positive wealth to consume. So that simplifies because I know in which side is one and the other. So he has a total amount of 1 unit of labor that is going to be distributed into, or a total amount of 1, and it's going to be distributed into these N different nodes. countable notes. And he's going to choose how much debt to have from today to tomorrow. And he'll pay off his past debt. And he's going to make this choice of spot and chained expenditures. But the key for him is that because he's a borrower, he may be constrained, or he may be forced to make chained expenditures because the amount of credit that he has is just too limited. So he faces a borrowing constraint that says within the period, you can borrow at most the fraction beta, less like a credit line, minus the debt that you have. And that's what you can borrow within the period to make spot expenditures. So if this number is 0, if he runs out of credit, he cannot consume spot. So he has to be forced to make chained expenditures. So that's a source in which chained expenditures emerge. The key here is that he won't internalize his effect on Q, on others. Okay. So these are the set of results that you obtain in this type of economy. How much time do you have? Okay, 10. Okay, perfect. So there's a set of results on positive economics, which have to do with where this economy converges. So when is it at steady state and when is it not at steady state? And what type of steady states emerge here? And what's paid or how are things paid for in each state? And then I'll consider a Ramsey economy where the government can tax debt and can tax total expenditure and labor, but cannot tax how people spend for things. You cannot tax individual contracts. I'm going to describe some features regarding efficiency in this economy. And there's a trade-off between distorting production and allowing delays in production and distorting redistribution. And finally, I'm going to revisit the topic of government multipliers. And the key thing is that I'm going to show you that.
Sorry. So
Yes.
what's an equilibrium object here? It's like the mu is going to be the ratio between the consumption of these two guys.
Yes.
This is the mu. So are we going to see the object?
I'm not going to define I skipped the definition of an equilibrium object, but we can describe it. Let's go for it.
So mu, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So an equilibrium, okay, perfect. So an equilibrium will be defined as a sequence of prices. So namely in this case will be the interest rate, if you want this endogenous price, such that agent one, so the worker solves his problem, the saver solves his problem, the labor market clears. So what that means is that the total amount of expenditures, so the S of two guys plus the X of the two guys adds up to 1. And then Q is endogenous and depends on the ratio of total X to total S. That's the notion of equilibrium. So it's exactly as you would define in a standard RBC model, with the only difference that here there's a endogenous price Q that depends on the ratio of total X to total S. But there's market clearing everywhere. The clearing is not it's in a per contract base. Each labor unit is worth 1 unit of numeraire, and they are paid exactly what people want to spend. Each contract may have a different production depending on where things happen, but there's clearing in the transaction and who I hire on the bilateral transaction. Okay, so let me go to the positive analysis. So these are some properties of this model that I found were unique and interesting. So the only state variable in the economy is debt. That's the only state variable. Yes.
Just to go back to put it together. So if these two type of people,
yes.
So the one will be borrower or saver, this part is very clear. But each of them, they have like a large family we should think
Yes.
about, and then they'll decide which type of expenditure, and then they will draw which type of change each of the members will participate.
Perfect.
And then given the draw of what they participate, they'll bring that and they'll bring all these resources at the end, and then they all jointly consume.
Exactly.
That's sort of the idea.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Okay. Okay. So the first results have to do with the properties of this economy. This is a deterministic economy. You start with some level of initial debt, and that's the only state variable. That is the only state variable, endogenous state variable. If we start with very low amounts of debt, and the debt limit is exogenous as a constant, the economy will be at a steady state.
Sorry, can you remind me, the debt is held by which of the two agents initially?
So debt of the worker is the savings of the other guy. Oh, the saver.
Okay.
And
Okay,
the
okay, okay.
B and D are
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So it's very simple. But the economics are let me describe them. So when debt is very, very small, initially, the worker can consume the annuity of his, or can consume the net present value of his work, the annuity of that, pay the annuity of his debt, and do that entirely in spot. And the equilibrium can be, if debt starts very low, where everything is spot and the interest rate is 1/beta, and we live in a steady state of an RBC model where nothing interesting happens. But when you have a little bit more of debt, then the worker is now forced to make some chain payments. Okay, not forced, but he wants to consume a certain amount, and he has to make chain payments. And at the same time, he says, well, I'm making chain payments. I don't have enough to pay for things spot. I'm making chain payments, and this sucks because the price is high, and I don't like this. And the way to get out of these bad prices is to lower my level of debt. So there are incentives to, save away from your debt, and you converge to steady state. But a nice feature of the environment is that, I don't know about this area where there's no symmetric equilibrium, but if debt is really high, then you may end up in an equilibrium where I can only make chain payments. That sucks. I'm getting bad prices. I'm screwing other people. There's an externality on other people, but I have no incentives to lower down my debt. And this doesn't happen in macro finance models. That's why I think it's something novel. And the reason is that in macro finance models, I am constrained today, so I get a marginal, benefit. There's an arbitrage that I'm not exploiting, or I'm not able to exploit, that makes me safe today on the marginal condition. But in this model, this doesn't. The benefits of saving away from your constraint are not immediate. You have to save for many, many periods until you have a little bit of room to make some spot payments, and only then do you enjoy prices, and that changes the logic of the model. Okay, so I'm gonna rush through this result, but just tell you in partial equilibrium, how the value function for this guy looks as a function of his level of debt. So if his level of debt is below a certain threshold, his value function looks, or is right on top of the value function, the blue value function, where he was never constrained. There was no constraint. If the debt is really high, the value function lays right on top of the value function where he has no ability to consume spot at all, where the constraint is the highest. And the reason for that is, again, the same, is I have no incentives to save away when the benefits come only in the future, when I can make some spot payments. If you look at the debt policy for this guy falls on the 45-degree line when debt is small, and falls on the 45-degree line when debt is really high. But when debt is really high, he's making chained expenditures. So I'm not going to go into the details, but this implies that there are regions of convergence towards steady state, but also a region where if debt is really high initially, agents stay in that level of debt, and the economy has chain transactions, and there's less production than efficiently over time. Let me skip the optimal distortion and optimal policy with taxes, and let me focus on one thing. And this is the idea of government multipliers. So I want to study the case of government multipliers where the government makes a choice of expenditures. He participates as an agent. He has, the government now has also labor income, but those are taxes. I'm modeling taxes as it was 1 unit of labor is going to be the income for the government as a form of tax. And now the government, different from other models, can make a choice of whether to make spot expenditures or chained expenditures. Okay. And so he can make these two choices. And here's the main result. So I'm going to consider multipliers, government multipliers, near zero expenditures. And the main result is the following. If you make chained expenditures, the government effect on output is always negative, weakly negative, but it's always necessarily a bad thing. But when the economy is in a situation where there are some chained expenditures, the effect of having a government that is taxing people and making spot expenditures actually has an effect that is positive on the economy. And it has nothing to do with sticky price. It has to do with accelerating payments within the period. Well, nothing with sticky price, because there's a sticky price in some sense in the model. These are purchases of goods. These are thrown to the ocean. Despite throwing them to the ocean, you accelerate, and actually you can show that they're also welfare improving. But the consumption of both agents actually can increase, even though he's wasting resources. And the reason for that is that by virtue of making spot expenditures, he's accelerating payments. And so transactions and production happen faster. Say again? This one? No, this elasticity is actually negative.
Yeah. The question later.
Yes. So this is positive. This elasticity is negative. TFP falls with you.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Thanks. You have 15 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you for the invitation to discuss this paper. So it's kind of late in the afternoon. There is a lot of heavy notation in this paper. And Tom will be talking about APS and dynamic programming square. So I want to keep it as simple as possible. So let me start talking about the main block of the paper, that is this network. So let's imagine we have a farmer that has some money. Let's say he's a soybean producer that need to buy a new truck, say a Toyota Hilux. So he's gonna use his money to place a spot order, go to the Toyota dealer, buy the truck. But then this dealer, maybe he needs to buy some cats for his farm. And so he's not gonna use his dollars, but he's gonna place a chain order. So this is gonna be one of an order and n equal to 2 chain. With $1, you get these 2 production. Then you have the cat producer, let's say, that wants to say he wants some dogs, he wants to clone a dog. So he's gonna use his dollar to go to the lab, clone the dog. But the dog, then he's not gonna use money. He's gonna use these chain orders to say he's gonna go to Mendoza to buy some special wine. And the wine producer is gonna order some piece of art for his winery. And then this guy is gonna perhaps say, build a new house or something with the architect. So this is gonna be a much longer chain that is gonna start with $1 and it's gonna produce 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units of production. Then say again, you have the architect that has $1. He's gonna be paying for the wedding of his daughter maybe, and the wedding planner is gonna buy something from the farmer. So what you see here is an example with 8 nodes, the one that Saki was showing before. And what this paper is about is to really formalize this notion of these networks and how money flows in the economy. When you see this, for me, what comes to mind is that there is a very close connection to the textbook examples of the velocity of money. Of course, undergrad textbook, what I learned perhaps with Juanpa 15 years ago, that didn't have the math that was involved that we have seen in the previous hour, but it's really trying to capture, when you think about the velocity of money and how these $1, $2, $3 are gonna be, we're gonna be moving in the network, that is really the idea of velocity of money that is in undergrad textbooks. And I think this is what the paper is trying to capture in a formal way and then analyze crisis in this environment and so on. So I'll come back to this idea of velocity of money. I'm gonna have a characterization within this network later on. But this is really the main idea and the main block and the main novelty of the paper. So more formal in one slide, there are two types of orders. The spot orders that are the three ones that are paid immediately in this previous example, and all the rest are chain orders that are paid after the client receives a payment from the previous transaction. And that's gonna happen with a fraction mu of the order. That's mu, it's a parameter. Or it's endogenous in the second model. And what is the technology here for production? You have a unit interval. So if you start at time tau, you're gonna only produce 1 minus tau. And this is gonna be important. This is gonna be the key frictions in the economy. That's really, all these delays, if there's gonna be delays in this tau, then you have less production in the economy. And how these delays are gonna be introduced in the model, there are gonna be two frictions. The first one is what we call proof of funds. So basically, the consumer, the buyer needs to prove to the seller that he has the funds. So if it's a spot order, it's gonna start right away. He can show, say, his bank statement or something. Well, if it's a chain order, that's gonna be, he's gonna be only able to prove funds after the execution of the previous order. But if there are no delays in executions, this alone is not going to give you any delay. So you really need the second one, that is the limited commitment, that's going to be provoking the delays in transfers. And the way it's written in the paper is as follows. Once you prove your funds, production will start, but you need to inspect this production for a fraction 1 minus delta of the order until you release the payment. So if delta is equal to 1, you release the payments immediately, and everything flows at time 0, and everyone is going to produce in 1. So really, as delta becomes less than 1, is where all the key frictions and delays in the economy are going to be happening. And this is the key novelty framework that then the papers embed in a more standard RBC model to think about how these network chains can generate some type of business cycle and crisis in the economy. So what I want to do is to do 3 things. The first one is, we had at the beginning some discussions about trade credit. So I want to spend some time thinking about if it is trade credit or if it's not trade credit, and if there is a way in which we can use the model to think about trade credit. The second one is want to go back to the velocity of money within this framework. And then I'm going to talk about quick pay that is related to the last part of the fiscal multipliers. Trade credit. So if you look at the literature in here, most of the literature focus on this trade credit. So to have an idea of the magnitude, if you look at the balance sheets of the non-financial corporate sector in the US, trade receivables are 17% of financial assets, and trade payables are about 13% of their liabilities. So these are large items in the balance sheet, and that is what most of the literature is thinking about. If you go more international, about 2/3 of global trade is supported by trade credit. And there are a lot of papers in which they show that this trade finance is really important as a source of financing for firms. And then there are a lot of more like in the network style, at some point we were talking about default, and maybe the idea that what you bring at the beginning of this default on payment, this is not really in this paper. There's some literature thinking, well, if I don't pay, then that generate a chain of default through the network. So there is a lot of debate and talk about in this literature about trade credit. And it's not completely clear if this is a model about trade credit or not. So I think we should be a bit more clear. One more piece of data, if you think about trade payable, this trade credit as a fraction of total liabilities, it declines in recession. So this is a share of total liability. So total liabilities will move in recession, but even this part of trade is really important. If you think in 2001, 2008, or during 2020, this trade credit is even more volatile than liabilities. So this is an important component of these business cycles. So this is the first question I think we need to understand a bit more in the context of this paper is what is the connection between these chain orders and these frictions in the paper and trade credit? In particular, if you look at the second part of the model in the paper, as it is written in the business cycle model, the paper describes that these chain payments can be interpreted as account receivables. Account receivables are trade credit. And I think we can give another interpretation to this delta, the frictions, and these chain orders as trade credit. Although in the previous hour, maybe you disagree, so that's something we can talk a bit more, but I think there is an alternative interpretation. So I would like to interpret this 1 minus delta, this is the inspection cost, as the delay due to trade credit. Maybe it's, if you want to be very specific, can be really the time, but you can capture more like the financing cost or the financing terms that firms implicitly charge to customers when they give credit to them. Why I want to do this is the key advantage is that there are a lot of papers, a lot of data that talk about trade credit. So the next paper will be able to really map it to the data and bring this to the data. Maybe it's not for this paper, but if you think about this as trade credit, it's going to be much easier to map to the data. But maybe it's not, and maybe you have some other argument to it. This is something else. So I think if it's really something else, should be a bit more discussed in the paper and maybe give some hints on how we can measure this in the data that is orthogonal to trade credit. But I think it can be reinterpreted as trade credit in the next version of the paper. And it's going to be much nicer because there is a lot of data available on this. So this is related to international. So David has a recent paper as well on international trade credits. And there are very nice facts in this literature. This is a survey from Schmidt-Eisenhower 2013. It's like, what are people using for settlement of payment? They use cash in advance, trade credit, or letter of credit, that is bank financing. And what this literature finds is that, say, in places like Ukraine, Kenya, or Nigeria, they use much more cash, where in papers like the UK, Sweden, and Belgium, they use less cash, but more trade credit. So the overall view on this literature is that riskier destinations use more cash, while safer countries use more this trade credit. But then if you interpret this as trade credit, maybe we can think about variations in these deltas, in this friction, that can generate this fact in international trade credit. When do you want to use cash or when you want to use trade? Maybe you have a deep theory to think about this. Maybe David has another, but there is a literature there that you can talk to with this framework as well. Okay, that's the first point. Second point is about velocity of money. So mu in the paper is the share of chain orders. So the money supply in the model is 1 minus mu. That's the quantity of money. In my previous example, we have $3 floating around. In the model with n goes to infinity, you have 1 minus mu. What is velocity of money? M times y equal p times y. M times p is equal p times y. So then you can back out what is the velocity here. That is total production, you fix prices, sticky prices, p is equal to 1, total output to the quantity of money. And if you work the algebra, it's very simple. Velocity in this model is just 1 plus mu over 1 minus mu, this TFP terms A that is in the paper. So velocity is always larger than 1. And you can back out all the properties of this, for example, what happens when mu goes to 0, mu goes to infinity, etc. But this is the first, you have a very nice theory about the velocity of money that a lot of textbooks try to talk about, but they don't really have this network and the formalization that is in the paper. And it's very transparent. The second comment is that you talk about aggregate output Y. We can also think about capacity utilization. We know you have no distortion, this is equal to 1, but Y is less than 1 because you have this idle production units as you described it in Peru in the introduction. So that's what I want to think about Y as capacity utilization. But now we have velocity of money and aggregate output. We can think how these two co-moves when you change the two key parameters that are mu and delta. And what you see is that, say, you have more chain shares, you increase mu. So there is less, in the example means that there is less dollars floating around, but velocity is going to go up. It's going to move faster because you have less of these dollars in the economy and much more chain orders. So you have faster, more velocity, but lower utilization. If you have higher of these chains, there are going to be more delays and lower utilization. So this generates, the first observation is that an increase in chain orders generates this lower utilization and higher velocity. What's happened when you change delta? When you change delta, in particular, let's say delta is equal to 1, means it's like kind of the perfect economy where there are no delays. As you reduce delta, you start increasing the frictions, velocity will go down and utilization will go down. So variations in mu and delta give you the opposite co-movements. When you change delta, they're gonna move tandem in tandem, velocity and utilization. Where you change mu is gonna go the opposite. But then it's one step further, you can go to the data. You can go to Fred. Here I'm looking at velocity of M1, but you can do any money aggregates. You can look at capacity utilization and see what happened in crisis. And what you see is that they are positively correlated. In 2001, 2008, and even, well, this is for another paper, but you have this positive correlation in which during crisis, both velocity and capacity utilization went down. Now, if I want to map this to the model, that seems to be more consistent when a change in delta, because these two moments are correlated with changes in delta and not changes in mu. Most of the paper think about this chain crisis and as something that changed mu, basically. You have this credit limit that moves, that endogenously change mu, but delta is a parameter that is always constant. But this observation says maybe you can do like, I don't know if you want to do an MIT shock or some type of something to think about to illustrate what happened, how the economy will respond to a shock to delta. Of course, mu is an endogenous variable, it's going to change as well, but maybe you have this, we're going to interpret this delta as this demand for trade credit, and maybe you have more delays due to this, increase the amount of trade credit that you wanna do, the charge to it, and then you can generate these endogenous responses. And so I have one more minute. There are a lot of empirical papers trying to document these facts. There is a recent paper in the JPE that has some data and some instruments to identify shocks into the chain and see how trade credit respond to these shocks. So there's a lot of empirical facts about these issues. So I have one more minute. The last point is we went very fast at the end to the fiscal multiplier. What is nice that as well, we have empirical evidence. So in particular, in 2011, Obama implemented the quick pay reform, which basically he accelerated the payments to a subset of the suppliers to the federal government from 30 to 15 days. And there is a recent paper in the JF that explores what are the consequences of this policy. And I think they align with the theory that you presented, although you have to be careful with the general equilibrium effects. But what I'm trying to say is that there is a lot of empirical evidence. I'm giving you here quite a few of them that your theory is kind of well aligned to them. So maybe you can try to introduce some of these as a validation. You don't have to go fully quantitative, but maybe there is a lot of facts that you can talk with it. So I think I'm running out of time. So let me conclude what this is a really nice, well-crafted theory of payment chains. And there is a large body of empirical papers that support the theory. So I think it may be worth to try to connect a bit more to this literature, to not just mention them in the literature review, but maybe when you do the exercise and try to link back to some of these facts, is going to make the theory much more salient. And I think that thinking about a bit more about delta and shocks to delta or variation to delta can give you a lot of very nice predictions that are going to be aligned with the data.
Thank you very much. Extremely thoughtful and generous. The one thing I wanted to say,
trying to think about trade credit, especially through the lens of this model, I've realized that there's not one form of trade credit, in the sense that, you can think of trade credit as being directly no different than credit that a bank could give to a company. It's no different that a bank gives credit to a company to buy goods than the supplier itself. But another form of trade credit that is in the accounts and is the form of trade credit where I say, we have a contract, I start producing something for you, but I don't deliver the good. So there's this notion of unfulfilled orders also on NEPA. And I think that's where the chained orders would fit in production that is not finished. Say, for example, a builder, he's construct an apartment, but until the client pays for the keys are not delivered. And in that time, the user cost of that building is not exploited. So, yeah.
But it might not be the bank because the guys that have like a joint production, they might know each other and the bank might not. So
yes,
but I kind of like Julian's interpretation of the delta as an interest rate. So if the value of being delivered the good later is decaying in time at rate delta.
I liked it too. It didn't occur to me.
So good, Julian.
So Saki, so like, yeah, I think it's kind of cool. I'm really interested in these topics, at least myself. So I think I really liked it. But I wonder kind of like two questions. One question is sort of like, you're going through time, you sort of split your expenditure in a way, but sometimes you're going to meet these people like, let's say the day, let's say it's 24 hours.
Yes.
It's like, 11:59.
Yeah.
And you're going to pay them the same for like someone that you met early on, and you get many more goods. So you start thinking, immediately I start thinking why this is not sort of recursively. I take my money, I go to someone, I see someone, but when I start thinking, I understand why, it's one at a time. I'm totally into it. But it really reminds me of the sequence of pairs in the search money literature. There's Kentucky Right, Trejo's Right, Lagos Right, none of them have these things that you have. They make tricks to not have these nice things that you have of some notion of these people that, either they have the double coincidence of once or not. Sometimes they have the non-divisible money, kind of like yours. And then the service that they provide is kind of like yours because they put this money in the table. Okay, so that's nice. But they don't have, when they introduce a Lagos Right, that is sort of nice to have tractability, they don't have these other guys that they know. And you do have it, but I don't know exactly how to put it all together. But you know what I mean? I'm sorry, this is a very weird comment. But it's sort of like, I liked it a lot, but I was thinking maybe you could kind of borrow some of the tricks.
No, so
by keeping this one that is very nice.
You're totally right. There's one guy or one purchase that is terrible, like the last one. Is getting zero virtually. A better way to solve this model, but we don't give you the closed form, is to say, I'm gonna put a reservation value. I'm gonna only execute the transaction up to moment 0.5. After 0.5, I default. So all of the chains up to 0.5, after time 0.5, all of the tails will collapse. You can do that in this model, just doesn't give you the right closed form. And what's your reservation price? Well, you say, I want this amount of goods because I'm constrained, and you can back it out ex ante. It's not the best model. I told you there's a lot of things I don't
once
like.
you're there, you probably want to. But anyway,
there's a lot of things I dislike.
I just didn't meant to complain. It's just like
also all the transactions are the same size with only one guy. These are all things I hate, but but it's all the only thing I've been able to solve so far.
So I'm thinking about normative implications. Have you thought about that? Given that this is an externality, is there a role for intervention in any way? I presumably you would want to do something so that these chain payments are minimized, right? Or you
totally. So okay, so there's an entire section on the paper. So one, and I call micro intervention and macro. So micro would be like you try to regulate traffic, and you tell people how to drive. So that would be like, what's the ideal way to reorganize chains? Because of convexity, you would want to make chains conditional on mu, chains all of the same size. So there's one thing that has to do with the organization of production. You would ideally want to reallocate things so everything is the same size. But the more interesting one for me is the macro one. And there's an entire section of the paper. And the macro one tells you, what do you want to distort? It's if you have access to taxes on debt and expenditures. The way it works is that the planner, for very, very small distortions on or credit limits, what it'll do is it'll take away wealth from the rich and distribute to the poor, because that makes them that allows them to make spot expenditures, and that accelerates payments. And for an initial interval, it won't distort production. So it'll distribute exactly what we need so that there's no distortion on production. And he's distorting redistribution because he's taking away from the wealth, and we have assigned a Pareto weight, and he's deviating from the optimal Pareto, consumption sharing. When debt becomes even more limited, he wants to distort a little bit more, but now he allows for a little bit of distortion on production because he's taking too much from the rich. And then there's another interesting feature that when credit limits are really tight, there's no point in distributing debt from the rich to the poor. The way he does things is actually backwards. So he takes away wealth from the poor and gives it to the rich. And the reason for that is that if the rich now become wealthier, they spend more, but they always spend spot. And that accelerates the TFP for everyone. And so it's completely regressive policy, but it pushes TFP up. What?
Yeah, no, just a comment. Based on what Julian showed us in the graphs, something you may want to explore is if the verification, that delta amount changes during crisis. No, because if you have more uncertainty in times of crisis, it may be optimal to look further into whether you have the money to make the payments. No, and that could amplify your impact.
So, thank you.
Sí, sí. Hola, sí. Sí. Como para decirte cómo es él habitualmente. Pero no sé si me quieren llamar Cris. Sí.
¿Dónde está vos?
Oh, sí.
¿Ese también? All right, so, okay. Okay, so So I want to very briefly introduce Tom Sargent. That's going to be one of our keynote speakers. Really doesn't need an introduction, but they told me to do it anyway. So one thing is, so Tom, his topics self-declared are monetary economics, applied time series, and I will add also a monetary history to it. If you actually were to look at the beta from Tom, you will be like shocked. It's like 11 books, new books coming on different topics. There's on the order of 260 papers in a variety of topics, like in incredible breadth, creativity. And today he's going to give us a paper that I think it's also like a good example of that, because you'll see the breadth and in looking at the work of many people working in important topics on policy actually. So let me just then give the floor to Tom, and I don't know if you want to announce some rules, or should I? Tom says that he will be okay with questions if we don't abuse our privilege on that. And then also if we have too many, we could leave it for the end. All right.
Okay, so here's the deal. I actually wanted to give another paper here. You all right? So, which had a whole bunch of things about singular values, eigendecompositions, eigenfunctions, and time series. But it didn't make the program. But this one did. So this paper, it's sad. This is sad. I wrote this paper because I was asked to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Bob Lucas's Carnegie Rochester paper, which probably came out in 76, but it was written in 73. I could tell you about that. Minnesota played a big role in that, a funny role, but that's another story. So I wrote this, and I wrote this. Okay, so I want. Bob didn't get to read this. So this paper is it's going to have some Argentina connections. You're going to see. So it's a history of thought paper. Okay, so I'll try this. Okay, so it's critique. It's about the Lucas critique. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you back to 1973, which seems really like yesterday to me. Okay, and like except I could run 10 miles and then fast anyway. But okay, so here's the setting. In 73. There's kind of nobody around who could read Muth's two papers that were written in 1661. Kenneth Arrow said you should read them, but you had to know a bunch of math and complex variables and so on. So they just weren't read. Okay, so that's a setting. So in 73, what was the atmosphere? There had been huge advances. The subject of econometrics had been invented after World War II. Statistics, regression running, doing experiments with, they weren't natural, they were designed experiments on the effects of fertilizer on crop yields. That's what R.A. Fisher was about. And he invented maximum likelihood, hypothesis testing. That was all made rigorous by Neyman and Pearson in the late 30s. So in the late 30s, that was. And that was kind of single equation statistics. Okay, then what happens is in the 1930s, there's a Great Depression. Keynes, who was, wrote this book with the potential pretentious title, the general theory. You know where he got that from? The general theory of employment interest in general theory. Does that ring a bell? Einstein's general theory. And he intentionally made it that way. So he wanted to have a theory which was going to be more general than general equilibrium theory. General equilibrium theory was going to be a special case and it was going to handle depressions. And he wrote down this book. You should not read it until you're 5 years older than I am. And I'm 80. It's very hard to read. It's all in words. And it's hard to tell what he's talking about. And people have been debating ever since 1936 what he meant. Okay, but two of the first people, I'm setting the stage, two of the first people to try to make sense of it, one was Hicks, who wrote down the ISLM system. And another was Modigliani. Hicks did this in 37, I think, Modigliani in 44. And what they did is they wrote down general equilibrium systems, not in the sense of Arrow de Broglie, but in the sense of Lucas, and equations and unknowns. That's what Bob used to talk about. That's what I meant by general equilibrium. As many equations as you have unknowns, where prices and quantities are some of the unknowns. That's what he meant. Not snooty, Prescott. That's not what Bob meant. So n equations and n unknowns. Okay, so but Keynes was kind of hostile to this. Well, one guy to pick this up was Timbergen, and he estimated an econometric model, but he didn't have the tools because he knew least squares. So then some giants, and we were privileged to know some of the giants. Koopmans, Marshak, and Hurwitz, they had recognized the inadequacy of those fixed regressors in repeated samples. That's what Fisher's doing. That's what Lucas talked about a lot. Fixed regressors in repeated samples to treat the effects of fertilizer. And he talked about effects. Koopmans, Hurwitz, Marshak did not talk about effects. They did not talk about cause and effects. Those were alien words to them. They invented the Coles Commission at Chicago and Yale. They invented simultaneous equations econometrics. Simultaneous equations, maximum likelihood. And they did it, 2/3 of their motivation was to build models of the business cycle. They were carrying on the Keynesian tradition and they were serious about it. And then what happened quickly after that is you built these models and the reason they built them is they wanted to make the world better. So Timbergen and Tile, they started using whatever optimal control theory they could learn. So Simon and Tile did some work on certainty equivalence and linear quadratic control. They did it because they wanted to control Keynesian models. And this is highly technical. Klein and Goldberger built a simultaneous equations model using Koopman's techniques. In 55, when Bob graduated in 64, the Brookings model came out and there was the FRB-Fenn model. This was the frontier. And the thing about Bob Lucas is he knew what was going on in this literature better than anybody. You have to know that. And he respected it. I mean, he ended up criticizing it, but he respected it. And because that's what he spent all of his time studying. So there's a lesson there. So Lucas, the 73 paper and some associated things that I'm just going to review this paper and to use your word, I'm going to celebrate it justly. Tell you why I like it, why you should read. It's a very hard paper to read. I'm going to only talk about section 5. And you could ask, is section 5 coherent with sections 1 and 2? And I don't think so. But why not? You could ask yourself. And the section 5 examples don't have anything to do with what he's talking about in section 1 or 2. But this is someone struggling. So I'm not going to. So we'll go ahead. So, but Lucas threw open doors. Well, first thing, he shut them down. So I'll tell. In 1973, I was 30. And I thought I was done with my training. And I could do ISLM, and I could do it faster than anybody in the West. You know, I could do it really well. Okay, so I could really do it. And I knew how to do this simultaneous equation. I could estimate the models. Okay. And then in 1973, because of that paper and because of Neil finally getting me to trying to understand what was in Lucas's jet paper, my human capital went basically to zero or negative. Because, and I'll tell you why it's negative. I'll tell you why it's negative. Fernando's never seen an ISLM model, and he doesn't, it's completely alien to him. That's all I had before I was 30, and I can understand what the ISLM guys are saying. And it's a handicap. Okay, I'm just saying, because so Yvonne says, show me the preferences, technology, endowment, the equilibrium concept. So like, I didn't learn that stuff till I was 38. Okay, so what I learned is show me the n equations and n unknowns. So, I mean, it's just a handicap. So Lucas destroyed a lot, but then he opened up a huge number of things. I'm just going to tell you. So what did he open up? He opened up for econometrics. I'm a time series econometric, applied time series economy, fewer parameters via the communism of models. Rational expectations is a form of communism. I'll come back to that. And Lucas said, beware of theorists varying free parameters. He was quoting Arthur Goldberger, the great, and he delivered in spades. We'll come back to that. The dynamic inconsistency of optimal plans, I'll come back to that, by Kidlin and Prescott and Calvo, couldn't have done it without rational expectations. And somebody said that earlier today. I'll come back to that. Dynamic programming squared, Kidlin and Prescott, Marcet and Marimon. Rational expectations econometrics. And then something modern, understanding what quote unquote treatments and quote unquote experiments are in dynamic models. Those are hot words. But what do they mean? So those are some of the legacy that we have from Lucas, who we live with. So here's going to be my paper. It's not going to be much of a paper. It's going to be, I'm going to do 3 lab experiments. And there's one's going to be, the paper's pretentious in a way, because Lucas's section 5 of that paper has 3 beautiful examples that illustrate his critique. There's 3 examples. One on the Phillips curve, one on the consumption function, one on investment tax. So I'm going to add another example. That's pretentious. So and the example that I'm going to do is one of Neil and my own making. That's even more pretentious. And you'll see why. You'll see why I'm going to make excuses. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a laboratory, to show you some of the principles that we learned from Lucas. And my laboratory is going to be, it's going to be a baseline model of, it's just going to be 2 variables. How many, it's going to be 2 times n equations and n unknowns. I'm going to play by Lucas's rule. N is going to be 2 times infinity. Theta bar is there going to be a time series of inflation. I'm going to make everything discrete time, and I make everything deterministic. So theta bar is a vector of rates of inflation. I have to say more about it. And mu is a vector, infinite dimensional vector of rates of money creation. Theta and mu, that's all. And it's going to be based on a monetary fiscal theory of inflation. So there's going to be a stripped down version of Cochrane's 600-page book. It's going to be, one equation, but the heart's going to be there. And then now what I'm going to do is that's going to be my baseline model. So what this baseline model is, it's going to give me, it's going to be what John Gavecki, the great econometrician from Minnesota, and Sims would say it's going to be an incomplete model. It's going to be a model. It's going to map a continuation future of money creation into a continuation future of inflation and the price level. So you give me the future. You give me, Yvonne's always talking about history. I'm going to talk about anti-history, which is the future from today on. So it's going to map that future into current price level and a whole sequence of future inflation rates. But that's incomplete because I don't have a theory of money creation. So I'm going to give you 3 theories of money inflation. That's where I'm going. So the first is going to be the spirit. It's going to be a Lucas critique paper example. I'm just going to make mu exogenous. And Lucas did this a lot, for young people. So some of his most famous papers, very few of his papers had a theory of optimal. It was kind of like in the spirit of Andy's paper today, you didn't ask why in the hell would everyone want to understand what the consequences of these screwy policies are? Why don't you just be like Yvonne and get the optimal policy right away and forget all these things? No, Lucas did this. He wanted to understand if-then statements. If you do this kind of policy, what will you get? So that's the first one. And that's just going to be a 4th example in Lucas's section 5. That's what I'm doing. And now I'm going to have a second example, and it's going to be a Calvo model of a Ramsey planner. And I'll use words because I don't have too much to say. I'll talk slowly, and I'll be very precise what the timing protocol is in a Ramsey planner. And I'm going to do it Minnesota, Chicago, Lucas style, pared down language. And then finally, there's going to be a problem that emerges from that. And then I'm going to show you Chari Kehoe model of a credible Ramsey plan, Ramsey plans are incredible. They're incredible. So why even derive them? Why not just do what Andy does or did? But Chari Kehoe had an answer. They're going to make it credible. Okay, so then what theme is going to come through here? This one of my, I think I heard this, I use this phrase 50 times in my day. Finding the state is an art. And I quote Fernando Alvarez, finding the state is an art. It's going to appear over and over again. Lucas was an artist. Chang was a really great artist. And then we'll see how artful Chari and Kehoe were. So that's where I'm going. So what's the punchline? A time series is a time series. That's a quote from Neil Wallace summarizing a paper. And what do you mean? So what do you mean? N equations and N unknown, you got to get them all simultaneously. The future and the past and the present are all mutually determined. That's what Neil meant, I think. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna quote things that my students say. I'm not going to read anything that was written before 2015 because it's not hot. Okay, so and I've done a survey. They haven't heard of Marshak or Koopmans or Muth. Okay, so but anyway, but you're going to hear about it today. I'm trying to convince you to read it. So here's what Marshak said in 1950. This is a hero, a refugee from Nazi Europe. Actually, Koopmans, Marshak, and Hurwitz, if it weren't for World War II and a bunch of prejudices, they would have still been in Europe, and great science in economics wouldn't have been in North America. Other kinds of sciences too, anyway. So here's what Marshak said in 1950. Economic data are generated by systems of relations that are in general stochastic, dynamic, and simultaneous. These very relations constitute economic theory, and knowledge of them is needed for economic practice. Okay, here's what he said in 53 in a pair of books. The economist's objectives are similar to those of an engineer, but his data are like those of a meteorologist. Leo Hurwitz was a meteorologist in World War II. The economist is often required to estimate the effects of a given intended or expected change in the quoted economic structure. Think of Lucas, i.e. in the very mechanism that produces data. None of these changes can he produce beforehand, as in a laboratory experiment. And since some of the changes and visions have never happened before, the economist often has to estimate the result of changes he has never observed. The economist can do this if his past observations suffice to estimate the relevant structural constants prevailing before the change. Invariance, he's after invariance. Having estimated the past structure, the economist can estimate the effect of varying it. Really? I mean, that's what Koopmans is about. He can thus help to choose those variations of structure that would produce, from a given point of view, he's covered himself for Ivan, the most desirable results. That is, he can advise on policies of a government or a firm. I would love to show this to a bunch of my people who do applied micro in various things I'm exposed to in terms of what they're estimating and what advice they can give. Okay, keep going. Thus, practical considerations bring about the economist's concern with economic structure. It's not hairy-fairy, you called me a nerd yesterday. It's not. Hypotheses about economic structure are also known as economic theories. They try to state relations. Look at this. Are you describing the behavior of people or variables? Be careful. Describe the behavior of an environment of men and women and determine the values taken at any time by economic variables, such as prices, outputs, and consumption of various goods and services, and the prices and amounts of various assets. As there are several variables, the economic structure must involve several simultaneous relations to determine them. This is the frontier that Lucas was dealing with, and he had the audacity to criticize it. I mean, these are giants. Okay, so let's just talk about what they created, and what you should have learned in graduate school. Koopmans and these are classic books, and Hood and Cook, they created statistical methods to infer parameters of systems of simultaneous difference equations. They call them structural models. So there's the structural model. That's their language. Reduced forms, every structural model has a reduced form. So in polite society, don't say reduced form unless you're willing to talk about a structural model first, please. Do not go to Lars Hansen and start talking about your reduced form unless you have a structural model. I'm just telling you. Reduced forms, what are they? They're projections of endogenous variables onto exogenous variables and lagged values of endogenous variables. Ivan, you might be able to use some of this. I mean, near where you live. Okay, so a structural model asserts how a reduced form will shift under historically unprecedented consequences for public policy variables. Okay, we're going to have to talk about historically unprecedented public policy variables. That's going to be okay. Then Marshak. Okay, that's the setup. Okay, so here's going to be the outline. I'm going to dive in and tell you about my version, my little Section 5 model that I could give to Bob, which you could toss away. Okay, but you'll see why I have it. Oh, and my one original contribution, it's a twist on something I got from Yvonne. It's going to be a plain vanilla monetary fiscal history theory that links the price level to the anti-history. And notice my new notation, T, not superscript, it's a pre-superscript because Yvonne used the other one for the history. So this is the future. This is a semi-entrant. Okay. So that's going to link the price level to that anti-history. That's what it's going to be. So I'm going to give you 3 versions, each of which is going to restrict that pair. Okay, so get this off my chest right away. A treatment, what's a treatment? It's a complete description of a dynamic process for money supply growth. That's what a treatment is. You know, if you want to talk to some people I have to talk to, that's what a treatment is. So I'm going to give you 3 distinct treatments with an uncountable infinity of treatments in the background in order to justify the last treatment. So they're going to be theories of money growth sequences. By the way, if you pick up Cochrane's book and you can ask him, does he have anywhere in the book, does he have a unique, complete theory? And it's something he wrestles with. His fiscal theory of the price level is incomplete. We'll come back, talk to it. So, okay, so one thing we're going to find out is describing this theory of mu, that sequence is it might require describing an associated process for an inflation target process. And a Peruvian's going to come in here in a minute, I'll mention. So here's the thing, in designing an optimal treatment, we're going to see this. This is true in Yvonne's PhD thesis and a lot of his other work. A public policy authority evaluates consequences of many suboptimal treatments. You have to have the ability to evaluate a whole bunch of treatments. So, and then here's the next thing. Whether components of mu bar and those time series should be classified as exogenous or endogenous depends on a theory of public policy. You can't say it in advance. This is Minnesota, Sims, and Granger, combined with Lucas. Okay. Okay, so then the final thing is, I've already said, okay, so here we go. So let. Okay, this is going to be the slide with notation. M is the supply. It's a log. I'm going to take logs everywhere. It's a log of the supply of real balances. Okay, it's a supply. Mu is the first difference. It's the rate of growth of nominal balances. P is a log of the price level. Theta, that's the rate of inflation between T and T plus 1. So mu T and theta T are both the forward difference. They're the forward difference, okay? Okay, now we're gonna find our first brush with communism or not communism. Theta T star, that's the public's expected rate of inflation between T and T plus 1 based on its time T information. So there's a theta T and there's a theta T star. That's annoying. And then I'm going to use mu bar, mu vector. Those are the time series. Okay, so now I'll say, okay, so now I'm going to get some Argentinian connections. Okay, so I'm going to show you a model with, it's going to be very Latin American model. Okay, so this is going to be a model of Kagan and Neil and me, and it's the model that you mentioned in the paper. So I'll tell you why Calvo did that. There's a distinguished economist named Julio Oliveira. Okay, I met him and corresponded with him. He wrote a paper long before I met him called On Passive Money. It's in the JPE. it's a beautiful paper. Really beautiful paper. 1970. Okay, I read that paper backwards and forwards. Okay. And then Neil and I wrote this paper after I read that paper. Okay, and I was trying to figure some stuff out. This is one of about 10 papers I wrote with Neil Wallace, every one of which he asked me to take his name off of because it was garbage. Okay, but this one. Okay, so here's the deal. So this is the first assault, communist assault on the Keynesian or Chicago adaptive expectations thing, because MTD, that's demand for money. That's a new thing. That's a demand minus PT. That's the log of real balances people want. That's inversely related to the public's expected rate of inflation. Does that make any sense to you? You know what I'm talking about? Okay. Okay. So that's what Kagan fit. And Kagan had a particular model for theta T star. And there was a adaptive expectations of backward looking geometric sum, which, by the way, John Muth read very carefully and asked, where in the hell did that come from? And got somewhere. So, okay. So okay. So now communism, theta T star equals theta T. Why? Perfect foresight. Why? Because we want to. Why? We want to eliminate, not only do we want to eliminate free parameters, all the parameters that would be describing theta T star, we eliminate free variables. So theta T is now going to be equal to theta T star throughout the rest of the day. Okay. And I know I can see some faces saying, you're so old fashioned. I'm going to do heterogeneous agent models with heterogeneous beliefs, you know, and I'm going to, okay, but I'm not going to do it if you want. Okay. So then MTD equals MT. Okay. And then I get the last equation, 3. The demand, the supply of real balances has to equal demand. M minus P is equal to alpha, that thing. That's a difference equation. Okay, so between reading Oliveira's paper and, you know, the paper Neil and I wrote, I learned how to solve difference equations. And that difference equation, using the methods I was taught at Harvard, exploded. But use some other method. Okay, so if you do that, what you do is instead of solving it backwards, solve it forward. And kind of the theory, the theory, if I want a theory that in which the price level and inflation process depends on the anti-history, I got to solve it forward. So I'm going to solve it forward. So I'm doing it for you here. So if you solve it forward, a couple lines, you don't want to watch me do that. You get 5. So what theta T is a geometric, it's beautiful. Theta T is a alpha over 1 plus alpha. That's a number between 0 and 1. So theta T is a geometric sum of the entire future history of money creation. And then I plug that back into the demand for money and I get 6. 6 is the fiscal theory of the price level. 6 is a fiscal theory of the price level. 5 is a first difference of it. That's a fiscal theory of inflation. And that's on one slide. And that's the heart of Cochrane's book. It's the heart of it. He has many other things to say about it. So I'm just going to live with that. So that's the paper. Okay, that's Neil and my paper. Okay, so and you know, and I don't know if you know Neil. He's a wonderful person. I can see him saying, you don't want to try to publish that. To take my name off, Tom, and you don't want to publish it either. You know, everyone knows this. Okay, so okay, fine, to publish it. Neil had tenure. I did not have tenure. Okay, so he published it. Okay, so here's the Calvo was a graduate student at Yale. And he told me this later. He read that paper. And he liked it. Okay. Fortunately, so I'll come back to that. So here's the Lucas version. Here's the Lucas version of completing. This is an incomplete model. Look at that last thing. The physical theories of price levels. It's an equation. It's actually an infinite number of equations. There's a price level is equal to that thing. Now, to get anywhere, you have to tell me what the money supply process is. Well, Lucas does that. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have ST plus 1 be a function of ST. What's ST? It's the state. It's what's the state? Anything that's informative about the money supply. Anything. Finding states in art, go ask somebody, put everything you want in the regression, regress, okay, do that. And then mu t is some function G of ST. So now what's theta T star? Well, I can use those two equations to deduce what the optimal forecast is. And what it's going to be some function H of ST. But H is going to be a function of F. Look where F is. So you change, it's actually a function of F and G. You change F, you change theta T star. That's an example of the cross equation restrictions that Lucas said correctly, standard 1970s Keynesian and monetarist models ignored that restriction. They assumed that H, they were all free parameters in H. And there were no free parameters. It was an operator of F. So that simple observation, if you'll see, this example fits exactly in. H is not invariant with respect to policy variation that take the form of a change in F. That's Lucas's critique. Okay, so what do you do with it? And actually, if you go back to the 1973 and you look at the reactions of it, actually, usually when you're asked to discuss a path-breaking paper, don't do it if they're going to publish the comments, because you'll get it wrong. So lots of people said, well, this means econometrics is over. There were people who said that. If we can't do it the old way, it's over. And that was, because actually MIT, if you look at Franklin Fisher's book on identification, he says identifying restrictions almost always occur in the form of exclusion restrictions. These are not exclusion restrictions. And he has a footnote saying, well, these nerdy guys, Hurwitz and Koopmans, they said there could be cross equations restrictions that would substitute, but nobody ever uses them. These are all cross equation restrictions. So the reaction, these were restrictions that were alien to the people at the time. So this created a lot of animosity to Chicago. Well, Carnegie, let's get that out. Carnegie wasn't at Chicago. Okay. So now I'm going to talk about Calvo. I apologize for that. Bring that back. Okay, so sorry. So my wife says, you can see, I'm still not old. My wife says, get over it. Like I'm still, to me, these issues still excite me because I can still remember fighting with these guys, and going to, anyway, okay. Okay, so now Calvo comes. So Calvo, and he's from Argentina. Okay, this is a beautiful paper. He's going to endogenize mu, what he's going to do. So Lucas didn't. He played by Andy's rules. He just made it up. And why not? And why not? You want to look historically? Sometimes they use mu with some FG, sometimes with other. Look historically. You want to look at data, go look at the data, go look at that and then go check the cross equation restrictions. That's a research program, a very profitable one. That's what Lucas is doing. He did it in his JET paper, his famous paper. It's all exotic. Why that? Okay, so it's very profitable. Okay, but Calvo came along and this was a revolutionary paper. I refereed this paper. I was the positive referee. Okay. Okay, so here's what he did. I'm going to cheat on him for a minute because I want to use some methods that Fernando and I were talking about. So now I'm going to my second model. This is going to be and remember, there's only going to be 3. So okay, good. We're in good shape. Okay, so what he's going to have is the government is going to play by Yvonne rules. You're going to choose mu bar. Okay, and this is going to be a static problem. This is going to be solved once and for all. So the timing protocol is there's a planner called a Ramsey planner or a monetary fiscal authority. He chooses mu once and for all when at time 0 or time -1. Got it? So he's going to maximize that utility of, well, who wasn't? I'm going to put real balances in the utility function. Okay, so don't tell your pals. I'm going to put real balances in utility function. So that's what Calvo did. And he didn't care that Neil Wallace said that was stupid because he wanted to do something else that was really important. So he did this, and now he's going to have, and now he's going to do something Chari and Keel wouldn't like. He's just going to say, if you print money at a fast rate, for some reason, there's going to be some extra cost, quadratic cost of printing money. Why? Well, there's going to be some inflation tax or something, and that's how he's going to measure it. A theorist, a micro theorist would say it's an indirect utility for something that I don't have time to tell you about. That's what he did. So he did, and he's going to maximize that thing subject to that formula. And Calvo, Calvo's the only paper that's ever cited until Andy today, the 73 paper. Okay, but so he okay, so it doesn't really count. Okay, so there it is. And what's you? I'm going to make you. I actually, I preach a lot about dynamic programming, tell people to learn dynamic. I can only solve one kind of dynamic program, linear quadratic. So that's what you get. It's going to be a quadratic objective function. I'm making it up. There's my utility function. And it looks like it's quadratic. Okay, and there's my parameters. Okay, and that's the problem. That is a hard problem. This is a hard problem. Okay, so Calvo wants to compute a Ramsey plan. So I've rigged it. So I'll show you. Now, finding the state is an art. Okay, now somebody else comes in and Penn and so Roberto Chang wrote this beautiful paper. I'm not going to do it Calvo's way. I'm going to jump ahead and go. Roberto Chang, everyone's a kid to me. He's from Peru, and then he got his PhD at Penn. He wrote this beautiful paper where he redid Calvo and much more, I'll come back to that. So trust me, if you read Calvo's paper, it's a tour de force technically. And I remember when he gave that at Chicago, the best theorist said he didn't know what he was doing, and it couldn't possibly be true. Okay, and they weren't right. Calvo was doing it right. So I'm gonna kind of take a lesson from Chang, and here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to look at these equations. Look at 8. No, look at 5. Look at 5. Stare at 5. And this is. I think you could ask, how on earth did Chang artfully find the right state for the Calvo problem? That's what you ask. You could ask. You could read the paper and say, copy it down and say, yeah, that's the right state. But you ask yourself, how did he do that? Put yourself in his shoes. Go have coffee or beer. So you look at 5. So he's staring at 5 and he says, look, oh, there's an uncountable number of mu sequences that generate theta t. That's a mapping of that thing into this. And then he says, it's worse than that. There's an equivalence classes of mu sequences that generate the same theta t. There's this one, there's this one, the kind of sphere event, there's a whole bunch of them. And I want to find the state for the Calvo problem. So what he's going to do is he's going to take theta t to the state be the state. He's going to say theta t is an intermediary variable. It intermediates mu bar because all that really matters about the future in terms of current real balances. So think of that. Why does he care about current real balances? That's all that's in the utility function. The only thing that's in the utility function is real balances. Now, why does he care about future mu's? It's because they influence current real balances. Just like, okay. So he says, all they really care about is theta, and don't worry about how they deliver it. Well, wait a minute, you got to say postpone that, wait, delay. And actually, every time you do dynamic programming, it's a bluff and it's the delay. It's a fake, faint delay. And what I mean by that is you say, Oppenheim and Nicolini, like read the masters. Okay, what do? You say, some god-awful problem. What's the first thing you say? Let V of S be the answer. I know the answer, pretend like I know the answer, then you do a bunch of stuff. Well, that's what this Roberto Chang is Bellmanized. Okay, so what he's going to do is he's going to take theta t as a state variable. Okay, and now he's going to be Bellmanized. He's going to do the following thing. He's going to have a Ramsey planner and a continuation Ramsey planner today and tomorrow. They are not the same. And if anybody tells you that they're the same, don't lend them money because they'll never pay you back, and don't leave them alone with anybody you care about. Okay, I'll come back to that. Okay, so we're going to set the stage, and this is going to look totally phony. Okay, I'm going to set the stage for my version of Chang's formulation, but I'm going to rewrite the equations of the model like this. Finding the state, one is always a state variable, it's just a constant, and theta t. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say next period state, tomorrow's theta t. I'm going to rename it. It's the actual rate of inflation because of communism. I just copied down those equations, and that's plus that vector times mu t. So mu t, that's a faithful version of that equation. It actually is the one that explodes. It's the nasty version, that and that's true. It looks like xt plus 1 is equal to a xt plus b mu t. It's a linear state space system. And it's peculiar because theta 0 actually is to be chosen by the government. It's a funny state, but I'm writing it. It's a funny state, but I'm writing it that way. So finding the state is an art, and abusing the state is an art. This is what he says. So we're going to write that down. Okay, so now what we're going to do is I'm going to write down the planner's felicity function. That's a felicity function, which I just copied down. And now what this is I'm going to write down the planner's value function. That's just I'm going to discount quadratic function of future thetas and mu's. I write that down. And this is just bookkeeping. I've shown you what the objective function is. There it is. That S, that's the quadratic return function. It's got quadratic in the state, and it's got quadratic in the control. state and control. Okay, so now what I do is so here's Calvo's problem. And this is going to be the way Chang would have posed Calvo's problem. So the planner has to choose this mu bar, theta bar. It chooses them both jointly to maximize 11 subject to that. That's the problem. And this is a Stackelberg problem. It's equivalent to a Stackelberg problem. Time zero, I don't like the word commitment. At time zero, the guy solves it and walks away. That's it. So here's the way Chang solved it. We're going to subdivide the problem into two parts. We're going to take initial inflation rate theta zero as given. We're going to take it as given, and now we're going to solve a dynamic programming problem. Okay, and this is, Hugo, when we taught the class, I could use the same programs. So I'm going to solve that program, and then that's going to be, I'm going to call that the continuation Ramsey plan. And then what I'm going to do is time zero, I'm going to let the time zero planner choose theta zero. Of course, it's not really choosing theta zero, it's choosing the whole money sequence. And this works like a charm. Okay, so here's what it is. Ivan wants feasible sets. There it is. My feasible set is that. It's a continuation set. It's a set of all sequences, continuation sequences that satisfy that. There's a value function. I won't drag you through this whole thing. So I ask you to trust me. So I'm going to solve this Bellman equation. There it is at the bottom. That's a Bellman equation. It's linear quadratic. I just pull out my Riccati equation. Yeah, the optimal value function is quadratic in the state. The optimum decision rule mu is minus f, a linear function of the state. That's 1 theta 0, 1 theta t. So mu t is equal to that. Okay, and that's for Fernando. Okay, so that's the continuation. That's a continuation policy and the continuation value function. And then now what's the value? Prescott did a version of this too, Prescott and Killen. This is the piece of their thing that's a little tricky to read. Okay, so now I've got the value of the Ramsey problem. With that, I just have to pick the initial state. I pick the initial theta 0, which I can. And if I do that, I get that thing that involves it. There's a closed form formula. So that's theta 0 Ramsey. So now I'm going to show you, I've got a recursive representation. This is a recursive representation of the Ramsey policy. That's it. So what it is, set theta 0 equal to theta 0 R. I gave you a formula. Update theta t plus 1 by that difference equation. That's just a state. It's a linear difference equation. I can solve that thing. It's so can you. It's geometric. It's the same equation you had. Okay. Mu t is just a function of theta t. Now I've kind of set you up. And if you should be, what's endogenous and what's exogenous? Well, I'm a Koopmans man. Everything's simultaneous. Okay. And what's theta t? We'll come back to it. Okay. Does this make any sense? And how can the government, okay, implement this? Well, you just do this. And then there's the Ramsey value function. There it is. It's quadratic in the state. It's beautiful. Okay, so that is, so now this is beautiful. There's multiple roles of theta. So this is like a play in which the same guy is playing 3 parts that play a role in macro. And you go to conferences where people are talking about these different things. And this word come over, object. It's the same object. Okay. Theta bar is a sequence in the language of Chang. It's a sequence of promised inflation rates. It's a sequence of promised inflation rates. Other known, you're a Fed guy now, target inflation rates, the inflation target. So, but it's faithful to the model to call it a sequence of inflation targets. but promised inflation is equal to actual inflation. Okay. So it plays all the same role. And that's it. Okay, so then now, what do you make of this? Well, Python code. It's beautiful, but I won't click this. Okay, so time inconsistency. So, okay, most textbook things on time inconsistency you should not read because they'll just confuse you because they say too much, because there's not much to say. So under the Ramsey plan, notice, Saki, I solved those difference equations. There it is. And what you'll notice is that inflation varies over time. Inflation varies over time, and money creation varies over time. So they vary over time. And that is a symptom of time inconsistency. That's all it means. They're varying over time. And what do you mean by that is, Ramon Merriman wrote a paper. When was time zero? That matters. Okay. Okay, so that it's varies. And you could see this. So the so-called invariants of this are B0, B1, D0, and D1. If for an outsider, if you had a bunch of countries that were doing, anyway. So is it really invariant? Okay, then finally. So I don't want to say much about this. This is going to be an artless dodge in the spirit of Charles Dickens. There's something called the timeless perspective, because there's people that don't like this. And it's just a fact. And they use language that I think is misleading. The time inconsistency problem. So we solved it. The Riccati equation doesn't lie. That's it. Under that timing protocol, that's it. But some people don't like it, that it's varying over time. So they don't want it to vary over time. So how can you do that? So it occasionally used, I want to say this dignified, it sidesteps a dynamic consistency problem, in quotes, by ex cathedra. There's the Pope is from Argentina. You just set theta 0, not to theta 0 r, you set it to theta 0, that number. And if you do that, and now you get no time inconsistency, you just get a completely flat policy, and that's it. So this does remove the symptom of time inconsistency, but not the cause, which is the fact that a continuation Ramsey plan is not a Ramsey plan.
So you see that theta 0 was a constant, is whatever this was converging to, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the, I was relying on people digesting Saki's slide, because the limit point of this is, yeah, whatever I said. Yeah, that's the limit point of that. You just went to the limit and you said that's a timeless perspective, and then you flip time. Yeah, that's right. So, so here's how to, they call this the timeless perspective. And there's papers done even at Princeton, Yale, and even at MIT and Harvard, where they compute the timeless perspective value and they say something about it. Well, the right way to characterize it, it's the worst, it's absolutely the worst continuation Ramsey value. It's the worst you can do. Check it out, because that, I gave you the formula for the value. So that's how you should describe it. Okay. Okay, so the time inconsistency problem, in the right hands, this is the right people to read the reaction to are Kidlin and Prescott and Calvo, the first guys. And they thought that this meant Ramsey plans weren't realistic because they didn't have the right timing protocol. That's the message of Kinlan and Prescott's paper, if you read it. They don't even manage to compute the Ramsey plan in the original paper, but if they compute it, they say, we don't recommend it because it's because the monetary, you're at the Fed now, they meet sequentially. You know, they meet sequentially. And he said, that's not the timing protocol. And so you should have another timing protocol. And people like Victor Rios-Rule do Markov perfect or something like that. So that's the criticism. And that opened up a whole bunch of things. Okay, so now I'm going to go to I'll quit early. No, wait. No, I'll quit late because I want to, I have dyslexia. I want to get to the last part. So this is about credibility, one. So one way to say is Kidlin and Prescott and Calvo would say this Ramsey plan is incredible because the timing protocol is not the one we naturally see. And the government chooses sequentially. And, you know, in this language, this is not the right equilibrium concept, if you will. Correct. Okay, so here's, this was a challenge that was taken up by various people. More people that I'm saying here. These are my favorite people. Because they did it a little farther on and they clarified some things. But Barrow wrote an early paper on this, not in this model, in a different model. And Ken Rogoff wrote something. But I'm going to go with this. So here's the deal. This is Fernando Alvarez finding the state is an art. So Chang had, in my baby's version of Chang model, theta T was the state. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to change the state. We're going to go Prescott's way, and the monetary authority, fiscal authority, they're going to choose sequentially. Every period, they're going to choose sequentially. So whatever they do is they're going to play a continuation plan every period. And we're going to rig things. We're going to change the state in such a way that a continuation Ramsey plan is a Ramsey plan by changing the state and by changing the psychology. And I don't mean psychology, you know, as a derogatory word. I mean it as like the system of beliefs. Okay, so that's where we're going to go. So important, the chain of work I like on this was Abreu, then Chari and Kehoe, Abreu's PhD thesis, where he was doing something people said was impossible. That's what this kid, he's just a student, he's doing something that people says are impossible. So they rendered a Ramsey plan credible with sequential decision-making. That's what they did. That's why it's an achievement. And it's actually relevant for Argentina and the US and other places. You'll see why. Okay, so how did they accomplish this? They allowed a continuation government administrator to choose mu T belonging to R at T to maximize the continuation value. They kept that the same, but, and here's what they changed. For each mu T belonging to R that you choose, that has two possible consequences. It has two possible continuation values, depending on whether or not the time T government confirms the rate of growth of money creation, mu T twiddle, that the public had come in expecting. So we're going to change the state. So it's not going to be theta T anymore. It's going to be mu T twiddle. It's going to be what you actually control. You know, it's going to be that. And the public is going to have a rule that forecasts what you're supposed to do. Got it? Just like it does. You know, just like the Fed is obsessed with this about whether it should confirm or disappoint the market. It talks about it all the time. Read Alan Blinder's book. He's obsessed with it properly. He has smart things to say about it. So there's going to be two possible continuation values. Do I confirm the private sector's expectations of what I'm going to do, or do I disappoint them? if I disappoint them, there's another continuation value. And that next continuation value is, yeah. So this timing protocol induces a time T decision maker to consider adverse consequences of not confirming what the private sector believed, thought you'd do. Now communism is going to come in. The government is going to have the sequence of governments is going to have a decision rule, and the private sector is going to have a sequence of forecasting rules with rational expectations that are identical. And when you stare at the theory of this, you could ask yourself, whose rule is it? Is it the government's decision rule? Or is it the private agent's decision rule? And it's both. And if you ask who chooses what, when, the government in this system is always choosing to confirm the private agent's forecasting rule. That's what credible plans do. And I'm going to skip ahead of this because, okay, so there's some, okay, there's a continuation incentive constraint. So what the government's going to do, it's just what I wrote down before, except now there's continuation. I come in with this, okay, so here's what Char and Keogh did. And Nancy Stokey wrote a beautiful paper that really clarified this. She wrote two. What I'm going to try to support is Ramsey. That Ramsey thing that I had that was time inconsistent, that was moving, because that's the best you can do. So I'm going to compute that first, store those numbers. So I have to compute that first, store them, and they're going to be part of my state. Okay. And then those are my, so if you confirm, you get that. If you deviate, you get VTD, T plus 1D. What's VT plus 1D? We need Dillip-Abreu, which, by the way, Char and Keogh never got, but Roberto Chang did. So that's what he did. So using Abreu, you can construct self-enforcing, what are called carrot and stick credible plans that do the following. You maybe this is what Argentina's doing. Okay, you generate huge inflations early, and then eventually you promise you're going to, and you actually do credibly, you promise you're going to go back to Ramsey inflation. You do that. So you do, Pat Keogh says these are crazy, but they're equilibrium strategy. You do that. And the reason you do that, the crazy things early, you want to do something really bad. See, it's a carrot and stick to make the stick really bad so you can support Ramsey. That's what Barrow was struggling with, but he didn't have Abreu because Abreu was in high school. Okay, so that's it. Okay, so that's how this works. Whose credible plan is it? And the hint is it's in the mind of the public. So that's this rational expectations communism, which is all over the place. And when that's what Lucas brought us, would get rid of free parameters. Oh, no, what do you make of this? So Chris Sleep, his Rogers, he's thought a lot about this. So here's what he says. Blinder said the same thing. Blinder hated it. The policymaker's omniscient. Why is that? He understands the consequences of doing all these off equilibrium path things, but he's trapped. And the problem of policy design is converted into one of equilibrium selection and institutional rearrangement. That's 21st century macro. And okay, so that's it. So I'm done. I'll just say a few things at the end. So three versions of three monetary theories of the price level. Quite different. What's a state? What's a timing protocol? So each of these versions has a recursive representation. You see Lucas and Prescott everywhere. You know, they've Bellmanized us. And when we thought Bellmanizing wasn't good enough, Ed wrote a paper where he said, Bellman won't work for Ramsey problems. He wrote that. It's in Carnegie Rochester in '77. They're not going to have an anniversary celebration for that paper. Okay, so this is finding the states in art. You know, and it's not easy. It looks easy at the end, But so what was it for Lucas? Lucas and Andy make it easy. They make it up. Because they're going to, somebody got under my skin, because they respect the data and they're going to look at the data and look at, okay, so that's ST. Okay. Calvo, in Chang's hand, he makes theta T, which is ingenious. And Chari, Keo, Chang, what they do is, I don't think, who knows if Chari and Keo would like this. MuTR, VTR, and VTD, those are the state variables. They proliferated state variables to sustain Ramsey. You need those things to come in. Okay, so finally, just a couple things about communism. I am the author of this communism phrase, and I invented it because my pals Lucas and Prescott hated communism. So I accuse them of being communists. So a rational expectations equilibrium asserts that everyone inside a model shares a joint probability distribution with the data generating mechanism and the econometrician. So in a model like ours, everyone knows the input and the output sequences. And each of our models ruthlessly eradicates all free parameters and extra variables that are required to characterize heterogeneity of beliefs. Even elegant models like Harrison-Krebs 78, more parameters, as many parameters as agent types, more. So this extensive sharing means that variables play multiple roles. That's why theta T is three things. It's beautiful and subtle and realistic. Like, let's say who controls my reputation with a planner called Carolyn? Well, so it's my reputation, really? Whose head's it in? It's in hers. Okay. And at every node I confront, and she has certain expectations of me, and I have choices of, I could be a wild and crazy guy and surprise her. Do I really want to do that? And no. Okay, so finally, go back. What does all this mean? Experiments, exogeneity and endogeneity. Here's one. So look, I gave a talk, not this talk, about modern macro. Okay, so and this person got up and said, "You guys are so behind the point. Big data and just doing experiments means everything you do is wrong. You don't have to do all this equilibrium and Yvonne warning, preferences, technology. Those things aren't realistic. Just use the data and run regression." And it really got into my skin. So what studies patterned on R.A. Fisher's fixed regressors and repeated samples, those want exogenous variations. That's what they want. So our three theories differ in whether they deliver neat partitions into an exogenous endogenous. This is like back to, it's not true that everything new is better than everything old. Like in the 70s, this is what Hurwitz and Sims are talking about and saying, oh yeah, in the 70s. So in our Lucas model, I hard pitch it, some preaching. So cross equation restrictions, cross frequency restrictions. Not everybody likes those cross frequency. Lucas and Prescott didn't like them. They backed off. You can find, if you do a little work, you can find out where did Lucas and Prescott fall off the wagon. And it's rightly in those things. And finally, I was too harsh. So Kubans, Marshak, and Hurwitz said, forget these fertilizer experiments. And then some people have reminded me, well, not always true. So Michael Musa, he had a paper where there were some experiments related to Andy's paper about various exchange rate experiments. You guys are in Argentina, you're doing a great experiment. Musa, yeah, okay. So finally. And okay, so finally, Lucas never, you know, I have kind of a choice. I'll kind of joke or cry. You don't want to see me crying about Bob Lucas. So he could write like he's a beautiful writer and thinker. So, you know, after you know, after teaching us this agenda and, you know, which has been pursued by, you know, many people in this room, you know, far beyond the little diddly examples I've shown. But Lucas was saying, he said, on a little reflection, it's difficult to feel any general optimism as to the solubility of this problem that he posed in the Lucas critique. If any suggests success is to be possible, it will clearly involve some boldness in the use of economic theory. And that's what I saw some of today. Thanks.
Questions? Yeah, I have. So first of all, not a question, just I would just want to say I learned a lot of these things with Tom, and one thing I learned that I see here is just his appreciation of other people's ideas and economists. It's just amazing how you appreciate Bob and the ideas and Calvo, and it's just, you know, for me, it's something I always, you know, really got from you. You have your own amazing ideas, and you instead, you know, worry about celebrating and expanding on other people's ideas. So I just want to say that, and enthusiasm, you know, you give a lot of enthusiasm to economics, and you don't trivialize it. It's deep, and I think that's important. I see a lot of young faces, so just want to say that's kind of a general message. So now, having said that, a few just questions to break the ice. I was wondering, when did you first read the Lucas critique? Because I understand there were drafts of it maybe much earlier than 76. I'm curious about that. And then, so these are like personal. And then Sims, would you say took a reduced form route that was or wasn't consistent with where things were going in Minnesota? And then you talked about FTPL, and one thing I have a beef with there is I always really think Sergeant Wallace was about the monetary fiscal interaction, but it's different than fiscal theory of the price level because it makes a very sensible selection, which is the one you did. Let's pick the forward-looking solution. And FTPL is really about selection. So we don't need selection, a different selection. And so I don't know if you find that distinction, or am I over distinguishing things there?
Okay, so this is this on? What do I do? Well, I could go here, but it's on here. It's on here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So even when I was your age, I wouldn't remember the questions you asked, but so I'll try to answer them in the order. The first thing is really nice. And I appreciate what you said. So I'll tell you, so I gave this talk at Carnegie, Rochester, okay? And a very distinguished economist, a friend of mine who was in the audience, and he's done work using Chari-Kyo. I mean, he's actually computed things. So he came up to me, asked for to be nice, like you. And here's what he said. So he said, so I gave this talk, and he came up to me and said, Tom, I heard you give a talk 30 years ago, you know, when I was a graduate student. I won't tell you where, okay? And he said, I didn't understand 90% of what you said then. And he said, and today I heard you give a talk, and I still don't understand 90% of what you're trying to say. So that's kind of more accurate, you know. And the thing about I could tell you about Lucas's critique. This is a little arrogant. So it's kind of exciting, and it was so. In the early 70s, there were 4, 5, 6 guys who thought there was anything in Muth or Lucas or that. They're just really small. Talk about a despised minority. It wasn't even a despised minority. Nobody cared about us. So, okay, so in 1973, I organized a little conference at Ford Hall at the University of Minnesota. And who did I invite? There was Neil, Carl Schell, Ned Phelps, Prescott, Muth, Bob, and I made a mistake. I invited Sandy Grossman, who was a graduate student. Let's not talk about that. Okay. Because he was, so the conference was great. Lucas and Prescott gave a paper. They gave an early version of the paper that led to your paper with Marcelo, a beautiful, beautiful search model, which go read that JET search model. Oh, by the way, if you feel bad that you didn't get a paper in top 5, which I hate, that paper's in JET, anyway. So okay, so that conference was on Friday. On Saturday morning, I'm at the Federal Reserve Bank, which is a couple miles away. Okay, and I'm working, and I get a call from Rita Lucas. She's a friend of mine. I knew Rita Lucas. I get a call. Hey, Tom, Bob's out playing baseball with his pals, but he said that he had a paper he was working on. He had a bunch of a draft of it, and he thinks he left it in a folder at the conference. And he asked me to ask you to go down and check it, whether it's still there. So you can imagine the conference was on Friday. You can imagine it was in the math department, the janitorial service efficiency at the University of Minnesota. So I went down there, I went in the bus, I get to the folder, I go there, there's a folder. And I open it's a yellow folder. It's a folder. I open it up, it's got yellow pages. Econometric policy evaluation, a critique by Robert. And I start reading it. That's the first time I saw it. Okay, but now that paper would never have come to light unless I had put it. Okay. Yeah, I had. Okay. So, yeah. And then your other ones. There's a subtle comment. So Sims, okay, I'll tell you. So Sims, okay. So he's astronomical, and he saw through. So go read Kidlin and Prescott's paper and look at the 77. Look who he thanks. Kidlin, he thanks Sims. Sims was way ahead. Sims was telling our students to, yeah. So Sims was way ahead of the guys who were like Ankrist, like this. And the line is like this. Sims was better at doing structural models than anybody, any of us. He could do dynamic programming in his sleep, and he saw through things. Andreo Mascale came to give a talk at Minnesota when he was at his top, and the theorists were quiet, and Chris Sims was asking him technical questions. So this guy's really smart. Okay, so Sims was working on a line of, there's Koopmans. Sims is a curmudgeon. There's Koopmans. There's a guy named T.C. Liu who wrote it's a econometric paper. He was at Cornell. He wrote a paper saying, for simultaneous equations models of the kind that Koopmans and Hood and these guys, it's hopeless because their identifying restrictions are incredible. They have to impose these 0-1 restrictions, and he said, you can't view them as credible. So you might as well not even try, and you might as well just try to characterize linear projections. And he wrote that, and Sims paid attention to that, and that led to macroeconomics in reality. And essentially, if you look carefully at that, that's what the suspicion of the, I don't think it's a fruit. They were saying a long time ago, with kind of constructive responses, somewhat constructive, that they didn't like any of the structural models that we've seen today. And they think it's not worthwhile because they're all special. And Sims has gotten very sophisticated versions of that. Like Lars Hansen and I were so pleased when we got cross equation restrictions, and work our butt off. And then Chris Sims was, yeah, it's obvious, but you guys are actually, he gives us a manifold of models and tells what we're really doing in Bayesian sense, that we're putting all the we have a really weird prior. That's, so anyway, so I guess, what am I saying? You're talking about listening to other people. In Minnesota, everybody disagreed with everybody else, but listened to each other. Until Prescott got there. Yeah, really, but listened. And then, Neil would tell Chris that empirical work is crap. And he would say it in kind of a charming way. Like he would say, here's the thing. There's a meeting in front of the Fed president and a good guy and talking about modern macro. And so actually Calvo was there, Taylor was there, just a very small group of people. They're reading, Lucas was there. I don't think Prescott was there. Okay, so, and Sims and Wallace were there. So Sims starts talking about empirical work. He says what it implies, what the data imply. And Niels listens for a while. The poor president's trying to figure out, Chris is talking about spectral density matrices, factorization. And Neil says, yeah, Chris, we all know what you mean by empirical evidence. With kind of a contempt, but he did it in a way that Chris smiled. Anyway, so actually, I think that in the spirit of your thing is economics is really serious. That's why a lot of us went into it. Like I didn't come from Argentina, but I came from a family that was very wounded by the Great Depression. And I wanted to learn what Keynes and his Walter Heller and Solow had done to stop those things. I thought it was very noble. Still do, but it's both beautiful but you should have fun every day, right? I mean, we get paid to think about these things, and the issues are. If you kind of think about the issues we get to talk about in terms of philosophy, macro has kind of taken over lots of questions of philosophy, like about free will and who chooses. Just think about that, like in your kind of models or Hugo's. Anyway, so sorry.
Abuse you for a little more.
No, I'm abusing you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, can you tell us a bit more about John Muth that you mentioned in passing? I thought his zooming on rational expectations came more from his work on agricultural economics. Can you tell us something more about him?
Yeah, that's it. So you guys should stop me because like like I keep a record of this thing. My wife says, you kind of come across as having a chip on your shoulder. Why don't you get it over it? Because that was 50 years ago. Okay, but I keep a list of guys who did not get tenure, who got kicked out of places like I did. Go look for a job elsewhere. And Muth was one of them. He did not get tenure at Carnegie Mellon after writing 2 brilliant papers. And also after writing a brilliant book that's got Modigliani and Simon's name on it. So like why? I only met him at that conference. And I introduced, he gave a paper which he had in a drawer. Okay, and how did I find out about that paper? Okay, he wrote so by that 73, I was interested in estimating rational expectations models econometrically. Okay, I was trying to do, I had no idea what to do. But I talked to a guy who was his roommate at Carnegie. It's Albert Ando. Maybe you knew him. It's Modigliani's pal. Okay, he was his roommate, and he told me he told me things about Muth. He told me Muth was a little screwy. And so give me an example. Albert was screwy, by the way. I asked him, give me an example. He said, okay, we were roommates, and every night at 3 a.m, Muth got up to play his violin. And I finally got up and I asked him, why are you playing the violin? You know, because I'm trying to sleep. He said, oh, I wanted to play it when no one was up so I wouldn't bother them. So with that introduction, so he told me that Muth had, I told him I was interested in rational, he said Muth wrote a paper on that. So he pulled it out of his drawer, and it was a paper on actually a brilliant paper on how to use instrumental variables to estimate rational expectations. And it was very clever. I could even tell you that. So I called Muth up, who I'd never met. So why don't you come to this conference to give this? So he came. And then Lucas and I published it in our little book. So I introduced Muth at this conference, you know, kind of like 2/3 of the way to the conference. Here's the person that, you know, invented rational expectations. And he just said, I didn't invent it. Richardson did. And then he went on. And then afterwards, and everyone kind of nodded their head. I went around, asked everyone, who's Richardson? I finally found out years later. I think it's the Richardson arms race. But anyway, but he didn't get tenure. And then as neither did a whole bunch. I don't want to embarrass anybody. I can't embarrass Ed anyway. Ed didn't get it either way. Ed got kicked out. You know, so anyway. So the reason I say that is plenty of people don't get tenure, and you should take it as a badge of honor. Sims didn't get tenure. Anyway, so at Harvard. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So, thank you very much, Tom. That was wonderful. And those that are the participants in the conference will hang out here for a while, and at 7:45 there is a bus that will take us to the restaurant, and then downstairs there is a cafeteria.
If you want to wait.
Or you can do whatever you want. No,